Hello, everyone. Hello. Kim, thanks for recommending this, Kim. My Zachariah Anderson, free Zachariah Anderson is in the wash. It's supposed to be anyway, so I can't wear it. But we got symbols in the chat. Loving it. Love it. Hi, Shells. We got you. Hang on. Kim, Kraus Boy, Shells, Madwell, Lou, Kayla. Welcome to you all. Thanks for being here. So I was a bit late. I set everything up like I'm a good boy. I forgot my rumble, didn't I? Whoopsie. Right, I need to do this. I need to edit it now. Um, Bear with me. I just got to get Rumble sorted, and then we're ready to go. Public now. Okay, take that over there. I don't know what's wrong with it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yes, Kim, you're right. It is necessary message, and that's why I've not seen the interviews. So, as I said, I wanted to choose someone like this, who you said was similar, that loved to rant. So I love a rant. He loves a rant. Apart, I've never watched Good Logic. Never watched him. But you all said that he loves to rant. I'm the same. I love to rant. So I am fine to do that. Um, oh, is it Joey's name? Is it? Fair play. I have added him like ads, whatever the handle is. I'll put it in here as well. So it's a bit of a rush job, So um, I'm trying to do two things at once. Do you know what I mean? So right, that's done. Rumble's sorted now. Yeah, yeah, I've heard good things about him. I got it all set up here, so we don't have to worry. Just give it a couple more minutes, then we'll start it. Um, just make sure everything's set up ready. So, oh, that's who you watched it. I watched Murdoch Trial on my own. Well, I tried EDB, but I couldn't handle it, so I just watched it on my own. In the end, I went to recaps from the lawyer and also EDB. But right, so don't be shy if you're new, whatever this channel. We don't do shy here. You can say whatever you want. We're just watching. We just watched the. Oh, I don't even know what we watched now. Makes you dizzy. This is why I love this chat. Do you know what I mean? Sensible, no dizziness. If how good is Amy, by the way, today with that Parkland shooter officer? Oof, that girl was on fire with all the details. So I really appreciated her. Right, I got my tickers on. Let me get my tickers on. So just for you guys, you know who you are. Who was at the stream? 257 now hours before we reach 4,000. Oh, still got a free Zachariah Anderson on there. Yeah, which we did uh 62 hours we did in the last stream, guys, this afternoon. So appreciate all of you. And then we got this one now. So I don't think anyone's here to listen to me, guys. So let's play this video, yeah? I just want to welcome everyone. Please feel free to chat. I'll be in chat. Um, I'm looking forward to this. I've not heard Solomon do this before. And make sure you put the symbols in the chat. Plenty of symbols in the chat, guys, especially when Solomon's on. Get him up there. I wish I was wearing my t-shirt, but I need to order more t-shirts. Um, so here we go.
The following program does not have a normal intro because I was really too busy smoothing other things over to get it done.
Good lad.
Ori? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I'm your host, Joe Neerman, a.k.a. Good Lawgic. Tonight's show is a little different from my normal fare in that as you're likely aware, I'm bringing on a guest today. And I think that this is an important story that has gotten some fair share of media attention, but has not really gotten a proper share when we consider its context, both with respect to Zachariah Anderson individually, as well as the specter of the greater impact that this type of justice can have on each and every one of us, and reflection of where things are starting to go seemingly wrong with our justice system. So without further ado, I'm going to bring in Zachariah Anderson's brother, Solomon, and I'm going to share with those of you who may not be familiar with the Zachariah Anderson story. We'll give you some details. I'm also going to try and provide some new information for those of you who have been following this case very closely. So without further ado, I'm going to say welcome to the show, Solomon. How are you?
Doing all right. Thank you for having me.
I'm just adjusting stuff. You don't need me on the screen there, but I need to put
it's my
stuff
pleasure. So first things first, if you can give us like a little background about you and, perhaps your family growing up with Zachariah, like your nature of your relationship going back even as far back as childhood.
Absolutely. So in the 80s, my parents separated before I was born. I was born, and for the 5 years after that, we were primarily with my mother. She left in 1989 and left us with our dad. She told us to leave the house and walk to the curb and wait. And then she told us to get off her lawn. So we were walking down the road when my dad showed up and picked us up. From that point, my elder two brothers and I were galvanized together. It was the three of us that grew up very closely with my father as a single father for a great portion of our childhood. So if it means anything to you, my eldest brother Josh, Zach, and I were like the three musketeers, or if you watched was it DuckTales, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, like the three ducklings. Wow. Like we were just like bound together by those kinds of experiences. We very, very much raised each other, as well as, with my dad's oversight, but a lot of it we had to figure out on our own. And with that came a lot of trauma bonding, as people do in those situations. So Zach was, the middle brother in that. We, of course, fought like brothers do, like cats and dogs.
Can you give me a breakdown, the age disparity between the
two? So Josh is 5 years older than me, and Zach is 4 years older than me. My next older brother, Aaron, died in 1982, I believe. So he wasn't around, but then it was me. So I was born in 84, and they were born in 79 and 80. So the lot of us grew up very closely together. And whatever mischief that we had gotten into as children, we generally got into together. And there was a very clear bond between us. That meant that, Zach, as I've stated before, taught me to drive. He was the one that was someone that gave me advice, to listen to me when something was going wrong. He was always there for me for all of those really important moments, like as a confidant, as a guide, as an older brother. Josh too, but Zach specifically was the one that I tend to meld with the closest to. Mm-hmm. So go ahead.
No, so it gives me a little bit of context to your background, and also why it is that I know you've appeared on several shows, and you're obviously, it's one thing for someone to be a sibling. Different siblings have different nature of relationship. I can understand why it is that you sort of feel like because you seem to be like very dedicated, perhaps more than many other siblings would be, toward calling the public's attention to this injustice. And I want to commend you for that, because that's it has nobility on multiple levels. First, with respect to on a personal level, as far as sticking up for your brother, but it also with respect to the message that this has really for all Americans to be concerned about. Because as we're going to see, as we're discussing this case, it's frightening to hear the scant evidence that was presented to a jury, which ended up leading into a conviction, which, this is a life-altering conviction. The final sentence that he faced, we'll have a spoiler alert here. Just remind me, the final sentence that he ended up getting at the end of
50 years.
50 years.
Yes.
That's his life. That's his whole life right there.
Yeah, he's currently 42. They gave him 50 years, which meant that he was eligible for parole at 89 years old.
Yeah. Okay, great. So, and when you consider the level of evidence, and we're going to get into this, we're going to boil this down, but I want you to help walk us through, and I'm going to be forthright with the audience as I explained to you before the show here. So I definitely read up about the Zachariah Anderson story, and and I watched really a tiny portion of the trial itself. I was joining Legal Vices when he was streaming it. I joined him once or twice, but for I'm a total of an hour or two. So there's dozens of hours of testimony that I haven't seen at all. And that's why I'm hoping that for those who might be in my position, who have a relatively limited knowledge of what happened and where things started going wrong and where they continued unfolding in the result that ended up actually unfolding here, I'm hoping that you can walk us through it so that we can get a better feel for exactly why we should all feel impassioned about the injustice that happened to your brother. Okay?
I mean, for context sake, things were going wrong from the day that he was arrested. So
before we get there,
yeah, right.
If you can give us in broad parameters the nature of relationship that he had with Sadie, so that we can get so that everyone here can understand, when did he first meet her, from what was the nature of that relationship and children that they had, etc. So this way people can start getting to know, how Zachariah's life began, slowly walked into this scenario.
So at the time, he and Sadie were together 12 years. So almost 13 years at the time of his arrest.
Starting in around when is this?
Let's see. So that's 2008. 2008, roughly, is when they started dating.
Okay.
So I mean, they've been together for a bunch of time. It's a lot of time that they spent together. There was a bunch of times where they were on and off. He traveled quite a bit for work. They had some issues with that. She generally had jealousy of him talking to other women over those years. There were some issues that had come out of those situations, but rarely did it escalate to anything extreme. I think there was a point in, I want to say, around 2018, give or take, that she started to push his buttons a little bit more. She was like begging him into a fight. She was calling the police on him. She was doing things like that to try and set a narrative, and play the victim with the police when they would show up to the point where I think in 2019, she had stolen about $3,000 and taken her best friend on vacation with her. So you have a relationship where he worked, she stayed with the children, she had a job, she had a profession, but for the most part, he just went to earn as much money as he could to try and provide for their children. They had two more kids in, oh man, how old? Let's see, in December of 2015. So they had twin boys in December of 2015, and there seemed to be a turn in their relationship after that. It started to fall apart at a more rapid rate.
And their oldest child is a girl who is how old?
Currently, she's 15.
Okay.
So
so they must have known each other going back to 2007 or so.
Something like that.
It's okay.
So
it's not a test. It's I'm certainly not looking at test you on the years and stuff like that. It's also not your personal relationship. So when they started, It might be something that you might not be aware of. But but she was born roughly 2007, 2008, and they and she ended up actually testifying at trial. I actually saw her testimony. So although I think they kept her off camera, as I recall. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember.
That's correct.
They kept her off camera. Yeah.
As a minor witness at the time, she was 14, and that was one of the requests of the court, was to make sure that she was never put on camera.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying the relationship started getting rocky around 2018, and they were never married. Just to be clear here, they were just dating, and I guess boyfriend girlfriend type of thing, and they never got engaged or anything of that nature, right?
That's correct. Yeah, they had never gotten engaged. I think that there was a point that Zach had explained to me that that Sadie's best friend Rebecca Jekyll, the one that was that was pulled on the witness stand,
Mm.
when Rebecca got divorced, it seemed to be a shiv in their relationship. Rebecca seemed to want to compete for Sadie's attention, and it was just not something that Zach was interested in maintaining in the relationship. Is either that Sadie wanted to be with him, or she wanted to be best friends with Rebecca. He wasn't really wanting to like have a relationship where he was dating, Sadie and Rebecca in sort of a tertiary way. Like
Mhm.
it was not a comfortable place for him because Rebecca is not exactly a good influence. She was, she had
It
her
was
own
toxic to their
interests,
relationship.
super toxic to the relationship. Thank you for summarizing it.
No.
So in that situation, he just sort of started to back off a little bit and give Sadie the space that she wanted. And again, that's why
Now, were they
he described
together
it
at
as
this
on and
point,
off
or
again.
were they living together at any point, or?
Yeah, they lived together for quite a while. So they lived together for the first several years until I think 2011 is when he bought his house,
Mhm.
and then he moved into his house, and Sadie ended up moving into a different residence, and then they figured out, split placement and stuff like that. And primarily, the kids were all at Sadie's house because it was easier to do it that way. All of their toys, all of the diapers, all of the everything was
Right.
there, and he would just go over there and spend the night and spend the time with the kids. It also gave him some space so he could go and sleep in his quiet home and do things that he wanted to do. So it worked out. They had I don't know if it was symbiotic, but they had a decent relationship or an understanding in their relationship where they worked things out.
What you
Um,
said that he was working to try and provide. What did he do?
Actually worked for AT&T for a really long time. He was a lineman. He was like a service installer. He then went to be a lineman, and then he actually went to work in like the security hub on the West Coast that connects the fiber optic head between the United States and Japan. Like he worked there for a little while too. So he traveled around the United States as a lineman, laying wire and setting like high speed communication, doing things like that.
Mhm. Okay, so in 2018 or so, things start getting rocky. Was there a formal split at a certain point?
They say that they formally split in 2019 in December when at the fight they had. Actually, it was for the twins' birthday party that they were together, and they had a massive blowout fight.
Mhm.
Sadie was screaming at him, swung a broom at him, called the cops on him. She tripped over her own Christmas decorations, and the cops showed up, and they took him to the police station, but didn't charge him with it because he never laid a hand on her. And my dad was a witness there, watching her swing the broom at him.
Mhm.
So it was it was not a good situation. Again, this is her trying to build a narrative with the local law enforcement that my brother's a bad guy, knowing
Right.
that she was trying to build this case for her family court issue, which is something that she actually testified to, or that was evidentiary in the case, when she was text messaging back and forth with Rosalio, when she specifically said, "I've been building a paper trail already." This was something that she was cognizant of, and
Yeah.
that she was pushing for.
So, um, so they split up around 2019 or so, and at at this time, so they were living apart the entire time. Did they? So when does Rosalio enter the picture here?
I believe that Sadie had met him on the Facebook dating app. The date was February 13th of 2020.
Mhm.
So all things considered, that's like a month and a half later, after Zach and Sadie had a fight, and it wasn't like the first time that they would have an argument, and then he would give her some space, and then they would make up. It happened repeatedly through their relationship. It was a normal thing.
Mhm.
So he had given her the space. They started talking again a little bit, and she tried to spin it that they were absolutely unequivocally broken up, but to his understanding, they were just on another break. And then he was, letting her know that he still loves her and wanted to be with her. And that was some of the messages that you saw or that were presented during the case as well. Was
Mhm.
this miscommunication? She didn't assert to him that they were absolutely done.
Mhm.
And he was under the impression that they were at some point going to get back together like they had done previously, even after that fight, because he really did care about her and he wanted to be there for his children and make it as close to amicable as possible for the kids.
Mhm. Now, I just want to be clear. I want to try and when I'm asking you questions here, it's not meant in any way to attack Zach or anyone. I'm really just trying to flesh out the story, and I also want to try and ask questions that some people who might be disinclined to believe Zach here, or
Sure.
think or inclined to think that you're trying to cover for Zach one way or another. So I'm going to try and ask you questions that are designed to elicit your response to that. Maybe you'll have responses, maybe you won't. I don't know. We
Yeah.
haven't had any sort of pre-interview, but which I don't like to have a pre-interview. I like to actually ask, but I want to be clear that you shouldn't take it as me trying to attack you. I think that when someone is being questioned, it helps actually flesh out in a far more strong manner the position of where someone's coming from, because you were just
Absolutely.
describing how Zach basically seemed to still be relatively hung up on Sadie, right?
Mhm.
Now, at a
Yep.
certain point in time, he ends up being picked up for stalking,
Mhm.
right? So, what can you tell us about that scenario?
Well, I mean, the scenario of the arrest, he had no idea what was happening. He was prepping for a family court case. He was looking up Gutierrez's information. He knew that this was probably going to descend into family court. There was a point where he just approached her and said, "Look, this is going to go to court." And they had a family court date set in June of 2020, I believe. And then Mr. Gutierrez disappeared on May the 17th. That's what the police and the prosecutor had alleged. Now on May the 19th, two men show up at his house.
Before we get there, I want to just stay on family court for a second. Was there any disposition at all from family court with respect to alimony payments or custody? What was the disposition heading into his arrest at this point?
At that point, there was no alimony, there was no child support. Zach actually just paid for like the twins, their daycare, their schooling. He had effectively an allowance. He spent a bunch of money on the kids. He provided for them, soaking up a lot of the bills for the for Sadie and the twins. So he made sure to go out of his way to provide for the family out of pocket without it disseminating to a family court issue where she needed to collect on child support. So there was no standing order. There was an open custody agreement where he could spend the time with the kids. It was all effectively pro se. It was what they would do. They would communicate with each other. When he would pick up the kids, he would spend weekends with them. He would stop by during the week. He would watch them when Sadie had fistball and do things like that. He actively was a member of the children's lives. Not only that, but because his basement flooded just about every spring, he didn't have a washer and dryer in his basement, so he would do his laundry at Sadie's house. So even during all of this time, during the time that she claims that he wasn't welcome in her home, and all this time even before that, he was going over to her house to do his laundry. It's not that he wasn't in the home; he was there regularly, both spending time with the kids and doing his laundry.
Now, this is like March of 2020, you say?
Yeah,
So this is
February,
really the
March
start of
2020.
lockdowns with COVID, right?
That's right. Yep.
Okay, but I assume that during lockdowns they were not locked down in the same place, right? I mean, they were. I mean, lockdowns didn't mean they were living in Wisconsin, obviously at the time, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Were you living in Wisconsin at this time?
I still am. Yes.
Okay, fine. So in the same vicinity as them?
I lived about 10 minutes north of Zach at the time.
Okay. So I don't know. So you would be familiar with what type of lockdowns Wisconsin had, because every state was like a little bit different with respect to the way things were working. So I don't know if you recall, what lockdowns were like in the beginning, especially in 2020 when things first started locking down. But I assume that most people, it wasn't like any sort of restrictions on travel. It was more a matter of like people just stayed home and didn't go to work. So I assume that's what he was dealing with at the time.
Yeah, he actually had a job with a local technical college at the time, doing like IT support and things like that. So he would go in and he would troubleshoot any of their like their online classroom and stuff like that. So all of the media equipment that was established in the North Campus there, he would go in and he would set those up and fix them and update them and troubleshoot them. So that was 2 minutes, 3 minutes down the road from his house. It was a very convenient job for him. Not only that, but he was doing some remodeling on the side. Construction didn't shut down during early stages of COVID. All construction stayed open as long as people were comfortable with you being in their home. Construction workers continued to work. So I had my business and it never stopped. If we got sick, we quarantined respectfully. We still did our full quarantine of the 14 days at the time. I ended up getting really sick in March, actually, in late March of 2020, and quarantined because of it. So there were some issues with COVID during that time, of course, right after it hit the States and we did the lockdowns. But by and large, he still went and did his construction, work on the side. That was the Susan Brown Williamson, the person that testified that the carpet was already out of the back of his van.
We're not up to that. We're getting there. We're almost there.
I know.
We're almost there.
I was just trying to tie it all together for everybody that's
cool.
out there as to who he was working for, what he was doing. Other than that, he was free to spend the time with the kids and family and everything else.
We're definitely working our way there. So during lockdowns, was his daughter was still living with Sadie?
Yeah, all three children were primarily at Sadie's residence. That's where their toys were. That's where their belongings were. They hadn't gotten to the family court situation yet. There was still some time, but he was really concerned for their health and safety, and that's why he was pushing to go and take time and clean up his home. Honestly, he started cleaning out bedrooms that had otherwise sat as storage rooms in his home, and started to prep it for the kids. It was really important to him to make this work.
Yeah. I want to give you some encouragement off the bat that you're getting a lot of love here. Okay. And so is
Thanks.
Zach. It was really more Zach getting a lot of love through you. Cause like I'm getting one super chat after another of free Zachariah Anderson, people thanking me for having you on. So yeah, I think that certainly my audience, Zach was worried about his children equally.
I just want to stop it there very quickly. I'm not going to stop it throughout, but I learned a lot about that. He worked in Japan and all this. This is very interesting. I hope you're all taking it in because there's a lot of info here that we know. Thanks, Luna. Put the symbols in the chat. We're learning a lot about Zachariah here that I didn't know and how close Solomon is to him. So I didn't know some of this stuff. So I'm grateful, Kim, that you mentioned about this. Also, just remember, spread this video out there as much as you can. I'll give 2 free Zachariah t-shirts to 2 people in the chat. Put the symbol up. Also, if we reach over 50 people at the same time, I'll give away an extra 2 as well. I'm going to be skint. Well, I'm skint anyway, but that's 4. So please spread them in the groups. Tell everyone to come here because this money goes to Zachariah, so and his fund. So please spread it. It's for Zach. No one else. Free Zachariah Anderson. Here we go. Let's go back to it.
Stalking hashtag free Zachariah Anderson. Certainly my audience here, many of them recognize the injustice that he was facing. But I want to move forward into the heart of the story as presented by the DA and the conduct for which he was ultimately convicted. So let's start with with what you know about Sadie's relationship with Rosalio.
As far as I understand, she had only met him in person like 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 5, something like that, 4 times, give or take.
Mhm.
So consider that she met him on the day before Valentine's Day, February the 13th.
13.
She
Yeah.
said she met him at a coffee shop somewhere in February. That was her words, that she had met him once during February. Then she met him early March for the first time. After that, she went to Mexico. She came back and she had met him like about once every other week, once a month, give or take after that. So we're talking about a relationship where she might have talked to him and texted with him fairly regularly. She claims that they talked all the time, that it was a regular thing for him to say good morning to her and good night, and that they talked for large parts of the day. And I don't want to disparage whatever their connection was. If
Right.
she felt she had a connection to him, that was good for them.
Right.
But
I mean, that's a very limited level of relationship,
right.
considering how things unfold in May with the discovery of him gone missing. Right. I mean,
Right.
to me, it sounds almost bizarre. I'm just giving my personal opinion on this. That from what I understand, so now it was in the middle of May. It was like May 15th is like the last time that she saw him, from what I understand.
May
right?
16th is the last time that
She sees
saw
him on the 16th.
Yes.
Right, because I
So
thought you saw him on the 15th, and then didn't hear from him on the 16th or 17th, and went to his house on the 17th. Am I
no,
mistaken? Am I mistaken in this?
you're mistaken. So
Okay, let's clear that up.
she went down to his house. She met his children on May the 16th for the first time. He had never even met her children, right? So just so we're clear about the status of the comfort level of their relationship. It's not like it was all in, their kids are all mingling and all of this. She
Mhm.
had just met his children the night before he disappeared. May the 17th, he lies to her about spending time with his friend Mike, and then has another girl over to his apartment. He goes missing that night.
How do you know? You just said he lied to her. How do you know that he
Because
lied
in the
to her?
text messages, he told her very specifically that he was headed to Mike's house. He had a conversation, I believe, with one of his children's mothers at about 9 p.m. on May the 17th. And then Narita Macias, who is another girl from the Facebook dating app, shows up at his home about 40 minutes later, give or take. A half hour later, it was about 9:37, I believe, on the night of the 17th. And he doesn't invite her in according to the text message string between the two of them. So she never comes into the apartment. To her testimony, she said that she was outside of the building, never saw him come or go, never saw anyone else come or go out of his apartment, and then she left at a little after a little after 10:15, if I remember correctly, maybe give or take. So she's there for about a half hour. She texts him a couple of times. She texts him once and says, "I'm worried about you," and texts him at I think around 10:10, something like that, and says, "Okay, I'm leaving." Um, and uh, and then she takes off. But she was invited over by him, and he had a line of questions about what she would like to drink when she got there, and he was planning on having her over. But his conversation with Sadie was that he was going over to Mike's house that night, and that he was going to be hanging out with his buddy and not spending time with Sadie, or not being available on the phone for the rest of that evening. So he lies to Sadie, invites a girl over, and then he no call no shows with her, and she allegedly leaves.
See, I'm looking at this guy, and you're describing a guy who has a life of like some playboy who's charming women left and right. And I gotta tell you, it's not what I would have guessed just taking a look. I'm just saying, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just saying, look, maybe in person he was really, he is, because we don't know if he's dead really, but or was, exceedingly charming. Because I look at this and I'm like, I would not think that this is a guy who's juggling two new three, right? I wouldn't have pegged him. But apparently he had some game, some level of game, right? I mean,
he at least has a good sense of humor or something. I mean, he's bringing something to the table for these girls to be invested in him.
He's also a gazunta guy. He's a big guy, right? I mean,
he's about 6 foot, 270. His mother actually, right after he disappeared, had cited in a news article that he was 280 pounds, and she couldn't see how it could be less than 2 people. It could be no less than 2 people because he was such a large man to commit this crime.
Even and just as far as let's get into this crime that your brother has been now convicted of, and it starts with that he goes missing on May 17th, right? And now Sadie comes to his house. She doesn't have a key to his house, right?
No.
Right. So how does she get access to the house in order to discover that he's, that there's something foul that may have been happening here?
Well, some people might just call the local police station, the non-emergency number, to have them do a wellness check if someone's not answering the phone. Sadie didn't. She took it into her own hands. She went down and, to her words, did a wellness check on Rosalio. So she showed up at his house on the 19th at about 10, maybe 10:30 a.m., something like that. And I believe that the 911 call was registered at about 11 a.m. I might be misremembering that, but I think Jen has that phone record because we have it. The 911 call specifically, but she claimed that she walked up to the patio door, saw that the patio door was open. Now, he lived on the first floor, so the patio door is effectively right next to the front entrance of the apartment building. You have the apartment building front door, you have his apartment slider door to right next to it. I guess it would be juxtaposed. So you have open access right in front of you when you walk up to the building. The entry is not secured. It's not a locked, secured entry. You don't have to buzz in. So she walks in, and what she claimed was that she walked up to the patio door. She hollered in, didn't get a response. She walked over, knocked on the main door, thought something was wrong, and then went and opened the patio door to peek in and moved the blinds aside and saw what was the crime scene, which was some blood pooling on the floor, some blood splatter around the room with no answer in the apartment. She then got spooked, stepped out, called 911, called for assistance.
That's shady. I'm sorry. This is...
How dodgy is that story? When you hear that story, how dodgy is that? Just turns up. Oh, crime scene. Oh, let's phone the police. 911. What a dodgy bitch, like. Come on. Fuck off. That she's innocent.
This sounds so weird to me. This sounds so weird to me. I mean, just okay. So
no, it's weird.
So now at this juncture, your brother knows nothing about anything that's happening here, right?
No, my brother has no idea. Okay. So my brother knew about the guy, right? He knew who he was, had looked him up, CCAP'd him, looked at some criminal history, looked at some of the criminal histories of some of his close friends.
What do you mean by CCAP'd? What is that?
CCAP is like the Wisconsin website where you can look up somebody's criminal history, the things, their charges and things like that. Mm-hmm. So he had effectively Googled, looked this guy up, looked up his criminal history, looked at this guy's friends, their criminal history, like kind of the people that he hung out with regularly based on social media posts and the kind of stuff that they did together. Some of Mr. Gutierrez's friends were involved in drugs and a bunch of other things, and my brother was very concerned about the man that Sadie was bringing into his children's lives. Mm-hmm. And that's all he had ever expressed to me, that this guy was involved with some sort of drugs or something like that, and he was worried that she was bringing that into the kids' lives.
Right. Okay. And I am going to be mindful of the fact that your brother obviously has pending appeals. And I certainly don't want to do anything, God forbid, to jeopardize any of these appeals. And assuming he's successful in any of these appeals,
ignore me, Amy.
I don't want, and he would have a retrial, presumably, almost certainly. And that retrial, I don't want anything that we discuss to end up in any way harming his ability to defend himself from that retrial. So while I'm trying to get information from you, I don't want to encourage you to say anything that might, God forbid, in any way negatively affect Zachariah down the road. Okay, so
Right.
and I want to make that clear to my audience as well, that there might be certain questions which I sort of like, would want to ask about things that Zachariah might have said to you about Rosalio or things of that nature, which ultimately could end up, it could be enlightening and entertaining for us to discuss, and my audience may be curious about, but I certainly don't want to put him in a position where, God forbid, something gets, I don't want to end up becoming exhibit 436 in a retrial of Zachariah. That'd be like, oh my God, I would feel like I'm like just incredibly awful about that. So
I mean, to be fair, I think that this would classify as hearsay. This is me talking about him saying something which should be translated as hearsay in some way, shape, or form.
I understand that. But if it comes back before Judge Schrader, okay,
let's hope it doesn't.
What I'm saying is, which I think in Wisconsin, I think it's very possible that on a retrial it might come back to him, to the original trial judge, that he seems to be pretty open with admissibility of things. So yeah, while I might be inclined to agree with you, it could be. Yeah, I just don't want. I don't want to risk. I don't want to walk down that. Oh my God, that would be just disastrous. I'm going to be.
Pegging one was really good. The pegging bit I thought was funny.
Imagine, you think I want to be sitting here streaming a retrial of Zachariah Anderson when Gravely is looking to introduce Exhibit 432, which is like a conversation between his Solomon and Joe Neerman, and I'm going to sit there like saying to myself, "Oh, please keep it up, God, please keep it up, God, please keep it up." Like I don't need that.
Think of your exposure, Joe.
Oh my God. I would want to nuke my own channel after that. And I'm sure there's probably like thousands of other people who'd be like, go to hell, Joe. No, I don't need this. I don't need that. So I'm gonna be walking very carefully here, and I'm not going to discuss any conversations you had with Zachariah about Rosalio and things of that nature. I'm simply we're gonna try and dance carefully here while still listening information that
dance around it.
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah. Okay. So at a certain point in time, your brother ends up getting arrested. So what can you tell us about that?
So on May the 19th, he was cleaning out his van, actually. So he's cleaning out his van and he's throwing stuff in the dumpster, and two men pull onto his property. They get out of their car and they start walking up to his house to try and peer in his windows to see if they can see anything. And he's standing at the dumpster, which is straight down the driveway. So you drive straight in, the dumpster's straight ahead, and he sees them walking up to his house, up on a slight rise. And he hollers to him. He goes, "Excuse me, can I help you?" And they walk up to him, and one apparently was fidgeting with his waistband, and the other one walks up to him and he says, "I'm looking for Zachariah Anderson." And my brother looks at both of them and he says, "Oh, I'm his brother. I can tell him that you're here. What do you need him for?" I mean, what else are you going to do with two grown men that are approaching you?
I'm not questioning what he said to them.
Yeah. So these two men approach him. He lies to him. He tells him that he's he's his own brother, just to get him off of his property. He goes into the house. He asks Christine, his girlfriend, if there was anything that had gone on that she knows about, why two men would be there looking for him. She says no. He then calls me. I miss his call. He calls my eldest brother to talk to him, who's on the tree farm with my dad, is spooked by these two guys that showed up, that meant, in their body language at least, and his read on it, meant to do him harm. And my eldest brother goes, "Call the cops. I'm on my way." So Josh then leaves the tree farm, which is about 45 minutes away, and he drives down
Fucking hell.
to Zach's house. Zach at that time calls 911 for assistance because two men trespassed on his property. They looked like they were hostile, and they were asking. They had asked a couple of questions or mentioned a missing friend or something like that. He didn't know what the hell was happening, and he asked for help. The cops show up and they arrest him.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty wild.
So they show up after he calls 911 for help. They arrest him. They take him to the police station. My eldest brother shows up. They tell him that he was taken to the Mequon police station. He goes to the Mequon police station. They put him in a questioning room.
Your brother,
my other brother Josh, into an interrogation room.
Right.
And my eldest brother flippantly, as a joke, because he thought that maybe Zach had gotten into an altercation with these two men, and that somehow something had happened. They had taken him to the police station. They asked him why he's there, and my eldest brother said flippantly something along the lines of, "Well, I would be the first person he would call if he had to hide a body," and then was immediately questioned further. Right, like it was supposed to be just dark humor.
Right.
They didn't know anything about what was happening, and
Right.
it was like the worst humanly possible timing. He had no idea that anybody was missing.
Yeah.
Zach didn't know that anybody was missing. In fact, Zach didn't even know when he was getting arrested. They questioned him about what he was doing 2 nights ago. He didn't sleep well that night. He had taken a nap and then been up for a good portion of the night, had gone to bed, gotten up, worked all day, then was with his girlfriend. He said, "I don't know, probably with my girlfriend." And then they laid into him harder about the situation, and when they started to be more aggressive, he said, "Whoa, I think I need my lawyer," and then he invoked his right, and they couldn't question him anymore. So what they did is they arrested him. They took him to Kenosha. He didn't know that he was an interest or a suspect in this missing persons case for days. So they arrested him. And days later,
what charge did they arrest him on?
They arrested him on stalking.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't tell him that until afterwards, and they hauled him to Kenosha, and then they had him sign paperwork, I believe, when he was already in Kenosha, that outlined this missing person, and he said, "Wait a minute, excuse me, you're charging me with what, or you're investigating me for what? I'm sorry, we have a misunderstanding." But by then, they already had him in Kenosha, and they're honed in on only him.
So when he gets arrested for stalking, and this was, you said, May 19th, right?
May the 19th, yes.
Okay. And he gets counsel on the 20th. You're saying like the next day, or was it was later that day?
Josh was the one that hired counsel, but I think he was at first appointed a public defender, but that person was dismissed because we had hired his counsel very quickly thereafter.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to point out, if you're ever arrested or detained, invoke your Fifth Amendment rights clearly and expressly without any hesitation. Be explicit that you're invoking your Fifth Amendment rights. It's a really, really critical step for any of you who ever find yourself like caught in any sort of scenario where like all of a sudden you're being questioned by the police. The first question you have is, am I being detained? And if they say yes, you invoke your Fifth Amendment rights. You never want to be answering questions. The cops are not your friend. They're not there to help you. They are there to try and put you behind bars for as long as possible. If you look at them with that perspective, no matter how smiling the face, no matter how nice it is, no matter how many candy bars or literally candy bars or cans of Coke they offer you, it's just not worth accidentally saying something that, God forbid, could be something that you're going to regret for the rest of your life. So now he gets arrested, and so how long after that is he arraigned?
Actually, I would have to look at the docket for that, for how many days it took for him to be arraigned, but I believe it was a couple of days.
Oh.
But they, they arrested him and they held him, and they set his bail initially at $35,000 for the stalking charge, which seemed excessive. To my understanding, it was still around 7 times more than it should have been for a stalking charge. So we had no idea what was going on. We had absolutely no idea, and we only found out through some other discussions and through, I believe, my sister finding out some information as to what he was accused of. For the fact that he was interested in this missing persons case. That's when we understood that it was going to be most likely a homicide defense.
So, when okay, so you're saying that did he end up coming up with the $35,000 that he had to post his bond?
We talked about it, and we specifically decided to not spend the money on it because they were withholding charges. We knew that they were going to slap some other charges on him as soon as he made bail the first time and throw him back in jail. They had actually presented some evidence during the trial about finding, some marijuana in his home and stuff like that. So we had a very large concern that, say we make, bail at 35,000, you have to pony up, what is it, like 30 or 50% of that or whatever it is in order to make bail. Then that's still, over $10,000 that we don't have at our disposal to be able to invest in his defense. So we decided that we were going to, spend the money on lawyers, that we were going to retain some good attorneys and move forward with it.
Yeah. I want to come back to the evidence, and a lot of people are bringing up questions like this super chat that came up a lot earlier, where Joe is saying no witness saw the blood on Rosalio's door on May 18th, despite being in plain view and inches from all tenants' mailboxes. We'll come to that soon. I'm getting almost there. I just wanted to cover that, but I think this is a good time to sort of address this question with respect to the probable cause for stalking. So in order to even arrest them for that, they need to establish probable cause. How did they get to that?
They claimed that it was jealousy. So that's been their whole claim. That's been the backbone of their case, is that he was this obsessive, jealous man, and that he was obsessively jealous of Sadie's new relationship. But he didn't really exhibit that. All the recorded phone calls that they had found on his computer, they had one conversation with her where he said, "Of course, I'm jealous. I still love you." Right. But then he immediately moves on to say, but you're supposed to be doing your thing and I'm supposed to be doing mine. He had already established a relationship with Christine. He was very happy with Christine, actually. At the time, they were very good for each other and very supportive. And Christine even told him.
Christine is, could just clarify for me. Christine is who here?
Christine Remsburg. She was his girlfriend. She dated him for about a year up to that point. So like I said, they were kind of on off again. He and Sadie at that point, he and Christine had started talking, roughly a year before this time frame. And then they had a relationship, during this same arc of time that Sadie started dating and all of these other things. Right.
But with respect to that probable cause on the stalking, there had to be a complaint that was filed by Sadie with respect to the stalking.
Yep. Sadie accused him of stalking on the crime scene when she called 911 and the police showed up. She told the police, "I know who do this," or she said that Zach must have had something to do with this.
And that's the first time she mentioned stalking to the police, is when she discovers the blood in Rosalio's apartment.
Yes, she claimed that she had tried to go to the Menominee Falls PD to bring stalking against him. I haven't seen any documentation of that ever occurring, and I would be shocked if she had done that. And there was an attempt at a police report that Gravely would not have used in establishing a history of stalking. It was never presented, and I don't know that it ever existed. She claimed that she did, but to my knowledge, there was never any record of anything other than her. She made Zach tell her that he was stalking her to give him his cell phone back when she discovered his cell phone underneath one of the twins' car seats. in a situation where she knew that it was in her car, and she drove to Kenosha with it anyway.
How does she know it's in her car?
So she found.
So now,
it,
just to
or
be clear, just to be
found
clear,
it.
because I'll catch you up to what I know with respect to the evidence on the stalking claim, and I'm going to ask you to flesh out so anyone who's watching this and learning this story for the first time can understand context here. The evidence that I've heard of to support the stalking claim is I'm aware of three things. One of them being that there was what Sadie called a burner phone that she found under the baby seat, which apparently I don't know how much evidence was presented to show that was connected to him specifically. I don't know if you can flesh that out for us.
But it was absolutely his phone.
It was his phone.
It was his phone, but there's a break in logical connection here.
But just to flesh out. So there's three. From what I understand, there's three.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
the other two.
There's a cell phone, and maybe two of them are related. There's
Oh, for fuck. I'm upgrading. I am.
Absolutely his phone.
It was his phone.
It was his phone, but there's a break in logical connection here.
But just to flesh out. So there's three. From what I understand, there's three.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
the other two.
There's a cell phone, and maybe two of them are related. There's this cell phone that's left in her car, which belongs to him, which is supposed to make the jury think that he's trying to track her movements. He does have, he's working in phone lines, so he would understand perhaps how to do that more effectively than just some and than most people would. He would have more familiarity with that. I understand that there was something with respect that his daughter testified that she saw some sort of tracking thing happening on one of his computers in his house. That she testified something about a GPS thing, from what I recall.
I think that was in Sadie's house, actually, because his desktop computer was upstairs in Sadie's house.
Okay. Which I'm not sure how he would have access to that computer to be stalking Sadie. That doesn't even make sense to me. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand that at all. And his daughter also testified that about one time that she was with him. Well, she testified about two events. One time that she was with him, that he went to Rosalio's house. I believe it was Rosalio. It was Sadie's house or Rosalio's house. Then he was like sort of peeking inside the house.
That was her house. So that was her apartment, which was a very messy testimony. We can get to that. But
I want to talk about her testimony a little bit, because her testimony was just bizarre, and there was a lot of things that troubled me about the testimony she was allowed to give, and the impact and how damaging that testimony came across, and how wrong that testimony felt to me. But what I'm asking you is, was there any other evidence to this stalking? I mean, so was there any other evidence besides the daughter's testimony and this phone, as far as you know?
It was Sadie's testimony, the daughter's testimony, this phone.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay.
So that was all they had to bring the stalking charge against him. Now the phone specifically, it doesn't make sense, because he was texting Sadie about the phone being missing. You don't plant a phone in someone's car and then text the person, "Have you seen my cell phone? I've been looking all over for it."
Mm-hmm.
Right? The smartphone went missing. He's looking for it. He messages her, trying to locate it. She knows that it was in her car, and she plays a game with him.
Why would she know it's in the car? He texted her saying that he thought he lost in the car?
He said that he can't find it, and that he tore the house apart trying to find it, and he was wondering if he had accidentally dropped it in her vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so he asked her specifically about it being in the vehicle in the text message?
Yeah, that he had left it with her on accident. And someone might be able to pull up the exact text messages in the exchange, but he specifically asked her about this cell phone. So the cell phone that they claim that he was using to track her, he goes out of his way to ask her about the cell phone. Then she finds it actually underneath the car seat when she stops at her brother's house on her way to Rosalia's house, locates the phone, doesn't turn it off, leaves it on, drives to Rosalia's house, then turns it off at some point down there, or I believe. So she drives all the way down to Rosalia's house and has it there. She then withholds it. I think this is May 7th or 8th or something like that. She withholds it and tells Zach that she won't give the phone back to him unless he admits to stalking her. So she tells him that she absolutely won't give it back to him, and he looks at her and he goes, "Are you kidding me? You're not going to give me my property back?" And she said, "Nope, not until you admit to doing it." And then he said, "Fine, I was stalking you. Give me my phone." Right?
Mm-hmm.
So like anybody would do, like, fine, I'll tell you what you want to hear, and
right.
then carried on.
Okay.
So in her mind at that time, she's made up this story and believes that he's absolutely unequivocally following her.
Mm-hmm.
So, that was based on my niece telling her about the trip over to the house the night of the Ding Dong Ditch. That exchange, which was
The Ding Dong
really,
Ditch. Can you explain what that means?
so that was the window peeking note.
All right.
So, like you had mentioned, the first act of stalking was the night that they had driven over there. That was the eve or the early morning hours of my niece's birthday, where they park the car in the bar parking lot next door, and he goes out, and my niece claims that he puts the phone next to the air conditioner, which isn't physically possible because the living room is on the other side of the house from the bar's parking lot, so you couldn't see it even with 20/20 or night vision. And you make it. He then comes and gets her, brings her over, lets her peek in the window, and to their testimony, tells her to cover her nose and mouth with her shirt so she doesn't fog up the glass, and peeks in, and then they leave. And on their way out the bar driveway, they stop in front of Sadie's driveway, and then he allegedly gets out. He goes up to the vehicle, according to my niece's testimony, opens up the door, goes through the glove box, and then takes the title or the license, or the registration of the vehicle.
Well, slow down. There's a lot to digest. So I just want to just make sure I got all this straight. So the window you're saying that they're looking through was that. Are you saying that even with 20/20 vision, you couldn't see through because it was on the other side of the apartment? Can you explain?
So there was a reference.
What's happening there?
That was a reference to I mean, if maybe I could draw a little diagram for you, right?
Okay.
So you have effectively one side of the building. You have let's see. We have here building.
Right, stop for a second. Thank you very much for all the shout outs in the chat and stuff. Am I right? But is this Sadie, is she a fucking bitch or what? She not in prison herself? Fucking hell. She made him say that he was stalking her. She's coached the fucking daughter. I feel this is making me more and more mad. I didn't know some of this stuff. What a bitch. Sorry about my language, but what a bitch. Let's go. Free Zachariah Anderson. Fuck, I lost my mouse. Right, back to it. Sorry, guys.
Going back. So in my crayon sketch, which is still better than the police sketch of the apartment, we have here. This is like the driveway. Say the car is parked. I don't know exactly where because I wasn't there, but the car is parked about right here with the headlights facing away from the building.
Okay.
You then have the building right here. This right here is Sadie's apartment. This, because it was a duplex, is the apartment next door.
Okay.
This right here is a little bump out where the living room windows are. This down here is where the patio door is, that you can see through into the kitchen, which is about right here. This is a 2-story dwelling. The bathroom is about right here. And she claims that she could see him put the phone in an air conditioning unit side vent. But the window that he would have to have gone to is on the other side of the building. You couldn't actually see the window that he would have gone to peek in at all from the vehicle if you were sitting in the vehicle and waiting for him to return. It wasn't physically possible.
The building was blocking her, obstructing her view of everything.
Completely obstructing. Now this little horseshoe shape over here, it was actually there was a driveway on that side with a garage, and that is where Rosalio was parked. He was over on the other side of the building. So to the testimony, they pull out of the driveway to the bar, which is adjacent to the house. They turn down the road. They stop. They pull over into the driveway or at the mouth of the driveway, and then she alleges that he goes in through Gutierrez's glove box, which I found odd because when they brought the police witness on the stand that went through his Google searches, he actually had searched for a free application or a free website to look up a license plate for Colorado, which is where that truck was registered. So why would he have had to have looked up the license plate to the owner of a Colorado truck if he had taken the registration? There's a massive logical disconnect. It doesn't make sense.
Hey, MLS, how are you, brother? You met MLS, right?
Yeah. I did.
He was one of the people who was promoting that I should definitely get you on, and it was a great call. So thank you, David, for that. Let's move forward here with respect to the evidence with respect to. Let's talk about not Sadie, his daughter's testimony, because that is something that I saw, and I have like a whole bunch of questions about the testimony, and we're talking about what she said on the stand. So what did you and or Zachariah's, really more Zachariah's attorneys, find objectionable about his daughter's testimony, if anything?
Well, there's a lot.
Okay, let's break it down.
I just said, I mean, even to the point of her testimony about being able to see what he did that night, to those details, that was a massive issue. You couldn't physically see him approach that window from the car. It wasn't possible. The video that they presented to the court was dark, was all black footsteps with some light streaks on it. There was no definitive anything in that video. So if you looked at the video that they alleged occurred on the night of the early morning hours of the 25th of April, all they saw was this like bluish light in what appeared to be a window after a certain number of minutes of walking through the darkness, and then Sadie just says, "That was my window." So you have then my niece's testimony where she says that she saw him walk up to this window, which is physically not possible. I think that Attorney Mueller had made a comment about having night vision, being able to see in the dark, and she said, "I have 20/20 vision. Thank you very much," which made the jury laugh, because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right.
And
apparently she's better than 20/20. She's got Superman vision. She can see through. She can see through anything. So
through it. Yeah. So I mean, realistically, so there's some issues with this testimony, and like I said, there's she alleged that he had gone through Gutierrez's vehicle, and there was all this stuff, but then he with a different witness had searched the license plate. Right. He'd used his phone to look up the license plate. Why would he have to do that if he went through the man's glove box and discovered who he was based on the registration? So those things don't make sense. If you start going through some of the other things, there's a tremendous amount of concern for the amount of witness tampering that the DA had perpetuated or perpetrated with my niece. It was,
well, witness tampering is a significant charge, which, you know, I don't know that your brother certainly would label it witness tampering. Maybe he will in his appeal. Maybe he won't. I don't know.
I don't know if that would stick as far as the legalese goes, but
Right.
the reality is that, to our understanding, Michael Gravely and his office spent 40 hours going over my niece's testimony with her. That's a whole week, a whole week of time going over this testimony. There's a reason why she could name the number of plants in my brother's home, but could not remember that my sister Zenith was driving around with her at the tree farm on the 15th of May, literally days before all of this went down. So on the weekend that Rosalio disappeared, she couldn't remember that my sister had been hanging out with her and drove around with her on the farm, but she could absolutely remember the boots. She could absolutely remember the chainsaw exchange. She could absolutely remember the number of plants that my brother had in his home, and cite all of this information about a hydroponic system, but then couldn't actually identify marijuana when a picture of it was shown to her.
So let's talk about this. You mentioned a chainsaw. Can you just explain to people who didn't see any of the trial what you mean by the chainsaw evidence?
So they presented evidence of the chainsaw existing. The reality is that one of the canine
your brother owning a chainsaw, you mean?
My brother had a chainsaw. He had a very large steel chainsaw that he used to cut down a bunch of the trees that were dying and dropping a lot of dead wood all over his yard, and he didn't want one to fall on his barn, so he started cutting down his trees. Now is this chainsaw in anyone's possession, or is it missing? I haven't seen it, actually. I don't think that,
because you would think that you would think that if he has a chainsaw, that if it was used for the purpose of killing Rosalio, in that case there'd probably be DNA all over it, unless the chainsaw is missing. That's why I'm wondering.
Well, the chainsaw they found when they searched the property, they found a chainsaw, and I believe it's in the evidence. So they took.
But there's no DNA from Rosalio on the chainsaw.
None. No. So the
so then I don't even understand why the chainsaw is even relevant to this case.
It's not. It's not
so
at all.
Why is there testimony going on about this chainsaw?
Only because they wanted to confuse and muddy the water. They did that a lot during this case, where they presented irrelevant information. They presented information that was just something to talk about. They had a canine unit actually mark on the chainsaws, so then they confiscated the chainsaw. This chainsaw exchange was relevant. They wanted to prove that it was significant in some way to my brother borrowing or getting my dad's work boots. My dad's old work boots were then nowhere to be found, and they found a pair of steel toe points in the fire, trying to set the stage that he had taken my dad's boots, used it to commit this crime, and then burned them in the fire. I don't even know anything about these boots. My dad could probably talk about them, but if my brother didn't think he wanted to use the boots, if they didn't fit his feet correctly or whatever it was, he probably just got rid of them. That would be something my brother would do.
Well, let's pause for a second, because this is a good time for us to break down basically all of the key evidence that they brought in to try and establish that your brother murdered Rosalio. Okay, so this is what's publicly available, what I read, because this is not part of the trial that I actually managed to watch. But basically, from what I understand, they the cops claim that they found some of Rosalio's clothing. Now, just for those of you who are unaware of the facts here, no body has ever been found. The cause of death, what they found was a pool of blood that is in Rosalio's house, which basically matches his DNA. That pool of blood is, according to the police, is too much for him to have lost without being murdered. Although when you look at the pictures, it looks like a lot of blood. I'm not going to kid you. It looks like the amount of blood someone would, let's say, lose. It's not someone scraping and falling down and cutting their knee. It looks like someone at least lost a finger, if not more than that. And that level of blood. Okay, that's in my personal opinion. I'm not testifying. I'm just saying, from the pictures I saw, it looks as if someone could have, let's say, lost a hand and lost that amount of blood. That doesn't mean that someone's dead, in my opinion. But I don't know the quantity of blood.
I work in an emergency room.
Okay.
I've personally witnessed someone come in with an arterial bleed on a foot laceration,
Okay.
bleed more than what I saw in that
That's a
apartment.
fair point. That's a fair point.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't have a dangerous injury that could have
led to
and
that.
it led to the end of his life. But the reality is that I have absolutely seen someone, trying to staunch a wound in
Mhm.
the emergency room. I've tried to staunch a wound. I've watched someone lose 2 liters of blood.
Right.
So and that was not enough to kill them.
Now, okay, so let's move forward. So now, with respect to the evidence they have to link your brother to the crime of murder here, from what I understand, there was a smoldering fire pit that they claim was on your brother's premises that contained some of Rosalio's clothing. Is there
That
anything?
is absolutely false.
Wait, did I get that wrong, or
No,
is that report?
you are talking about what was released to the press, which is an absolute lie. The DA had a PR person tell lies to the mainstream media, and that was one of the lies that they told. They never
God.
found any of Rosalio's clothing on any property related to my brother. Not a single shred of it. It didn't
Wow.
exist. They
Wow.
lied.
Wow.
Absolutely lied.
That is a massive lie, because otherwise, if you remove the stalking from this whole thing, was the stalking charge, and from what I understand, there's really only evidence. I mean, there's very limited evidence on the stalking charge. So basically, you're saying the key thing to me that links him to Rosalio is that clothing, which was in that smoldering pit. And you're saying there was no evidence at trial presented about that?
No, they never presented any evidence. What they presented was Zach's clothing in his own burn pit. That's what they presented. So that was the evidence as provided in the courtroom. Now Zach was cleaning out bedrooms. He had a like I said, an old farmhouse with a roof leak in one of the closets. And in that closet he had clothes stored, old clothes that he didn't really wear anymore.
Okay.
Plus, my grandmother had just died, and we cleaned out her home. We had been burning a bunch of things that were left over from her death, and cleaning out her home, and things that had no value for us moving forward, sentimentally or otherwise. So we were going through all this stuff, and we were burning a bunch of things that didn't have a place, that didn't belong anywhere, that were too far worn to give to Goodwill, that needed to just go. And in this situation, when they said that they found my brother's clothes, remnants of my brother's clothes in the fire pit, I said, yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
They said a smoldering fire pit. They also claimed that it rained very hard during this time period. And I believe that some of the people in our group, I had asked people to specifically look up the weather report, and we had gotten like not even an inch of rain over the days that they're describing. So
why is the rain relevant specifically?
Because they claim that the fire was still hot, and then he was burning all of these belongings, even though it was raining buckets. But it misted a little bit, and it was crummy and overcast. It wasn't beautiful weather, but it wasn't raining hard.
Right.
He had a fire on the 15th.
So they're trying to imply the only reason someone would be running a fire outdoors in terrible rain is because they're trying to get rid of evidence, when in fact it wasn't that type of weather condition which would inhibit most people from using a fire pit.
Yeah, not only that, but it wasn't even enough rain to put out the coals in the bottom of the fire pit. It just wasn't. When he would have a fire, it would be lots of large logs and all kinds of stuff, and then the coals deep inside of that fire pit would stay warm for days. This is not something that's strange. For people that grew up in the country, they understand how this works. If you don't get a torrential downpour, those coals are still going to be warm. And he had a good fire on Friday the 15th of May, because we were supposed to play D&D that night. And he said, "I'll see you later." I spoke with him that day, and then he didn't show up at D&D, and he had texted me, "Oh, sorry, I decided to have a fire, and that's what I'm doing instead." So very specifically had a fire that night. And then Andrew Schultz was brought on the stand, and he talked about how he was there for that fire on that Friday night, and that my brother drove him home on the 16th. That was part of the testimony. So he had a big fire. He had people over. They had some drinks. They hung out. And then he drove Andrew home on Saturday, Saturday like 10, 11 or whatever it was, and then went back home.
Wow. It's the whole thing was very strange because if he was like getting rid of, if he had committed this murder, right? I mean, whoever committed this murder. I mean, think about this. Why would he take the clothing and burn the clothing? Like, what are you doing with the body? Why don't we just get rid of it together with the body? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even make sense to me how he, why he would have done that. Now, the other evidence that I understand that allegedly linked Zachariah to this murder was a spot of DNA that was found in his van that
I know a lot of my viewers, Amy. I know Dan, Dean, everybody. Thanks for explaining the blood stuff. But this is a bit now. But before we get in there, just want to thank everyone for being here. Throw the symbols in the chat. Hopefully, give away, if we get 50 viewers, give away 4 lots of $36. Just want to get as much money to Zach and his funds as we can. But it's frustrating. Sorry if I'm ranting here, but it's frustrating to hear some of that testimony because I didn't know that it was just Zach stuff in that fire pit. I can't believe I knew the whole investigation was shoddy. I knew that, but it's getting worse, worse and fucking worse. This is outrage. I am pissed as it is. People need to watch this more. I didn't know a lot of this stuff. Anyway, let's get back to it. But this is going to be important. This next bit to explain a lot of things for people, especially my chat that keep asking this question. So put the symbols in the chat. Appreciate you all. Let's get some money for Zachariah. Let's free Zachariah Anderson.
That the police are able to identify as definitely being male DNA, but not sure if it's Rosalio's or could be, in theory, even be Zach's himself. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of confusion around it.
Such a small amount of DNA. Right? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just one correction. My eldest brother Josh, who's in the chat, he actually just texted me and said that he has Valhalla. He's got the big chainsaw, but my brother had a chainsaw at the property that the police claimed that they confiscated that the dogs had marked on. So I might be mistaken on which chainsaw it was, but they had actually testified that the dogs had marked on a chainsaw specifically. It just wasn't they call it the Sword of Valhalla. It's like a massive, like 3-foot long chainsaw blade. It's a very large.
But I don't even get where this chainsaw stuff has anything to do with anything at the end of the day.
Doesn't.
I mean, there's no DNA on a chainsaw. There's no reason to think that a chainsaw had anything to do with this. Quite the contrary. The lack of DNA would lead me to believe that a chainsaw had nothing to do with this entire thing.
That's correct. Yeah. And why they focused on it at all was ridiculous. But
no, I can tell you why they focused on it. The reason you would focus on it is to try and make you think, the jury think, aha, he's got a chainsaw. Speaking of which, and I'm going to come back to his daughter's testimony. Speaking of which, there was also talk about a gun, right?
Which didn't exist.
So hold on a second. When you say didn't exist, from what I understand, your brother spent some time in California, and while he was living in California, he had a gun there. Is that accurate or inaccurate? What can you tell me about that?
There's no proof of that, not to my knowledge. My brother, so as it turns out, Zach was a felon at that time, and he absolutely unequivocally did not own a firearm. He refused to have a firearm. Moreover, he told me when I stayed at his house, I have a shotgun that's used for hunting. It's a slug gun. And I had that in his home, and he actually was very upset with me about it because he could be charged with that firearm being in his home. And he said very specifically that gun is not allowed on his property and that it needed to live somewhere else. So there was no gun in his property. There was no gun at all. Period. It's not a thing.
Okay, fine. So you're saying he didn't own any gun at all. So
no.
So let's come back now to the testimony from his daughter, okay? Because this is the part that I saw, and there were so many things that I saw here which really bothered me. So those of you, again, who didn't have a chance to watch the trial, I'll share with you a couple of things. What you were describing to me would be less of an issue for appeal than the issues I'm about to bring up to you, which I'm sure that his attorneys are certainly intelligent enough to understand why these would be more significant issues for appeal. Because when you're appealing, you cannot contest a finding of an issue of fact from the jury. So, as opposed to an issue of law with respect that you can appeal and say, and basically, if you want to just sort of understand the distinction here, it's like the judge and a call that's being made by the judge as to what rules of the game are going to apply. That's something that if there's a significant enough error that you can actually appeal that, and they'll say, okay, that was a violation. He wasn't allowed to apply rules like that to this trial. Since he did, the appeal is successful, and we're going to vacate this conviction. As opposed to a jury illogically coming to a conclusion about finding a fact. So if a jury was too stupid in the way they handled things, and they basically said, you know what, we think that his daughter had the capacity to look through brick and steel and wood and see her father on the other side of the building and saw him planting a phone there or whatever type of stalking thing that she was describing, and that was their finding. I can't tell you it's impossible to overturn that, but it's pretty, for all intents and purposes, it's impossible to use that to overturn, because that would be a finding of fact. The jury reaches a factual conclusion that that's what he was doing when he was on the other side of the building. And whether they thought she was looking through two windows or whatever it is, that finding of fact, you're never gonna have a chance on a successful appeal there. It's practically impossible.
Yep.
With respect to the rules that Schroeder laid out, if there was a significant enough breach of the rules that the appellate court can feel, hey, we think that he not only breached the rules, but that this breach could have wrongfully led to a conviction by the jury, that could be a what's called a reversible error, and that type of thing could invalidate the conviction and give him an opportunity to having a second trial. Now, that there are certain things that I saw during her testimony that I was apoplectic, sometimes apoplectic, sometimes screaming as to like how wrong it is. One of the issues was respect to the plants that she testified. So can you just walk? You made reference to the plants, that she knew the number of plants. Can you walk everyone through that part of her testimony as to what it is that she said at that time, and then I'll explain the legal issues around it to the audience here. So if you can just like catch them up to the best of your recollection as to what she said about the marijuana plants.
So Michael Gravely, through a series of leading questions,
that's the district attorney is my
the district attorney Michael Gravely, the prosecutor Michael Gravely had through a series of leading questions and multiple choice questions had led her to a line of questioning that was inquiring about a marijuana grow operation in my brother's home. And he was started to ask specifics about that marijuana grow operation. He was trying to use this to bolster his witness's credibility. And in that, he specifically cited to your knowledge, how many plants was your father growing? And she said 72 plants. So very highly specifically that she saw 72 plants grown. She saw him prune them. She knew about the pruning and harvesting process, and she was privy to this whole thing. Right. And he showed her a picture of a jar in a fridge.
Right. Yeah, we'll come to that in a minute. Which was to me hilarious. Okay. Now here's the issue with introducing, or the judge allowing the witness, the DA, and to ask these questions, and allowing his daughter to testify about this. One of the things that we are very concerned about is introducing evidence in front of a jury that may get them to dislike, or will get them turn them to be prejudiced against a defendant. This is particularly so with respect to criminal defense, but this even applies in civil courts. But you don't want to have a jury think, oh wow, we hate this guy, so we're just going to convict him because he's just such an evil jerk. Now, having so the basis that when Gravely decided to start questioning her about the marijuana plants, the defense objected to this. And they basically said this is going to be prejudicial because all of a sudden now the jury's going to hear that he's got some marijuana operation going on there, and they're going to hate him. And especially when you consider the fact that not just he has a marijuana operation, but he has a marijuana operation that he's, almost practically indoctrinating his his teenage daughter into, that she's around it and knows about it, which doesn't sound like good parenting to anyone. So that being the case, that could turn a jury emotionally against him, even if they don't have factual basis to convict him of the charges that he's being accused of. Yep. So what was the argument that Gravely made in order to get over this hurdle? He said, well, I want the jury to know that she's familiar with the premises. So in order for her to describe the premises, she has to explain the plants. She has to talk about these marijuana plants so that they can know that she's really been there and that she really knows about it, which I'm not even sure why it is that her proving that she had been there is very relevant. Unless there was, that's why I thought the stalking was the alleged stalking was from his own computer, because who cares if she's ever been there? Let's say she had never been there. I don't understand how that would have undercut her testimony on behalf of the state. But let's just put that aside for a second. You don't need it. If you want to try and establish that she's been there, there are thousands of ways that the prosecutor could have asked questions of the daughter to establish that she had such sufficient knowledge of the place that she must have been there, without ever introducing any evidence that he's conducting any sort of criminal activity in his own home, like growing marijuana plants. You could have asked about the color of the door. You could have asked her to describe the layout of the place. You could have, and then you walk in here and the kitchen's on the left and the refrigerator is silver. So he used to have a white refrigerator. Now it's a silver refrigerator. You could say the wallpaper is peeling on this wall, and you could give such thorough detail. And that you can basically ask these questions. Describe what color the drapes were, and describe what his bathroom looked like, and how he always left his jeans, hanging over the bathtub. There's 1,000 different ways you can describe it without ever talking about marijuana plants. You don't have to talk about marijuana plants. The only reason you're saying it's, to establish some sort of thing that's what he wanted to do. I'm going to tell you, you're giving him too much credit and being too kind to him. That's not what Gravely was trying to do. He was specifically trying to prejudice the jury. That's why he's asking those questions. And the fact that Schrader allowed him to prejudice the jury by enabling the daughter to talk about it, to me, is a significant error, which might lead one to have concerns that a jury would convict him, and did in fact convict him, because they hated him for being a marijuana grower, even though that's not a reason, in my opinion, to hate anyone. But that they might have convicted him on that basis, having nothing to do with any stalking charges, any murder charges, or anything of the kind. So to me, that's the sort of thing that was an error so what you basically would be saying, the appellate court hopefully will find, is that it was an error by Schrader to allow her to be questioned and to testify with respect to those marijuana plants. And you're right, it was comical. It was comical that when she was asked about those marijuana plants later on, she was shown a jar of marijuana that was found in his refrigerator, and she and Gravely said, "Can you tell us what that is?" She's like, "What is that? I don't know what that is. What is that?"
Yeah, it was a bag of marijuana, and
that what it was?
There was a jar of mushrooms that was growing in the refrigerator. So there were mushrooms in the refrigerator, and then this marijuana, right? So in this situation, she couldn't identify what the jars were. She couldn't identify what the marijuana was, when presented a photo shooting down the barrel of a bag of marijuana, right? So you're right, absolutely comical. And I'm not trying to give him credit. That was his argument. Like, he was saying that he was trying to give credibility to this witness by getting her to describe this marijuana grow operation, which was still ridiculous, that she could cite the number of plants, but then couldn't cite anything else.
Right.
How much time did he spend with her going over this testimony,
saying
to try and cement that down?
Plants?
Yeah, very specifically, highly specifically, that this was such a huge part of.
As if she sat there going, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Wait, I lost count. 57, 56. Let me start over. 1, 2, 3. Like, that's what really happened. I mean, come on. Now, I guess perhaps it's possible they were lined up in rows of like 6 by 12. I don't know, but
even still,
And the fact that she couldn't that she knew it was marijuana, but couldn't identify marijuana sitting in a jar it makes it it makes you question how much information was. It would make anyone question how much did the prosecutor themselves in their office basically feed her information that they wanted her to say on the stand.
I mean,
and it's very disconcerting.
There's verbiage that she used, like what 11-year-old, right? What 11, 12-year-old understands what a Dear John letter is?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So
how does she understand this language?
Let's talk about the Dear John letter. So
that she claimed that there was a Dear John letter that my brother had taken out of the glove box or something like that. That he had a Dear John letter that that was discussed between Sadie and Gutierrez, that specifically was a letter to the previous owner or something like that, according to Gutierrez. And I don't know. I've never seen the letter. I don't know what what is all in it, what it was written out to. But there was this claim of this Dear John letter, and that my brother had taken it, and that he had it in his home along with the registration, which why would he have? And I don't know that they ever had proof that he had specifically the registration out of the vehicle, especially when he just searched for the owner of the vehicle. Right. So there's just so many things that.
And I agree with you, by the way. I agree with you that the notion that an 11-year-old knows what a Dear John letter is, when that's a reference that goes back to like the 1950s, and was last officially used in 1987. That how an 11-year-old knows what a Dear John letter is.
Right. I know what a Dear John letter, but I'm like 40 years old. So.
Yeah. Seriously. But.
I'm having a mate. Sorry, I've not lost it this year. I just have to stop the screen and re-add it in. What a plonker I am. I blame Brutally Honest because I was just typing, going, preach, Brutally Honest. Absolutely agree with you. How the fuck do you carry a body out without no one's... Have you ever tried to lift a dead body? No fucking chance that he did it. No chance.
But that, again, is a factual question that the jury somehow believed her, despite how lacking in credibility she was. And perhaps part of the reason they believed her is because she grabbed the victim mantle with respect to the gun. So there was a point in time where she was testifying about there being some sort of gun that Zachariah allegedly owned. And when she was being cross-examined, and to establish that this gun had never been in Wisconsin. This is why I thought he did own a gun in California, because it seemed, from what I could glean based on the back and forth on the stand between your brother's counsel and his daughter, was that this gun had never made it to Wisconsin. And it seems if they were questioning her along those lines to imply that, no, this gun was never in Wisconsin. You've never seen this gun. You don't know anything about what this gun looks like. And or what kind of gun it was. I mean, she's probably like, I don't know, by the time the DA was done with her, she's probably identifying the serial number on the gun, and like she's like, of course I know that gun. It's serial number 641379. It's like, how did you know that? Like, but yeah.
How would a 12-year-old know that?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. As far as her credibility, to me, her credibility was awful. But there was a moment there where when she was recognizing that her testimony sounded very sus, all of a sudden she barks out in front of the jury, I know that gun. I was threatened with that gun. Yep. And it's like, whoa, all of a sudden it just turns your brother into some monster who's waving a gun around his own daughter and threatening to beat her or shoot her or whatever, a pistol whip or whatever, some sort of terrible thing for someone to do to their child with a gun, and really do to anyone, but especially their own daughter. That it's like all of a sudden it painted him as being some sort of level A monster that must be defeated. And that, to me, the fact that came before this jury, I was sitting there like, wow, how is a jury supposed to look at him fairly at this point? How are they possibly going to look at him fairly when they just hear a little girl up on the stand crying about how the defendant threatened her with a gun, which is not part of the charges or anything like that. We don't know that. They have no reason to know that this gun has ever been in the state of Wisconsin or that he owns it or ever touched it in his life. And yet the next thing we know is his daughter, who seems to have very serious issues with Zachariah, was standing up there on the stand claiming, or I don't think she said you threatened me with that gun. I don't think she said it was, which would have been.
She didn't. She just said I was threatened.
Which, by the way, if she had, it's a shame. I think, in my opinion, that she didn't say you threatened me with that gun, because if she had, I think that your chances of mistrial would have been even stronger, like much stronger, because like all this, because now I'm expecting the state is going to try to weasel out of it and say, well, she never said that it was him. Why is that prejudicial to him? She never said it was him, when everyone knows that's what anyone took from it, that he was the one who threatened with her. When they're trying to link this gun to Zachariah, of course they're going to assume that if she says that she knows this gun and that she was threatened with it. Like, who do you think was threatening her? Some classmate was threatening her with Zachariah's gun? That doesn't add up. Anyone would just assume it was Zachariah who did it. And it's so prejudicial. It was so bad that I'm sitting there and I'm just like, how the hell is any jury is going to be looking to punish him now?
Mm-hmm.
And that's to me what's so bothersome, because at the end of the day, we're all supposed to be innocent in the eyes of the law until guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
On that note, hang on, because you just said that, hang on. Bear with me. Let me get the chat off for a second. This is my motto on this channel. So that is innocent unless proven guilty. And the DA, that prick, did not prove that Zachariah was guilty. So fuck you, Gravely. Anyway, back to it.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And what we have here is there's so little evidence, if any evidence, tying Zachariah to a crime that we don't even know for sure happened. For all we know, this dude literally just went Splitsville and is hiding from some drug, moved off to Australia and is hiding from a drug cartel. We don't know that he's dead. We don't know anything of the kind. And it has to be that when we say guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, this is, to my mind, what that really means. It's like, why is it not guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt, which is what a lot of people mistakenly think it is? Why is it not that? It's because it really should be that. But we don't want someone to come along with saying, well, could be aliens. You don't know it's not aliens. So in order to remove that sort of crazy, thought exercise to find excuse to exonerate anyone who's a murderer, so we basically say beyond a reasonable doubt. But the point is, you cannot have a reason to doubt the person's guilt. If you have a reason to doubt this person's guilt, to think perhaps, you know what, maybe there's another explanation here. Perhaps someone else did it. Perhaps his mom she got mad when she found out that he's two-timing, and then hired a couple, and then basically got into a fight and ended up killing him, and then hired a couple people to move the body for her. I mean, we know this. The guy weighed 280 pounds. And ultimately, the body was removed by being rolled up into a carpet, right?
That's what it was alleged, because the carpet was missing, and he's missing. His shoes are missing. His glasses are missing.
Right. And your brother also has a bad back, right?
Yeah. So, he's had a bad back since he had a workplace injury when he worked for AT&T.
When was that? His bad back injury?
I want to say about 2018, give or take.
Right. Okay. So he's been dealing with a bad back injury for years, and we're supposed to believe that he single-handedly
back since he had a workplace injury when he worked for AT&T.
When
years.
was that his bad
That
back
was,
injury?
I want to say about 2018, give or take.
Right. Okay. So he's been dealing with a bad back injury for years, and we're supposed to believe that he single-handedly basically dragged, or one way or another,
deadlifted.
deadlifted.
There's no drag marks. There's no blood smear. There's nothing. There's no marks on doors. No marks on trim. He would have had to have shoulder. It's the weight of the man plus all of his belongings plus the weight of the carpet. Right. So we're talking 300 pounds, dead man weight, rolled up in a carpet on his shoulder and out the door.
Which, how would any person? I don't even know how two people would do that when it's in a car. It's gonna be really, really hard. You ever try moving 150 pounds if it's two people? How is it one person could possibly have moved 300 pounds on their shoulder without dragging? That you're moving 300 pounds, and there's no evidence tying him to this crime, and he is now spending the rest. The only physical evidence we have is a speck of some DNA. We're not even sure if it's blood that was in his car that we have no reason to know was Zachariah's any more than was Rosalio's any more than 4 billion other men who are walking this planet.
Right.
And it most likely is actually Zachariah's own DNA, but there was too little of a scrape there for them to actually be able to test it properly. And now he's spending the next 50 years in prison because his daughter said she saw him spying through a window on his former girlfriend, on
his baby mama.
On his baby mama. That was the term I was looking for. Thank you. I mean, this is horrifying to me. There are so many explanations which make more sense than saying Zachariah did this alone. That for a jury to say, we don't just think he did it, we are positive beyond a reasonable doubt that he's the one who murdered them, is a terrifying thing as far as how easily juries can be manipulated. And to basically saying, you know what, I guess it makes sense. Okay, let's find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a terrifying, terrifying thing for our justice system. And all those people are sitting there and saying, well, let justice play out. Let justice play out. This should be a wake-up call to you that our justice system, it might be better than any other on earth. I don't know. It could be, but it is highly, highly flawed when there's so little evidence tying him to this. Let me just catch up on a few super chats here. Julio says, Solomon made my eyes water when he read what a-hole Schroeder refused to hear. Love to Anderson family, and thanks for bringing Sal on. Spread the word about the injustice that has happened. # free Zachariah Anderson. Amen. Also, I want to thank you, and she was for the super chat here. Also, Julie adds, I had L5/S1 herniated disc. That's in the lower back, L5/S1, and surgery. And there's no way I am all spry the day after some lifting stuff. I'm damn sure not in Walmart at the crack of dawn buying sardines. That was another thing they brought up, that he had like new rope or something like that.
Yeah, they claim that he had rope and duct tape on a chair in the basement that was no longer there. Now, there was clutter on that chair. There's still, to this day, clutter on that chair. Mm-hmm. No rope or duct tape, but there's other clutter. Mm-hmm. But no rope or duct tape. They claim that rope and duct tape went missing, and that he then went to Walmart after searching for when the store opened, and he bought his murder kit. They then played 32 minutes of footage of him driving into a Walmart parking lot, parking right next to one, if not two other vehicles, strolling casually into Walmart, walking around in a relaxed way, buying trash bags, some sardines, Q-tips, some Lysol wipes. There's 2 varieties of Lysol wipes, and 1 or 2 other things. And then he casually pays for his things, pays cash for his things, and then he walks casually back out to his car, loads his purchases, and drives away. So they spent 32 minutes of real-time footage watching him have a casual shopping trip. Mentioning the sardines, oddly enough, In the news articles, this is another lie that the DA's office told. They said that the can of sardines was open in his vehicle underneath the driver's seat, implying that he had opened a can of sardines so that the strong smell of sardines would overpower the smell of anything that he had done in the van. This is why
I was always wondering what these sardines were all about.
Yep, this is why during the sentencing they pushed for the correction of that, because they specifically misrepresented this. The DA's office lied about these sardines in their statements to the public, and tried to paint it that my brother was trying to cover up this heinous crime, that it was absolutely indicative of it. And it was just like it was a clear lid on a can of sardines. It was a snack for him. It was his lunch that he
And
put
the reason you
van.
mentioned that he was casually doing this is because this allegedly happened after, in the eyes of the state, after he allegedly murdered Rosalio, that he now was purchasing a cleanup kit in the form of rope and duct tape.
Not
But
rope and duct tape, but the trash bags and Lysol wipes.
Oh, the trash bags but what I don't understand is, why did he get the rope? What was the rope and duct tape? That was to allegedly, I guess, roll a body in a carpet?
Yeah, to roll him up and secure him, to my understanding.
Right. And that was another thing his daughter testified about, that she remembers seeing that. Like, she specifically remembers seeing that. Like, that's why they wanted to tie her, that she had been there, because she specifically remembered seeing these things that they couldn't find anymore.
Right.
So Joe said no witness saw the blood on the Rosalio's door on May 18th, despite being in plain view and inches from the tenants' mailboxes. Can you talk about this a little bit?
So in the crime scene photos, Rosalio's front door in the main apartment, not the patio slider, but when you walk in the front door, there's a flight of stairs that goes up, and his door is underneath the flight of stairs. Okay. And to the right of his front door is the bank of mailboxes for mail delivery.
So, wait, you walk up a flight of stairs.
Not up the flight of stairs. You walk past the flight of stairs.
Okay.
So you walk past the flight going up, and underneath, in the area below the stringers, is all 8 mailboxes for that apartment building.
Okay.
So when you're looking at the door, to the right of that door, there's a bunch of mailboxes. Does that make sense? Like buried in the wall?
Right. Okay.
On the trim of the door, and there's a couple of dots on the door. There's blood splatter, like some streaking blood, and a couple of dots of blood on the door properly. So no one claimed that they had seen a mailman. I don't know if the police had interviewed a mailman, but nobody claimed that they had noticed when getting their mail, when walking up right next to that door on the 18th at all. Nobody had seen anything that resembled blood on that door on May the 18th of 2020. There's no witness that claimed that they did, and there's frankly, I guess, no witness that claimed that they didn't either. But there's no one that comes forward and says that I absolutely saw blood. It was there. There's no evidence that's presented that confirms that on May the 18th, which is the day after he allegedly was murdered, that there's blood on that door at all.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So in this situation, the gravely misrepresented a bunch of evidence that was presented during the trial. He outright lied. He inferred that my brother's silence was his opportunity to speak of his innocence during closing arguments.
And I want to get to that, because that's the next thing I want to cover, actually. So that's something that you were talking to me about right before we started the show, which is that Gravely was looking to go as close to the line as possible with respect to infringing on your brother's rights to remain silent, and that you said he actually asked the judge for
permission twice. He asked the judge for permission to get as close to violating my brother's Fifth Amendment right as possible. And then I believe to get as close to violating his Sixth Amendment right as possible too. I'd have to go back and look at it.
Well, in what form would he have been doing that?
So he said, he asked the judge that he wants to be able to approach, this is a very delicate matter, and I want to be able to approach this without crossing the line. How close to the line can I get? So he's asking the judge for permission to approach, to infer that my brother's right to silence meant guilt, and that to infer that the defense should have done their own investigation.
What?
So, yeah, absolutely. He actually made the statement.
And this is something that the public loves to think about. They're like, well, if he didn't do it, who did? As if that's the burden of the defense to establish why it is that Rosalio is missing.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, between you and me, my hunch really is Sadie. I'm not going to kid you. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm expressing. I'm not making a statement of fact. I'm not making a claim. I'm not making
a supposition.
I'm saying is my best supposition here is that Sadie basically was just like that. She knows something that that's my own personal speculation. I don't know Sadie. You know her. I don't know her. I'm simply saying there's a lot of things here which don't really make a lot of sense. And having this, get pinned, all of a sudden now she starts reporting him for stalking. And the daughter is poisoned against Zachariah. There's a lot of things here that make me question whether Sadie is involved in Rosalio's and we have motive, you have motive and opportunity, which is in any crime drama. And again, I'm not making a claim of fact. No one should say. I'm not saying that she's a murderer. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm simply saying that for purposes of trying to determine guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, there's far more that ties, in my opinion, Sadie to this crime than there is Zach. Because she has the motive here based on the guy cheating on her. She has the opportunity that she has access to everything here. I don't know. She certainly couldn't have dragged that body. She deadlifted that on her own. I'm assuming she's not some sort of weightlifter or something like that. She's not.
No,
right?
She's not that big. No.
Right. So. So if in fact she was involved, there's no way she could have done this on her own. But I'm saying is it could have been some cartel thing. It could have been anything. It literally could have been anything, or the guy could have just skipped town. I mean, he could have gotten into a fight and felt threatened that, maybe he did lose a hand, maybe some people he was associated with came in there and basically roughed him up really bad, and the dude skipped town, afraid that he's going to get killed, and and the next and Zach being pinned for his murder is just gravy on top of it. So. To me, there's so many different explanations as to what can happen here, and so little physical evidence tying Zach to this crime. So there's no eyewitness, there's no body, there's no physical evidence that's actually tying Zachariah to this crime. And the jury said, we do not have any doubt that he's the one who murdered Rosalio. To me, that's astonishing. It's astonishing how this could have happened.
Yeah, we were astonished too, completely shocked. I was sitting there watching this trial, thinking I could see how a juror could take this and then convict my brother for stalking Sadie, but there was no evidence, none presented that actually outlined that he had done anything to Rosalio at all. There's this one spot in the back of the van that they claim that to my understanding, that Judge Schroeder allowed them to claim was blood when there was no scientific testing to verify it. None. So that they had just enough to test it for it being a single source male that tested positive for Rosalio's blood. That's what I believe Lisa Treffinger said. So they didn't give any statistics. They didn't break down the likelihood of it being Rosalio's blood compared to a panel of other people. Nothing else was discussed. Just that it tested positive for Rosalio's blood, that they believed that it was, and that it was a single source male. But then they luminoled the entire van, and there's this rust-colored stain on the driver's side rear panel. It's by the driver's side rear sliding door. It's on the steering wheel. It's on the visor above the steering wheel. There's this substance that's all over the van, this brownish red stain, that another crime lab expert comes forward and says there was no blood in the van. No blood in the van. Her words, no blood in the van. All of the luminol testing came back negative. The state tried to make the argument that the carpet was removed from the back 3 feet of the van based on the idea that there was blood pool on that carpet, so what needed to be removed. but there's still hardware there. There's still the brackets for the back seats. There's still bolts and all kinds of stuff for blood that had pooled and saturated a carpet, for that to have gotten into and touched. Nothing lit up with luminol. The back of the van is
And you would think if he wiped
black.
everything down, they would find the wipes and test the wipes and all, see if there's anything there. You would think that there's ways that
Nothing.
they could. I mean, there something. I mean, it's the lack of their ability to find any evidence here, to me, is such an indictment on the state's case that the idea that he was convicted of this is just it's so horrifying.
I mean,
By the way, I forgot. I want to pitch out. Is there any sort of fund for his appeal that I can help promote here?
There is. We have a Give Send Go. So Give Send Go.
Why don't you put the link in the private chat, and I'll pin it, and I'll add it to the description here, so
Sure,
that because I'm sure that your legal bills must be through the roof.
It's increasing because we have to order all the transcripts, and I'm sure that you understand how expensive that endeavor is.
Yeah.
So we have to order the transcripts, not just from the trial, but we also have to order them for all of the hearings before the trial. We have to order them for the mistrial. We have to order them for the civil court case where they went to court because Sadie had testified in the civil case about things and got the restraining order and took the kids away from my brother in that case. So all of those transcripts must be procured. So all of that stuff is kind of coming down to the wire. We need to be able to order all of that information to build his appeals case.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I'm trying to. I got a message from MLS telling me that I don't have mods in the chat, which, frankly, unfortunately, tend to have a pretty healthy chat here, which I don't really. And the whole mod thing has so much. It's such a headache. I can't even tell you. But I will add MLS as a mod and take care of that. I will tell you that with respect to modding, my general parameter is with respect to the chat. I urge people my mods to show discretion and recognize my 3 rules are that people should not. That the 3 rules are no spamming, no violating terms of service, and no racism. But if people want to hate on me or hate on my guests, I'm a big believer in free speech. So, and if my guests are uncomfortable with the chat, you don't have to be watching the chat. I don't know anything. All I've seen for you is tremendous love, but it could be that some people have issues with Zach or you and are not displaying the love. And if anything is bothering you, you don't have to be watching the chat. And that's my rule for all my guests. So basically, I'm going to urge you to please, while I give out the wrench very sparingly, like really sparingly. I trust David, but I give it out really sparingly, and one of the reasons is because I don't want there to be heavy moderation in my chat. I think that I'm not a free speech absolutist, but I'm a very big advocate for as wide free speech as can possibly be afforded to my chat.
I mean, for the record, I believe in free speech as well, but I also believe that what Sadie did in her accusation and in trying to incorporate my brother is a dangerous use of free speech. This is a borderline thing. This is a borderline issue.
Right.
And I'm okay with people that are victims of violence and things like that. People that that need to go to someone for help. Truthfully, they need to go be able to get help. But if they're lying, if they're perjuring, there should be consequence. This is not okay, right?
Yeah, agreed. I'm pinning this in my chat here. That I'm pinning the Give Send Go. I'm also going to incorporate this link in the description, so those of you who are joining afterwards can, if you're inclined to help support the defense on the appeal of Zachariah. In that case, you can follow the link there, and I'm gonna tell you this. Do I know? I'm being real with you here, Solomon. Do I know for certain that your brother did not do this? No, I don't know that. I mean, there's no way. I wasn't there. I don't know your brother personally, and even if I knew you personally, there's no way I could say that you didn't do it. I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you seem like a nice, upstanding guy. But what I do know is this: no murderer should be convicted on this level of evidence. No, even if someone actually did do it, our justice system demands that there actually be evidence for the worst of us. Again, sufficient against the worst of us, all the more so the best of us. So I honestly, do I know he didn't do it? No. Do I care? No, because I think that the evidence here is hot garbage. So, and that we as Americans should be saying, you know what, we're demanding more of our jury system. That our jury system should, that our criminal justice system should actually live up to the highfalutin claims that we continually express about innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And in my estimation, I cannot fathom how this low level of evidence here could possibly be interpreted as anyone is like, oh, yes, certainly this defendant beyond a reasonable doubt committed the crimes of which he's been accused. And it offends my notions of fairness and justice and a belief in our American judicial system. And that's why I say that, look, even if you have questions and you don't trust Zachariah or Solomon or anyone, at the very least, you should have enough will to see a healthy American judicial system that you don't just convict someone until you actually have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that warrants a conviction.
You know, I think that we've discussed this topic a couple of times, and I really appreciate the verbiage that you are supposed to be in our justice system, innocent unless proven guilty, right? And that is, and unless proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt, right? And the threshold for that tier of certainty is well past probably, is well past suspectedly, is well past I think that they did it. It is I believe with all certainty that this person committed this crime. And that doesn't matter if it's murder or any other crime that you're charged with in our legal system. This is the onus of proof the state has. This is why they have an unlimited budget. This is why they have expanded rights to be able to search, seize, question, and detain, because they're supposed to be able to get the truth. They're supposed to be able to dig up evidence and bring that to court to prove beyond reasonable doubt that this person committed this crime, and they did not do that. They spent thousands of man hours. They had 15 police agencies that investigated my brother, and they came back with this fluff of a non-existent case that gravely spun, lied, twisted, and misled the jury into a guilty conviction, with Judge Schroeder just sitting there and letting him do it. That was all it was. So much so that he knew how awful his case was, which is why he's pushing to get evidence about the marijuana plants in there. It's why he's pushing to be allowed to breach your brother's Fifth Amendment rights by implying to a jury that, hey, if he was innocent, he would have taken the stand, and he had a chance to tell his story here, but he didn't. So clearly he must have been. Clearly he's hiding, and you know why he didn't. It's because he's guilty. All of these are noxious to a healthy American judicial system. And the fact that his lack of evidence, and this is what I find to be the case all the time, is the less evidence they have, the more they try using improper means to try and convict, which means it's not about getting justice. It's a matter of saying, well, we need to get the scalp any way we can. And if we can't do it because we can dig up sufficient evidence, we're going to try and circumvent our own rules as much as possible to get that scalp, because we need a scalp to hang on the wall. And that's how this whole thing reads. Why the hell would Gravely be pushing in this particular case to start trying to come as close as possible to trampling on his Fifth Amendment rights, if not for the fact that Gravely was very concerned that any jury would look at this slim margin of evidence and say, oh my God, why the hell would I think he's guilty beyond reasonable doubt? You don't have any DNA, there's no body, there's no eyewitness, there's no anything here, there's no implication he ever met the dude. And it's like it's asinine. We have crazy story here with
Sadie mysteriously stumbling on the site here and immediately pointing the finger at Zach as if, oh, he's definitely the one who did it. Like, let me ask you this. I mean, I don't want to ask you this question because I told you I'm gonna dance. I'm just saying. There's no evidence there was no evidence presented at trial to indicate that he's violent or in the hostile and that sort of nature. So that was where I was going to ask. I was like, wait, I can't ask you that question.
Yeah, that was actually very specifically part of the post-sentence investigation where they had said that none of the charges that have ever been brought against him show any history of violent tendencies. None of it was there.
And all of a sudden, he's a murderer who has expertise in how to remove a body and not leave a trace of evidence. All of a sudden, he went from a guy who's never been convicted of any sort of violent offenses, and next thing you know, the dude's Dexter, and he's just like he's got his kill room, and he's able to like hack up a body and get rid of it. Somehow miss a big massive blood stain in the middle of the room there, and when he's getting rid of this body and lugging out 300 pounds over his bad back and getting rid of all the clothing and the body and all evidence. All trace evidence in his car. It's like beyond a reasonable doubt. A unanimous jury, beyond a reasonable doubt. Tell me our justice system isn't flawed.
It's surreal. I mean, well, one of our group members actually pointed out that in one of the crime scene photos, that there's a diffuser sitting on the little table that's right in front of the door when you would have walked into Rosalio's apartment. So like you walk in, and the door swings to the left. Behind that door is the entry to the kitchen. And then right in front of that door, right kind of on your front left, there's a small table. On that small table, there was a diffuser, a little wooden sort of bulb thing that's sitting there. During the crime scene photographs,
what is a diffuser exactly? I'm not sure what that is.
It's like aromatherapy, something that you use to make your home smell good.
Diffuser, like, DIFF.
Yeah,
like
diffuser.
It's diffusing scent.
It's diffusing, diffusing scent of the air.
I'm thinking diffuser, like there's no fuse. It's like
no. It's a diffuser. Okay. So,
New Yorker. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it makes sense. I get it. So it's steaming still during the crime scene photographs. The crime scene photographs were taken on May 19th. Somewhere maybe between 12 and 1 p.m., like noon to 1 p.m., somewhere in that time range, right? Mm-hmm. If you zoom in on the photograph, both indicator lights are on this diffuser, on the scent diffuser. This thing is running on high. So it's running on high and it's still steaming on the 19th. They allege that this thing was filled and ran for around, give or take, 40 hours from about 9 p.m. when Rosalio got home from dropping his children off, was on the phone, was preparing for Macias to come over, that he had filled it. He was murdered at 10 p.m. This is what was alleged. And then this diffuser is still running on the 19th. 40 hours later, it's still steaming on this table.
That doesn't seem to, yeah.
That we have some people that ordered the diffuser to run other tests on it. If it was on a timer, it wouldn't reactivate because you have to choose which power setting. There's a bunch of other issues that come up with this. This thing could not have run for 40 hours. It doesn't add up.
So let me ask you this, without locking in. I don't want to ask you what Zach's opinion is on this. Do you personally, and this is your own individual opinion, this is not a statement on behalf of the defense, so I don't there's no way it could be imputed to Zach himself. Do you have a theory about this whole thing? Because you're mentioning this thing with the diffuser. Do you have a theory as to what actually happened here? And obviously you might not have proof to it, but if you have some sort of theory as to what happened here that you can share with us, I'd be curious to hear that.
So I think that someone did assault him on the night of the 17th. My opinion and my breakdown of what I saw in the evidence. There's two beer bottles that are out, 2 beer bottles opened, and there's a water. Somebody came over. He invited them in. They were hanging out there talking. The conversation didn't go the way he wanted it to. He asked them to leave. He had just bought his children baseball supplies. There's a bat laying there. They decide to rob him. They hit him in the head. They dump him onto the couch. He's laying on the couch. He's bleeding. They don't realize how bad the injury is. They rob him. They take whatever's left of the $1,000 that he had pulled out of the bank that his mother had put into the joint bank account that he had withdrawn just a few days prior. They take that money. When they're going through his wallet, they accidentally grab a couple of the credit cards. They don't want him to call for help immediately. So they walk over to the freezer. They still have the credit cards in hand. They throw the credit cards with the phone into the freezer. They take the money. They leave. They leave out the patio door. They lock the door. They take off. Okay.
So this
Now,
all happens on the 17th.
I hypothesize that the robbery happened on the 17th, that the argument and the robbery happened on the 17th. That correlates with the thumping that they heard in the scuffle on the 17th that the upstairs neighbor heard. So
Okay.
around 10, somewhere between 10 and 11 p.m., she testified that she heard a scuffle and that there was an issue, and then it only lasted a couple of minutes, and then it was over. So then he's robbed. They leave. He's got a head wound. He's bleeding. He's bleeding into his mouth. Okay. He's delirious. He gets up. He goes to the door. He gets blood on the handle. He falls backwards onto the carpet where he lays there and breathes, maybe flailing a little bit, semi-conscious, flails blood all over the place. It looks like blood sprayed because he's just kind of half conscious, trying to figure out what's happening. His brain is disconnecting. He's delirious. He's spitting blood out, and it's spraying on this nightstand, on this table that's right by the door. He expires. He bleeds out right there. That's what the pool of blood is that's laying there. It's about 6 feet 7 inches, give or take, from the entry door back to the pool of blood on the edge of the carpeting. Someone comes back on the 18th. They realize that what was done to him actually killed him. They panic. They figure out what to get. They wrap him up. There's an argument between two people that are there. That's overheard by a neighbor. There's a woman standing on the patio that asked for the time at 4:21 p.m. on the 18th.
There's a woman on the patio. What's that?
There was an anonymous tip that there was a woman standing on Rosalio's patio outside of the sliding doors at about 4:20 something p.m. on the afternoon of May the 18th. So they've panicked. They're trying to figure out what to do. They're trying to figure out how to get this body out of there. She's standing on the patio trying to figure out how they can move the body. Someone walks past. She goes, "Oh, would you mind telling me what time it is?" Trying to make it look innocuous.
The audience is saying 4:16.
4:16?
That's what they're saying.
Perfect. 4:16.
Okay.
So I misremembered by 10 minutes.
That's okay. 5 minutes.
That's my wife saying, "Saul, get your shit straight." So she asks what time it is, right? This is an anonymous tip. She gets the coast clear. They take the body out. They light the diffuser because there's a smell. Because not everybody fills their shorts when they die, but maybe he did. They leave the patio door open so it airs out. They make it out. They get rid of the body in the dump or wherever it is.
Interesting.
So now you have all of the there's 3 different pieces of evidence, 4 technically, with Sadie saying that the crime scene didn't look the way it did the day before. That's what she said on the stand, which might have been just her meaning that it was the day before the 17th. On the 16th when she was last there, maybe that was just her misstating something, a slip of the tongue. That's possible. But she did say the day before when she testified on the stand, which could imply the 18th. She claimed that she knew that he was a missing person on the 18th. Her testimony stated that she knew that he was a missing person on the 18th. And then she sort of backed those words up and said, well, I just had a gut feeling because he wasn't answering the phone after 12 hours.
Right.
Why do you think he's a missing person after 12 hours? Why is your paranoia so high that this is where you're at, that you think that something had gone horribly wrong after 12 hours of not hearing from this man? That is suspicious.
Right.
Because the day before she had expressed to him that she had stronger feelings, that she wanted to take it to the next level. And for all she would know is that he ghosted her because he gave her what is in text message a fist bump. He hearted the message. He didn't, give her any reciprocity.
Right.
He like liked the message and moved on. Cool story, bro. And then he
Yeah.
invites another girl over that night.
Wow.
So we have a bunch of situations that are testified to and presented to. We have multiple people who have changed their testimony to fit Michael Gravely's story,
Narrative. Yeah.
his narrative. After
Yeah.
they meet with him, after they have conversations with him, it's a problem that this DA has made himself a witness in this case by meeting with Nerita Macias, going to the apartment building with her personally, and then changing her testimony based on what he saw. He's inserted himself as a witness and then refused to recuse himself from the case. It is completely unethical. And then the judge refuses to remove him from the case, knowing that the prosecutor made himself a witness.
And we didn't even get to this part. We didn't even get to this part of because that could be a reversible error. Wow.
It's massive.
Yeah.
And not just for Nerita Macias, they also met with the jailhouse snitch with no body cameras, no footage.
Oh yeah,
nothing.
we didn't get to the jailhouse snitch thing, which was the most ludicrous thing in the world. So to be fair and to the eyes of the jury, assuming you want to try and so we can flesh out for anyone else, for anyone who did not get to see the trial. From what I understand, a jailhouse snitch is someone that your brother didn't talk to anyone the entire time he was in prison.
Yeah, he's maintained his innocence for 3 years, and after about 2 years, he decides that he's going to unload to this one man because he had talked in his sleep this one time. That was
supposedly talked in his sleep, and that he was screaming in his sleep or something like that, and that when he woke up, his cellmate said, that he was admitting that he did it in his sleep, and he's like, he said, I looked in his eyes and I said, "Tell me the truth, you did it?" And he said, and that Zachariah admitted that he killed him. Like that's exactly, because I can tell you right now, the number of times in a prison that any prisoner said to a virtual stranger cellmate that they're looking in the eyes, in the eyes,
is this, a Lifetime show?
It's like a romantic moment. It's like
so ridiculous.
It's like that scene where it's like, let me tell you something. It means you're gay. Like that meme of like
yeah.
that thing. Like that's how I'm picturing like this moment, the way it's being described. Let me tell you.
yeah. So he goes, yeah, you said it in your sleep, and then Zach got down from his bunk, and he said, oh, did I really say it? He said, yeah, you said it. And he said, look me in the eyes. Tell me that you did it. And then he looked me in the eyes and he said, yeah, I did it. Right? like what? It's a poorly written drama. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. It's so bad.
It's completely outlandish. It holds no water. But the reality is that the second jailhouse snitch, the second guy that they brought in, was offered the same deal, but he refused it. This is a thing that was important that I think that the jury missed, is that this prosecutor was willing to troll the jail for anyone that was willing, anyone that had spent time with my brother, to come up with anything that they could bring to court, because they had such a non-existent case. This was part of his strategy. On top of that, mixing up the jury with how he asked about the DNA evidence. He specifically asked about the DNA evidence found on my brother's clothes, then jumped to the DNA evidence on the front door of Gutierrez's home, and then jumped to another location, trying to get the jury to misremember the facts, trying to place some of my brother's DNA on the crime scene, which was never there. Moreover, exculpatory evidence was presented during the case. They presented that there were two alleles that had a 0% match to my brother and a 0% match to Gutierrez found on Gutierrez's phone. They had found two alleles that did not match my brother. This is exculpatory.
Yes.
Someone that was there, that committed the crime, put it in the freezer. It is DNA evidence that did not match my brother. They should never, ever have come to a guilty verdict. Ever.
Honestly, with what we're seeing here, this whole thing never should have gone to trial. This is terrible. This is such an injustice. There's so little evidence here. Okay, so let me just jump to it. Seems to say the defense needs to prove the client's not guilty, which is why Kyle was found not guilty and Zach was found guilty. The state can violate rights with no consequences. Shame on the DA and the judge. Unfortunately, that does seem to be the state of our judicial system. Because did you get to watch the Kyle Rittenhouse trial?
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw.
What I'm saying is, if not for the fact that there was so much evidence exonerating him, it's hard to imagine he ever would have been found not guilty.
Right.
You know, and I was actually I was saying on other streams that, like, it seems as if, like, you know, because a lot of people who are rooting for Kyle to be properly exonerated.
Oh shit! I'm in the show.
Ultimately, was that people who watch the trial tend to think of Judge Schrader as being someone.
I can't see me. I'm in the corner.
Some
Fix
great
me.
Of trial judge, and yeah, I had a different issue of him walking out of the Rittenhouse trial before this. That I was like, yeah, the point to a good judge is supposed to be a gatekeeper to keep out information that could wrongfully lead a jury to conclude to reach their conclusion. And there was a lot of evidence in the Rittenhouse trial which got in there, which never should have come in my opinion. I was like, this is terrible.
Shit, I'm on that. No worries, Wendy. Please come back tomorrow. I'm setting it up now. Everyone,
Bye, Wendy.
we've got the Gilf in the house. We've got Lady Lawyer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
perfectly.
Okay.
Perfectly. So just so everyone knows, this is Lady Law. Lady Law with some numbers behind it on Twitter. And
The important numbers. The important
That's it.
numbers, Dylan.
It's
579.
important numbers. 579.
579.
What we'll do is, have you seen this Zachariah Anderson stuff?
I watched it on Joe's channel a while back. I don't know what part you're in right now, but I have listened to it.
Yeah, we're just a little bit left, but half an hour left. Then we'll have a chat afterwards, if that's all right. We can practice all your stuff there.
Oh, let's have chats.
Let's have chats. Right, here we go.
I mean, the out of focus pictures blown up with pixels inserted, and it's like, and the DA's inserting these pixels, and when they're sharing the picture with the defense, they give them a different copy of the picture than what they end up using before the jury. I mean, and it's like, and drawing all these ridiculous conclusions from one still moment that this is like, oh, obviously that Rosenbaum saw this, and, you know, in that one frame of a half frozen, and that's why he reacted the way. It's like the most ridiculous theories in the world, and changing of stories as to what it is that different people were thinking from the start to the finish, which lets you know that they're not happy with the way the case is going. So many different things that were just happening in the Rittenhouse trial that I was just like, how is the judge letting all this stuff in? I mean, when Binger was up there basically doing the same thing as Gravely, which apparently this is like endemic in the Kenosha County DA office, of like, let's trample all over people's Fifth Amendment rights and imply to a jury that there's something wrong with a witness who doesn't want to just come spilling his guts to the police, in complete violation of the Fifth Amendment, and they basically decide to keep throwing that in front of the jury and as much as possible. It's astonishing. And Schrader basically, you know, he might scream about it, but nothing happens. I mean, nothing happens. Yep. So what if you're going to keep conducting yourself that way, you're encouraging the DA to continually just keep doing the same thing and push that envelope, so they can get as many scalps as possible, irrespective of whether or not they've actually earned them, or there's enough evidence there to support a claim of to support a conviction of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yep, that's exactly what he did in this case. You know, he let Gravely continue to violate the law, continue to push up against the, you know, violating my brother's rights repeatedly during the trial. He did nothing about it. There was a moment where you know, Gravely is busted mouthing simultaneously the die testimony at the same time with the witness. He's mouthing along with them.
Yeah. Which is like, it's like he's like putting the words in his mouth as he's testifying.
Yeah.
That was the jailhouse snitch, that when he was talking about what happened, you hear the witness testifying, and on the camera you see Gravely, the DA, you know, mouthing along with him. He's like, so, and what did you hear him say in his sleep? And as the guy is saying it, you see Gravely going like it's like this. It's like a play. It's a play.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and I mean, to the point where Schroeder takes the USB that was presented to him with that evidence on it by the defense, and he says, "I'm keeping this," and then sits back and goes, "What's next?"
Mm-hmm.
Does nothing about it. He just pockets it, moves on like it never happened. It was an absolute opportunity for him to do something about it. There was no reprimand. There was no consequence. Nothing happened. He denied in pretrial hearings, he denied a Denny motion that fulfilled all three requirements for it to be a Denny motion. He still denied it. He let.
Now you have to explain what a Denny motion is.
So a Denny motion is a motion in the state of Wisconsin where you point the finger at another perpetrator that had the motive, the opportunity, and the means to commit the crime. So if you can outline all three of those with facts, if you have evidence that outlines all three of them, you can present it to the court, and you can motion for the court to consider it as something to include in your defense. It's getting
the jury, so the jury can say we don't have to be honest now because for all we know, it wasn't the defendant, it was this other.
It was this guy over here, and you don't have to prove that it was this other guy. You just have to provide that this other person had all three things required that they should have been looked at and could be a guilty party.
I was talking with Michigan Law Show about this whole thing. He was, because I don't do criminal defense, that's not my area of expertise. But he was like, he was saying he never heard of such a thing as far as it being a Denny motion. I think it was he who I was talking to. It might have been someone else, but that he never heard of that there's no such thing in Michigan, and that it's a weird thing that you have to meet that hurdle instead of just being able to throw it in front of the jury and like just say, hey, look, consider these factors as to why it is that they have every reason to think that it's X instead of being the defendant.
Yep. So during that hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Gravely describes the person, Michael Campbell, as a hero. Michael Campbell is one of the people that drives to my brother's house to confront and threaten him on the night of the 19th of May.
Mm-hmm.
So after Michael Campbell is told to not interfere with the police investigation, he posts on Facebook, contact the Kenosha PD in regard to Rosario Gutierrez being missing. Call them or call me. Here's my cell phone number. He posts that on the internet. Then he drives up to my brother's home with his friend Brandon, and they approach my brother. Brandon has a pistol that I believe was in the vehicle that was lied about on the stand. So they drive up there and they confront my brother, assuming that he's not a dangerous man himself, that they're going to show up the two of them and rough him up and find out what happened, something along those lines.
Right.
So then Michael Campbell is the topic of this Denny motion because of a bunch of other things that I can't get into.
Mm-hmm.
But Michael Gravely describes Mike Campbell as a hero for interfering with a police investigation, which, to my understanding, is a crime.
Yeah.
So he commits a crime. He interferes with the police investigation.
I don't know if it's a crime in Wisconsin. I'm not familiar, but it's to me it sounds criminal.
And describes him as a hero, that he put his health and safety at risk to confront this monster of a man.
Unbelievable.
This is his hot take on a guy interfering with a police investigation. How does the judge look at this and go, you know what, Gravely, you're correct. I'm going to deny this motion.
Unbelievable. Sherry Lawless says, I'm late, so apologies are addressed. In many states, the primary home and vehicle are 100% protected from wrongful death lawsuits. Also, the home can be sold to a family MBR in exchange for an IOU, so no money exchanged. So wrongful death obviously would be a civil suit that would be filed in theory against Zach by the estate of Rosario Gutierrez. Is there a pending lawsuit against him for wrongful death?
Not yet. I'm sure there will be. There's no death certificate yet. So they technically Gutierrez is still missing.
Right.
They have no body. They have no death certificate. It's a tragedy for his family that the police did such a poor investigation. Had they actually searched the landfill that they actually had police standing by at. So the landfill where they took the dumpster from the Wood Creek Apartments it goes to a landfill in Illinois where it's dumped. The police went to this landfill and they had sequestered a section of it to search it for any evidence or Rosalio's body.
Okay.
They let it go as soon as they heard that there was carpet missing out in the back of my brother's van. They didn't even bother searching. So they let that go. They didn't bother testing the shoe rack that was leaned up against the wall next to Rosalio's apartment door that had blood splatter or spray behind it. They didn't bother testing any of there's 2 tables that worked as coffee tables that used to be sitting on the rug that was missing. They were moved over to the end of the couch by the blinds, by the patio door. There's blood spray behind those doors, or behind those tables on the blinds by the door. There's so many things that they just didn't bother investigating. They didn't bother checking the handle of the freezer. None of that was done by this police agency, or all 15 of them. They didn't bother testing any of it. Not even the light switches. They didn't care to testing the light, to swapping the light switches when the lights were off, when they alleged that this crime was committed at night. So there's all these things that occurred that they just didn't bother testing. And to my knowledge, they didn't even bother swabbing underneath my brother's fingernails when they arrested him. I don't understand what went on with this police force.
I'll tell you what it was. You ever see the movie Usual Suspects?
Yes, of course I have.
Okay, so there's a line in that movie that Kevin Spacey says, which is, if the police think you did it 9 times out of 10, they're going to find that they think that 9 times out of 10 you're going to find whoever the police think did it 9 times out of 10 they're going to find that they're right. So, and I think that's what happened here.
Yep.
They start this investigation with a phone call from the girlfriend of the victim pointing the finger at her ex. And they basically decided, okay, now it's a matter of just proving that he did it, but we know he did it. And there's no real investigation to figure out who his murderer was.
Right.
It was a matter of, we think we know he did it. Now the job is on us to prove it. So
yep.
That's what we saw here.
And that's what I've been saying the whole time, is that they just put the blinders on. They had tunnel vision the whole time. They didn't bother looking into anything else. They didn't care to consider any other possibility. Narita Macias was supposedly at the apartment complex the night that he was murdered. They didn't even bother downloading her phone information to double check and make sure that she was in the right location. None of that happened. None of it. When Sadie had texted her best friend Rebecca Jekyll that it would happen in the next week, and she wouldn't know when, how, or where, and that occurred a week before Rosario, less than a week before Rosario went missing.
She texted her friend saying she thought that her boyfriend, her new friend, is going to get killed.
No, her friend texted her. So Sadie's friend Rebecca texted Sadie that said, it's going to happen in the next week. You won't know when, you won't know how, and you won't know where or who. And so she has this text message that
and yet she doesn't go to the police before anything happens, or report him for being a stalker, or report him for being a stalker. Or it's just unbelievable.
They didn't bother looking, and so this was brought up in court, this question, and Rebecca's response is, well, I was being cryptic, and gave no response as to what it meant. Nothing.
Let me get to some super chats. I got to get you on out of here. I'm stuck on the van carpet. Never heard an explanation. Do you have? I mean, your theory. Do you have any theories on that? Not. I don't want you to tell. If your brother talked to you about this again, I don't want to. I don't want to say anything. I'm trying to dance, so I certainly don't want to say anything that might affect your brother in one way or another. But if you want to respond to that, you can. If not, we can just move on to the next thing.
To my understanding, the carpet was cut out because something was spilled in the back of the van that had an obnoxious odor. It was fuel oil. So there was mixed gas that was spilled in the back of the van. That was my understanding. So he cut it out so he wasn't driving around with the smell of gasoline, filling his vehicle, because it had saturated the carpet in the back.
Okay. This phone story doesn't make sense unless he had 2 phones. Also, he could watch his camera and activity on his computer in her home from his smartphone. Do you have any?
They presented that he had multiple phones during the case. He had a couple of Motorola G6s that he owned, and then his primary phone number operated off of his flip phone. That was the number that I always had programmed in my phone, that I had always had. That's why the smartphone was described as the burner phone. The flip phone has no GPS capabilities.
Okay. What happened to guy who posted on Kenosha PD Facebook? He knew who did it. I think his name was Nick.
Yep.
So sorry, brother, is a fall guy. Sadie is sus.
To my understanding, Nick Mercier is the one that posted that he knew who did it. He posted that on the Kenosha Facebook or Kenosha Police Facebook page, and then redacted it very quickly after that. So he had a post where he said that he knew who did it. I believe he finger pointed somebody. He named them and then very quickly redacted it. And then the police never followed up because it was an anonymous tip. So an anonymous tip came in and they said, well, it was anonymous, so why would we follow up? Even though Nick Mercier was arrested repeatedly, was in the police system, was actually at Kenosha Detention Center during the investigation of this trial or investigation of this case. They could have questioned him at any time. They could have tried to offer him a plea deal, anything. The police didn't bother. They didn't care. They knew that they had the guy in custody. They couldn't give a shit.
Good Logic. When streaming a trial, how much do you pay attention to the case while also reading chat? Do you recall what is said to make a ruling? Short, it was called watching a YouTube stream at the trial. #free Zachariah Anderson. So you're asking a good question. I can't explain why. And this is something that Solomon mentioned. He's saying that Zachariah, that Judge Schrader was caught watching the trial during the trial. Do you have anything you want to weigh in with on that?
Yeah, it was recorded. It came over the microphone. There was a feedback loop, and I don't know if you could find it on Recovery Addict Stream, because it was Recovery Addict that he was streaming. I did an interview with Recovery Addict this morning, and we talked about the case. But
how did Recovery Addict watch when it happened? How did they react?
He was stunned. He was baffled. So if you go back, you can find some of the clips online. I think some other people had clipped it, but he was kind of stunned. And then I think a day or two later, he had the stream up, and someone had commented, or he had said, if you're watching this right now, scratch your nose. And then very awkwardly, you can see on camera, Judge Schroeder scratches his nose and then goes back to sitting still. Now, I don't have proof that he scratched his nose specifically because of that stream, but it was coincidentally
my nose.
right when they had asked him to scratch his nose. So in this case, this is totally unprecedented. There's no other case, to my knowledge, where the judge is on the bench paying attention to a live stream of his own case
live trial.
Yeah,
live stream while watching a live trial.
While watching the live trial.
It's really bizarre. It's really
totally
bizarre.
Dylan,
why is he so obsessed with his
Pause
own
it for a second.
notoriety in his last case that he?
Did you watch that clip?
Yeah.
Where the judge was scratching his nose? Okay.
Yeah. But is it genuine? Do you know, was that genuine?
Well, it sounded like somebody was playing the audio in court. So I think it might have been, but I don't know. I'm skeptical, but
I'm skeptical as well.
You know.
I don't. But it's a good story, though.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, exactly. Oh my God! Right, the next 14 is Shelley, but Shelley said to give it to Amy, so Amy's won money.
Congratulations, Amy.
Yes, Amy and Kayla Ollie. Let's figure out after the stream. It's all good.
Where's
He got
Kayla?
so much press attention off of the Rittenhouse case that he was interested in seeing what the comments were going to be saying about his execution of the law in my brother's case too. I'm just stunned.
Yeah. This case would have been about as strong had they accused a random neighbor, raided their house, and made random possessions into evidence. It's sadly true.
Yep.
The evidence is absurd. Brat stop quality. I don't know what Brat stop is, but
I don't know what Brat stop is.
Saul, Joe needs to hear about Diffusergate. We covered this.
Yeah, I talked about the diffuser still running, which still implies that somebody was there on the 18th.
Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't make sense how there would be enough put into a diffuser that it can go at full volume for 40 hours. That sounds to me to be crazy. Angry Yeti says, I have a friend that was legally coerced into pleading guilty to a crime he didn't commit off no more evidence than an accusation. Sadly, that's the state of affairs we're dealing with. Joe, thank you for having Saul on. Ask him about face group and fundraisers. Zach is innocent, deserves justice. So I think we covered. If there's a face group that you want me to share, Facebook group that you want me to share, I can do that and share that as well.
We have a Facebook group as well. Here, I can pull that up for you. Give me a second.
I'll add that to the description down below. So any of you who are interested in following that, by all means. Talk about how they came up with the time of death based on Rosalio not answering texts and how bogus that is. Do you want to address, if you can finish what you're doing, and then if you want to address that.
Sure, I'll just get it there.
We'll come back. I'll come back to that if you want.
It was Zach not answering. I think that they just typed that incorrectly.
Oh, really? About Zach not answering texts?
Yeah. So they said that the time of death was outlined based on my brother taking a nap. So my brother, the kids on that Sunday the 17th, he's got twin boys. They play hard. They always play hard. Trust me, I know the boys play hard. Okay. They go full throttle all the time. They're twin boys and they compete and they treat you like a jungle gym. They're little wild animals and I love them with all of my heart. And he plays hard with them every single time he's with them. So I wasn't shocked that he took a nap after Sadie picked up the kids. Not shocked at all. It made perfect sense. He would take a nap. Absolutely. He overslept and he woke up and texted and called Christine at 11:19 p.m. What the state asserted was that because he had a break in cell phone activity that was roughly 4 hours, that gave him the time to leave his cell phones at home because he had already memorized the route, drive to Kenosha, wait, and then blitz Rosalio at the door, commit the murder at about 10 p.m. So this is what the state has asserted is that Rosalio was killed at around 10 p.m. Right at about 10 p.m. My brother wrapped up Rosalio's body after brutally murdering him with a blunt force object and then taking a knife out and finishing the job, right? Like he's playing a video game or that he's a Swiss Army knife, right?
Right.
And then he takes the body, puts it in the rug, wraps it up cleanly, totally encapsulates it, like a cigarette, right?
Right.
Like think about it,
like a
tube.
blunt. Yeah.
Yeah, like a blunt, and then shoulders this body, gets it. This is after he's robbed him, of course. So he's taken all the money out.
Mhm.
Shoulders the body, gets it out to the van, puts it in the van, gets the phone in the freezer, cleans up the rest of his evidence that he's left in the crime scene, grabs all the pieces of the bat or whatever it is that he used to beat Rosario. Then he locks up the house and he turns the lights off and he leaves, and he does all of that in roughly 10 minutes.
Wow.
So this is what they presented, is that at about 10 p.m. he commits the act. By about 10:10, the phone's in the freezer and he's on his way out the door. This is how efficient of a murderer he is in the state's eyes. This is insanity. And then somehow, even though the drive is 1 hour and 9 minutes, okay? Even though the drive is 1 hour and 9 minutes for him, or 1 hour and 7 minutes, to get from Rosalio's door all the way to his home in Mequon, to get his phone again, to then respond and call to his girlfriend, Christine, even though that drive is just enough time, down to the second, to be able to get there and respond to his girlfriend, he somehow managed to avoid all the traffic cameras. Because the drive time, as they cited, is along the freeway system through Milwaukee, through downtown Milwaukee, where there are traffic cams on the interchanges and on the major thoroughfares. That is avoiding all the gas stations, all the doorbells, all the schools, everything. They found no video evidence of him being outside of his home on the night of the 17th. None. And somehow they presumed, or they presented, that this timeline makes sense in their mind.
Wow.
That this is how this crime was committed. That he then teleported from Kenosha to Mequon, avoiding all these traffic cams. Because if he did drive to avoid all these traffic cams, he would have added a half hour, an hour to his drive time. There's no way, physically impossible.
Which he managed to do that. He managed to avoid all those cams without having his phones on him.
Yep. Physically impossible.
Wow. I'm first hearing this now, but that's actually that's powerfully that's powerful evidence for his exoneration, because it doesn't. I don't even understand how he could have done this. This is just astonishing.
Neither do I. And that's why in his statement to the judge, he said, "Judge, I don't know how to explain this, or I don't know how to defend this. I'm innocent, not guilty. I'm innocent." That's why those words are so powerful, because it was kangaroo courted into a guilty verdict. This is a mockery, a parody of justice. This is not how our justice system is supposed to work.
Wow.
This is if you were in Bizarro world and tried someone for murder. This doesn't make sense.
This is so wrong. This is so wrong. This is so messed up. Wow. Unbelievable. I never heard the whole timeline thing here, that's how the police. Yeah, I didn't know he lived that far away from Rosario.
Yeah.
That's astonishing.
Like Rosario lives down like a few miles from the Illinois border. My brother lives like an hour away from there. It doesn't make sense. There's no part of this that makes sense.
The directed verdict if a jury came back with this conviction, like overturning the jury's finding.
They requested it. Schroeder denied it.
They always do. They always request, and the judge is never going to give it. I'll never grant it.
Yeah, but Schroeder was absolutely adamant that he wanted this to be a jury decision. He knew what game they were playing. He and Gravely knew what game they were playing on that jury, and he was willing to go along with it.
If not answering text from booty call means you were murdered, I've been murdered like 5 times already. Prosecutors need jail time for wrongful convictions. I agree with that, especially when they're keeping out exculpatory evidence like that. Selena still says, was there any evidence Zach was ever at RG's?
No, they tried to present that he was, based on a hearsay testimony by Sadie of Zach texting her their exact words in exchange when she was at Rosalio's house one night, but there was no one ever there to verify it. They said that he tested, or that the cell phone towers registered him in Kenosha, but that never places him at Rosalio's home.
Right.
That places him in that, maybe he drove past. That doesn't place him there.
Right.
So those are very different.
I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he drove past his home at some point. It's like, this is like a guy who now is starting that to me doesn't mean anything. I mean, it literally doesn't mean anything. If you're hung up on a woman and she's now dating someone, you sort of want to scope out what the competition has. That doesn't mean you're stalking. It doesn't mean that you're doing anything illegal. To me, if he did drive past the home there out of curiosity as to does this guy have a lot of money? Is it like a wealthy place? Is it like some mansion he's living in or whatever? That, to me, that's not anything.
I have thoughts on this.
That's just got.
So I don't know how many people have ever gone through a divorce and custody battle, but it's not unusual. I know that they talked a little bit, I don't know how long ago, or maybe it's upcoming, about him having a file on his computer full of information about Rosalio. In divorce cases with custody, that's pretty common for your attorney to tell you to collect information. And that means who their friends are, who they associate with, all of those things. So the prosecution making a big deal out of that was kind of mind-blowing to me during court.
Yeah. Because it's not. Is that normal then, or is it not?
In family divorce cases, that's
Yeah.
fairly normal. So I gave that less credence as far as that making him guilty of stalking. I mean, I guess maybe it could be interpreted that way, but for me, it was. I've been through a divorce. It was messy. If you checked my computer today, you would probably find files from 2006. So, I mean, if that makes you a stalker, whatever. But when you're going through a custody dispute, your kids are the most important thing, and you want to keep them safe. So I don't think that's. I think the defense should have kind of hammered that home a little bit more, but that's just kind of my view on that.
And it's also your experience through it as well. So
Yes.
because it was interesting, Solomon was saying earlier on how Sadie made Zachariah beg for his phone, I believe, by saying that he was stalking her and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like Solomon said, he just went, "Yeah, I'm stalking you," but like,
Yeah,
he's not. But
it's like, I'm tired of dealing with your shit.
Yeah,
Give me my phone. I'll say whatever you want me to. Yeah.
yeah, that exactly that. So that's good input. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this, right? This pisses me off, right?
What are we looking at?
Mad World, right, is like, oh,
Oh.
yeah, so true, Lady Law, so true, Lady Law. She never does that to me.
That's because you don't say anything that's true, Dylan.
Oh, fucking hell. This is my fucking stream. Everyone should be like, oh, you're a legend, you're a legend.
Shots fired.
Fucking hell. Right, let's finish this off and then we'll have a proper
All right.
chat then.
Guys being guys without even
Wait.
being, I wouldn't even call that creepy. I mean,
I want to have an improper chat.
Improper chat?
Yeah. Not a proper chat. Let's have an improper chat.
Oh, yeah.
That's way more
Yeah.
fun. Okay.
Yeah, no, I meant like not with a video on type of thing. So we'll chat about this case and then talk shit.
Sounds great.
because it's someone he had a relationship with for like 13 years and now is finding someone new. The curiosity sort of, factor. I wouldn't.
And for the record, driving past this guy's home doesn't make him a murderer. That's a huge
obviously
judgment.
Obviously. Does the victim's family believe your brother is guilty? Or do they think they just want someone to or do you think they just want someone to blame?
I think they just wanted someone to blame. I think the DA tried to sell it to everybody that he was guilty, which is why they spun so many lies. I think they knew the millions, the literal millions of dollars that they spent to try and convict my brother was all wasted. They knew that they didn't have a case, and they needed to try and get a win. Especially after Rittenhouse, they were trying to get a win.
Yeah, because this is the biggest case they had since Rittenhouse. So
that's right. Yeah.
I'm not sure you can get to beyond a reasonable doubt when the DA himself says maybe this happened, maybe that happened about 6 times in closing. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Way more than 6. I think that in 30 minutes time, he was in multiple forms. It wasn't all just maybe, but he had said that you have to take my word for it, or he had asked the jury to believe what he was saying, as opposed to just presenting evidence. And Jen had the count last time I saw. She was the one that was counting it. But in the first 30 minutes that she was listening to his closing statements, it was well over 20 different occasions that he had used a maybe argument or a believe me, trust me argument that came up in his closing argument that had nothing to do with the evidence that was presented. It was disgusting.
The phone in the freezer, we covered that. Ani ohevata, that's Hebrew for, well, ohev means, it either can mean I like you or I love you. And I don't know if he's talking to me or to you, but in Hebrew, ohev can mean either. But
I think it's probably this, right? That he's spelling out.
Oh, good one. Well done. Marcel says, came in late, very interesting in the case, and sorry, where can I get more info? So you can go to Facebook, which I attached down below. I'm sure they can get more info about the case there, right? Because when I tried doing research online, I ended up getting the story that the state has been selling, including all sorts of fictional information. So I would recommend you check out the Facebook page in the link that's attached already in the link below. Don't forget that one of Zachariah's clients said the carpet was gone before the murder. Oh,
That's right.
wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
Susan Brown Williamson had testified that the carpet was already gone.
Okay. So I got that. Joe, all the law tubers have convinced me appeals are pointless. In your opinion, what appeal points does Zach have? So I think we tried covering this. And yes, I do think, Branca is correct, and not to dishearten you because sometimes appeals win. They do sometimes win, and it sounds like you have a lot of strong bases here. But the failure of Gravely to recuse himself here when he could have been an important witness, that's a big deal. The Denny's thing, where there's the inability for them to point the finger at someone who perhaps really should have had the finger pointed at them, that to me is a significant basis for appeal. The statements that were allowed by his daughter with respect to the marijuana growing operation, with respect to the being threatened with a gun.
Other acts evidence. Yeah.
That testimony that came in there, which was emotionally charged and completely irrelevant to any of the crimes that he was accused of committing, was incredibly prejudicial. And then the closing arguments there. I mean, there's a lot here of really the closing arguments pushing that, implying that his failure to testify should somehow be held against him by the jury. There's a lot of basis here. So while normally I would say your chances of winning on appeal are 2%, 3%, I think that your situation here is far stronger than you would normally have. And especially when we look in the context of all his evidence to exonerate him, I really hope that you are successful. I don't want to put a number on it, and at the end of the day, numbers are meaningless, because if I said he has a 60% chance of winning this appeal, let's face it, what does that mean when you're looking at one case? Because
right.
It'll work or it won't work. So then, what does a 60% chance mean? I could say a 10%, and oh wow, the 10% came through. Or I could say 90%. It's like, oh, the 90% didn't come through. The 10% back. It's like whatever number I give is kind of ridiculous. But I will tell you that he does have significantly stronger basis for appeal than most defendants have, because this was just awful miscarriage in my personal opinion. I also want to clarify that, obviously, before, in case anyone came in the middle and heard me talking about Sadie as being, and took from that I was saying Sadie did it, or that Sadie was involved. My point to that about that, I want to be 100% crystal clear, is A, I was expressing opinion, definitely not a statement of fact, and B, there's so little physical evidence that whatever ties you can attach to Zach could equally well be attached to Sadie as far as the motive, opportunity. In fact, she likely had far more opportunity than he did based on the timeline you presented there. But frankly, your theory on it sounds much stronger than anything I've heard from anyone. In fact, I probably plan on clipping that out and sharing that, because I thought that was a really interesting breakdown as to your theory as to what happened here.
It makes the most sense with what was found.
Right.
It incorporates all the evidence, all the testimony that was made by the neighbors at the time, during that time frame when they canvassed the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. All of those statements of fact, all of those statements that the witnesses made, all corroborated with this timeline that this is what really occurred. So right. it doesn't lean into the story, the tale that the state had told.
Right. All right. Let's just wrap up here. To be frank, he's not efficient. To be fair, he's not efficient as Murdoch. Well, don't get me started on Murdoch. Joe said it best on Vice's best out would be to point at the door and say, Rosalia is about to walk in. And if the jury looks, that's reasonable doubt. I did say that. Yeah. We've actually recently learned that he's still alive. And in fact, he's about to walk through the door right now. And if they look, it's like, why are you looking? You're obviously not sure he's dead even. Why do you think he murdered him? He'd be on reasonable doubt. So anyway, I think that's a good closing note here. I want to thank you so much for joining me and sharing such a unique perspective. I'm going to wrap up with one final question here. How do you deal with this emotionally? I hear the passion in your voice, and I can well understand the passion. But how do you deal with this, and how is Zach holding up in this terrible situation that he's in?
Truth be told, he was a lot worse for wear before there was this. Before there were people out here that saw the injustice that was occurring in the system against him. Because this is not something that happened just this year during the trial. For our family, this has been our family member getting railroaded and this manipulation by the DA, the news articles that have been released, the missing persons posts that specifically outlined lies, straight out lies that incorporated my brother's Christmas tree farm, that did all these things, right, damaging to my family. It has been 3 years long, just over 3 years long, from when the first news article was released. So for us, we've been sitting on our hands with our mouths shut because we didn't want to talk about this, because his lawyers told us not to talk about this in the public sphere until trial. And now that we have a trial that was publicized, everybody got to see information that was presented. They got to see what the court was doing and how awfully they presented this case, how poor of a case they had, how bad the police had actually investigated this. And the reality is that in this situation, our family has just had to grit and bear the entire time. It's estranged from my brother's children. My dad has been able to see them semi-regularly, but as far as the rest of us, we've seen them once a year, and only around Christmas. Outside of that, we were petrified to even reach out, because if we were to reach out and Sadie were to report it to the police that we were reaching out on my brother's behalf, even if we didn't,
Who prejudice him?
it's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
So our hands are tied, and we couldn't even maintain a relationship with his children. It is so damaging, especially to my niece in this situation. This whole thing has been hell on earth for his family, very specifically, and the rest of us being dragged in through this, all the way through this whole situation. It was unjust from go. I don't know how exactly. As far as I understood, they chose to interpret the stalking law to be able to arrest him on it in the first place. So they chose to be able to stretch the line of the law in their own interpretation to write the first warrant. And I don't even know that had validity. I'm not an expert. I don't know the letter of the law and the execution of a warrant and how that relates to the law as written. That's not in my wheelhouse. But this has been an awful, awful ride for us all. Zach has been alienated for 2 years. He couldn't speak to Josh or me. It was 23 months after his arrest that they had a gag order on us until after the first mistrial. This has been awful. He was alienated from the people that he was closest to, specifically to try and break him psychologically and emotionally. That's how they treated him. This is an innocent man that they treated, an accused innocent man that they treated this way. So for him, it's been terrible the entire time. He lost about 40 or 50 pounds while he was waiting for trial. That's why he looked so thin when he was brought in. That's why his suit was loose, because he had dropped down to like 170 pounds.
Well,
And I mean, that included not seeking medical attention, that the actual jail violated the law in taking away his privileges, not holding court hearings, by putting him in the hole for more than 10 days and never ever having a physician evaluate him. That is all a direct violation of the law in the Wisconsin statute. So the jail violated his rights. The jail violated the law in his incarceration, and he didn't even see trial yet. This is a huge problem. So for him, having all of you out here, all of you that are writing him, messaging him, all the support that we have, people that are reaching out and believing in him, and understanding that he got a raw deal in this case, it means the world to him, and we are humbled by your support. It means a lot to our entire family. Thank you all. I really do appreciate it.
And those of you who are watching, if you want to support, please, to the extent that you can, the link is down below, where you can contribute to his defense, which his bills, I'm sure, are going to continue to mount and mount as he tries to fight this injustice. Which I think anyone watching this, and you spend 15 minutes hearing this story, you can start to understand just the levels of injustice that unfortunately Zachariah and his family have to deal with. And I don't know if you're religious people or not. I don't know if Zachariah is religious, but I will suggest, and if you're not, this may sound hollow, but to the extent that you could, a lot of people find solace in turning to God. And I'm just going to close here by thanking you for coming here and urging prayers for Zach, prayers for his children, and prayers for your entire family, because I'm sure that this stress is something that really feels unbearable in time. And I hope you guys find the strength to fight through this until justice ultimately prevails here.
Joe, can I ask you to extend that courtesy to Rosalio's mother and his family as well?
Of course, because his family certainly is suffering as well, and I hope that they can find peace and ultimately satisfaction in finding out what happened to Rosalio and finding out who's responsible for this entire ugly situation.
It's tragedy.
It really is in every possible respect. I thank you for joining me. Stick around for a second. I just want to talk to you after I wrap up here.
Thanks.
I thank you all for joining us, and justice for Zachariah. Thank you so much. Godspeed.
Beautiful. Right, now we're gonna sort this fucking mess out now, don't I? Right, how do we get both of us? Oh, here we
I
are.
think you have to shout out Joe from Good Logic. Go follow Joe, everybody.
Yeah, his link. I tagged him on Twitter.
Outstanding.
I have tagged him. Everything that I've done it. Give him mention in the description box and everything. But yeah, you know him. Yeah, so I think I've done everything correct on there, but I didn't shout him out here. So you're right.
I'm
So go
proud of
follow
you.
him. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you. So go
welcome.
follow him.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, go
right.
follow me.
Yeah, hang on. We're not fucking there yet, are
No,
we?
no, we grift. This is what we do. You've got to grift, Dylan.
I gotta get him off my screen first, though.
He's not on mine.
No, just mine.
That's all I care
4 3G
about.
from. So tell me, like,
Yeah.
so obviously people here follow us on Twitter, Dylan12D, LadyLaw579. It's literally, if you don't mind a little bit swearing, then follow us. Good follow. Lady Law's good follow, and so am I. So follow us both. Right.
I mean,
When it,
that's kind of how we came to be, right? Like I
yeah,
think either I saw a good take of yours or you saw a good take of mine during the Murdaugh trial.
yeah.
And yeah. And look at
And
us
here we
now.
are.
Yeah.
Here we are. And I have the privilege of, obviously, Lady Law's never done this before. So I have the privilege
Yeah.
of,
He popped my stream cherry, which is,
yes.
I mean,
Somebody
whatever.
had to. Somebody
You're
had to.
you're right. I wasn't going to do it. But I do have a
So,
channel and I haven't named it yet, but it's under, I guess I have. It's under Lady Law 579 on YouTube. I haven't done my Rumble one yet. I'm a slacker.
oh, Rumble's a pain in the ass.
That's what I've heard, but also, I mean, you can say a whole lot more on there than you can on YouTube. But
Yeah, right. So, proper chat. Yeah. Everyone, first of all, everyone, if you do drop out, thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you. I think some people are sticking around because Lady Law is here,
as they
which is good.
should.
It's just good. And my male viewers are going through the roof right now, so it's happy days.
Good.
I mostly have women here. Lefty's going to miss out on this. He is going to
Listen,
be
there
raging.
hasn't been one day that I haven't heard from Lefty. Like, and I noticed today, I was like, my phone hasn't gone off.
Yeah.
I haven't, like, free Lefty. I don't know where he's at, but.
I had a tweet off him today, and that's it. One tweet.
Huh.
Bye, brutally honest. Please come over to tomorrow night as well. We're doing another one at 5:15 Eastern tomorrow. Yeah, I know Crime Spies. She loves Rumble, but my problem with Rumble is there's no engagement. Well, it's a lack of engagement from people, and also like YouTube, you'll find right. You can do 20 videos in a line.
Yeah.
Rumble one. It's frustrating. So.
Well, I think they're working on that, according to Nick Ricada. So okay. I don't know.
I think that will be the place to go. It's frustrating. So you've got to get so many hours on YouTube, which you will get, not an issue. But for someone like me, like if you look like me, you'll be fucked. But you're lucky that you're all right. I'd be struggling to be fair, I said 6 months. I would take me 6 months. In general, it takes about 6 months. I'm going to get there in less than 3 months. So
you're doing the damn thing.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. And I said the other night, I said, some people have got, what do you call it? Got the followers, got everything within like a week, some channels. But I don't want that. I want to grind it out a little bit. Do you know what I mean? So it's worth it in the end. I mean, that's my excuse.
Listen, I also like to grind it out, so it's whatever. What is Crime Spies channel? Is that like?
Yeah, she does like politics and some true crime stuff as well.
That's where the engagement comes from. You get that true crime stuff.
It's for me, I don't see it like she experiences totally different, but she aims it more on there than here. I just think that the engagement on YouTube is by far ahead of Rumble.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because this chat, I don't even look at Rumble chat half the time.
Well, maybe that's the problem, Dylan.
No, I
You're
do. I always check it. I do. I
okay.
do check it.
All right.
But I've also got. Look at this. Look at Lou going. The vast majority of YouTube channels never.
That's true.
See, Lou. Appreciate you, Lou. She's awesome, Lou. So Lou won with the mug with you.
Me and
So
Lou.
you and Lou. Thank you, Lou. Well, I always say, but this is something you could experience, Lady Law. It's people like you, Lou, or wherever. You're only as good as your channel. Do you know what I mean? So they always say you're only as young as the woman you feel. Well, same thing with this channel. You're only as good as your community. So that's what I think anyway. So what am I going to do then once you start it properly? Because you're going to take all my viewers. So what am I going to do?
I mean, I doubt that. I don't
You
have.
will.
I have an accent, but it's not like yours. So,
Yeah,
and
but
and I don't do the guilt shake song.
no, that's true. But when you look at
Well,
the
listen, if they don't
well,
come, if they don't come for my brilliant personality, I don't want them.
well, they'd stay for that. But
I'm
first of
tired.
all,
I'm
they
tired of being used for my face, Dylan.
I love joking about it. Like I always say, so I go Morgan as well. Morgan's beautiful, but it's just a coincidence, right? That the people that have come on my stream, right, have all been, in my opinion, very beautiful women, but also highly intelligent. You know, she's very, very intelligent. You're highly intelligent. I'm looking forward to us doing that stream together, three of us, because I think you're going to be great for Morgan. Because
I haven't watched. I think I've watched just a little bit with Morgan, but I
she's
don't think
very
I've watched
knowledgeable.
enough to know.
She is one of these people, right? That if we're not recording, fucking effing this. Do you know what I mean? As soon as the record comes on, I have to pull it out of
See,
her. Do you know what I mean?
I am what I am. You're gonna get this right here.
Mm.
I don't care if the camera's on or not.
No, and she's the same mind. It's just she's a little bit more shy in the sense of
Yeah,
she's not used to it. Once she sees you, me, she's gonna be.
she'll let it
She
fly.
yeah, and she can be a superstar as well. She's absolutely very opinionated. She didn't give a
I love
shit.
that.
Yeah, and that's what I love about it. So yeah, when are you launching?
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I
leave me for a
mean,
bit.
I do have. Am I too loud? Because I have these earbuds in, so I can't. I feel like I'm yelling.
No, this is what you're gonna experience. I hate it because I always think I'm yelling, and you're probably a little bit loud, but
Okay.
not bad
I
loud.
okay. Well, you guys tell me if I'm hurting your ears.
No, you're not hurting my
Um.
ears.
So I do have a interview lined up.
Cool.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Hope is Alive. It's a program for people that battle addiction, that have had issues. Well, whether they've had legal issues or not. Um, that's kind of what got me into law, was that I have a son who battles addiction. Ran into some legal issues. He couldn't get the help that he needed. I mean, if you have health insurance and an additional $30,000 down payment, you can get a 30-day rehab. But so, just kind of been on that road with him. And he is now living in a Hope is Alive home. He won't do the interview with me. He's not quite ready for that yet. But he has a friend that lives there that wants to come on and tell his story. And so that's one thing I have planned. And then, of course, I'll do the legal commentary as well.
Yeah. No, do you know what? That's really good. Like, obviously, that's something you shared. I didn't even know, so thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
But there's also a guy that I know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I claim that I know this guy. I have no idea who he is. I know who he is, um, but he's online. I've never met him. I follow him. His name is his name is Jersey Jerry, right? And he works
Jersey
for
Jerry.
Barstool. Yeah, works for Barstool Sports.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he's got an addict channel. So he was a drug user for
Mm-hmm.
many years.
I,
And
yep, I know who you're talking about.
oh, you do. So I was going to say, once you get settled, he's always looking. I'm not sure saying he would come on and stuff, but
Listen, I'm gonna hit him up.
Yeah.
Be like, "What's up,
He's
bro?
yeah.
Let's stream."
Yes. So he's a bit busy in the minute. He's moved to Chicago, but he's someone that I actually listened to, and I thought, and now you said that, I'm like, Jesus, what a great fit.
Yeah, Crime Spies. I don't have my Rumble set up, but I will. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dylan.
It's all good. It's your channel now. It's fine. Just go ahead.
Listen, I can be the center of the world and just get the people to gravitate. It's okay. It's fine. We're in this together.
It's all good. Yeah, exactly.
Kim, it is also a topic that is very near and dear to my heart. And that's probably the one thing that would get me emotional. And I don't even have feelings. So that's kind of how important it is to me. But yeah, I think Hope is Alive was actually founded by a man who battled addiction. He's been sober for 10 years. I believe his name, don't let me lie, but I believe it's Lance Lang. And he's trying to get houses started like throughout the United States. And so, I mean, if you've never looked into it, if you have a family member that's battling addiction, like for sure, check them out. They have done wonders in my son's life. So yeah.
That's really
anyway,
nice.
That's my plug.
No, plug away. Lou, if you're still here, thank you, Lou. Lighthouse Psych. Thank you, Lou.
Hi,
UK
Lou.
from the England. Lou, she's amazing as well.
She lives in England.
Yeah, she's been with me from the start, basically. Fantastic. So
MVP.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are great. Kim.
Kim, yeah, she's been pretty cool. I've enjoyed her in the chat.
Yeah, Kim joined us about 3 days ago, and she's not left. So, and we've got people like Amy and all that. I've just had, do you know what? I've not had much luck from Twitter. Most of my subs now are randoms that just find me.
It's because you're going up in the algorithm. So if they type in something, it's pulling you up to the top.
Yeah.
You've been in like my first two spots the past few days, and I'm like, all right, Dylan, I see you.
Good.
Yeah.
It's the gilf. It's the milkshake brings all the gilfs to the yard.
Yeah.
Oh, we're like, yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
What have we got here? Crime Spies, my collaboration is key. Yeah, definitely. It is key with new channels, the trouble I had was I alienated myself so much from most people, as in a lot of people did not like me. So
people suck. Like people just generally suck.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, there were quite a few channels that started at the same time as me.
Is it the chart lady?
Well, she's one, but I mean, whatever, she's one. There's other people as well. They all collaborated together, and to be fair to them, they've flown. Yeah, they've flown it.
Well done.
I've got nothing against that. I'm like, cool. But I'm proud of this because I've basically grinded this on my own. So, that's the difference.
Yeah, you've been killing it.
Well, I'm not sure about killing it, but definitely working if I have to.
Listen,
thanks for that. What?
You just have to set attainable goals, Dylan. Just be like, okay, this month I want to grow by 500 subscribers, and then just get out there and do it.
I'm fine with subscribers. We've been growing very steady, probably about 80 a week. So
that's good.
That's fantastic. And you can see on the screen, I'm 217 hours away from monetary thingy.
That's awesome. So explain to me the watch hours. Like people have to literally watch for 4,000 hours.
Right. So, for instance, I'll give you an example now, right? This stream tonight, I've done it, right? So we've streamed for 3 hours and 19 minutes, right? I've had 135 people in here at different times, and my average view has been 25 hours. So, for instance, right, say the 10 people were here from the start, say 9 o'clock this morning, and then at 7 o'clock we finished, and they did not leave, but no one else came in at all, just those 10 people. That would be 10 hours each. So I would get 100 hours.
Okay.
For that. That's why I always ask people to stay here, because if they're still here, you get the watch hours.
I'm glad you use simple numbers for me because
Yeah. Well, I'll work out. Well, hang on.
people in law don't do math. Just so you know.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I will just do my one here now tonight. So at the minute we've got 102 hours so far. Let's see where we're at now then. So that was 40. So then I got 25, 30 times 135 divided by 60 equals that. So another 17 hours to take off. Oh, we're
Yay.
exactly at 200.
Outstanding. And also,
Sorry.
Crime Spies has our back. They do math.
She's an accountant.
My brother used to be an accountant, and now he streams. Well, okay.
Yeah.
So he's actually a photographer. He does, if you go to southernplainsphotography.com, you can look at his work. Like, who knew that you could go from numbers to photography? But he did it. And he started a channel. Dylan was one of the first ones to hop in there. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
But he chases tornadoes and all that cool stuff. So,
What's his channel name?
You can actually find him on YouTube at Southern Plains Photography.
What's his YouTube channel as well?
I believe so. Let me look. Don't let me lie to you.
No, because give him a plug. It's actually quite good. I don't watch too often, but it's quite relaxing.
So if you know what? Lefty said that too.
Yeah, it's relaxing, yeah.
So it looks like it's under Sean Ramsey - Southern Plains Photography.
Here we are.
See if it's in there.
Hang on, let me just check this one now. Oh shit, my mic's.
But Lefty said that he was like, he's not amped up and revved up like these other storm chasers, and he's got just a really calming voice. He goes, I could almost go to sleep to it, and I was like, I'm not sure if that's what Sean was going for, but
no, it's good though.
I mean, as long as you leave it on play while you fall asleep, it's fine.
Yeah. Right, so I've unsubscribed and I've subscribed. Hang on, I need to do it again. Unsubscribe. Subscribe.
Amy, that's awesome.
Because it just pumps it up a little bit. So I've resubscribed because I did it early on. Jesus, he's done well. When I subscribed,
yeah. Well, okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of credit for this, right? Because my brother and his wife have no clue how the YouTubes work. Yeah. And so I got in there and Lefty got in there and we started, of course, sharing it, like, commenting, all that stuff. And we would interact with everybody that came into the stream. And then, he had several days in a row where he was out chasing. That put him up in the algorithm a little bit. And then it's just spread because we would ask people to get on there and like, share, subscribe, and then they would do it. And so, yeah, he's shot right up. I think he's pretty close to 1,000 and he's only been doing it a few weeks. Yeah. There it is.
839. So guys, here it is, his channel. Sean Ramsey, Southern Plains Photography.
And he doesn't upload his videos for whatever reason, but if you go to the live button, you can see all of his work.
Yeah. Oh shit! I always click on the wrong one. There we are. You can see them. Yeah.
We call that the he put that camera on, facing his face, and I asked him if we could name it like the Only Sean Cam. You have OnlyFans, and now you have Only Sean's.
Yeah. That's good. Also, proof that I have been watching. Look at it. You can see
outstanding.
There. Oh shit! Wrong fucking thing.
He actually caught a tornado. I think it was on the last live stream.
I was gonna say I've never seen him catch a tornado. Close once.
He actually caught one on the last stream. The problem he runs into though is that when you're live streaming on the road and you've got bad weather, the signal will fade in and out. Sometimes it gets booted and he has to restart. But I mean, if you like to chase tornadoes or watch somebody chase tornadoes, and he's just chill. He's way more laid back than I am, I think.
Oh, he is chill. I like it. If I want to relax, I'll just watch it, because even if it's for half an hour, it is. I always find it quite chill. Like, he doesn't catch anything when I've been watching, but it doesn't matter.
He's gotten to where he is interacting more with the chat and stuff. But his main focus, why he started doing this, is he can't take his wife and the youngest daughter storm chasing all the time, and it was a way for them to kind of ride along with him.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he just started doing it, and
here we are.
there it is.
And now,
wait, that's not me?
Is it not
Is it?
you?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. Is it
Who-
Lady Law
What's
579?
old school? Hold on, let me look, guys, because I think mine has my picture. Hold up. Don't let me lie to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
just in case.
5791, I think. Maybe.
579.
Maybe not.
No.
It's got my picture on it. That doesn't have my picture on it.
5791. It's not there, is it?
Yeah, youtube.com / at ladylaw5791.
So,
I mean,
YouTube,
Lefty found me.
right? But
But he's a proper stalker, so.
Yeah. Well, he found you before he even fucking set up the channel.
Yeah.
So youtube.com / Lady Law.
Oh, shit, Dylan, I clicked out of it. Hold on. I'm such a boomer.
Oh, no, it's not that one, is it?
It's got the same picture as. Hold on.
It's all good. Maybe.
What is happening?
So I've got youtube.com / at Lady Law 5791.
Yes.
Problem.
Let me look.
I don't know.
Please hold.
It's all good.
Oh,
Mad was type is awful.
I told Dylan that my keyboard batteries died, and I didn't realize that until I logged in.
Well, do you know what I did yesterday then?
What did you do?
So my mic wasn't working. Well, everyone kept saying, "Oh, your mic is underwater. We can't hear you. We can't." Literally, for the first 5 hours, I was trying to figure everything out. Went for lunch, came back, and my mic wasn't plugged in.
Oh,
So that's why I didn't fucking work. Plugged it in and sound perfect.
Dylan, I'm going to drop this in the private chat. See if it
Cool.
works. Maybe I just haven't actually set it up.
Got you. I'll put it on the other one. Yeah, I got you now. Perfect. And if I put it in here.
There I am. Look who my one subscriber is.
Lefty. No.
Give it a look.
Well, so I'm your second subscriber.
Yay me.
Yeah, no, we can't look at who's the subscribers. We can't look at it. It doesn't show.
Okay, now whoever subscribed to me that was in the chat now needs to go find me again so they can
So this is the one.
subscribe to the right channel.
So oh shit. So why right, let me just find this one now if I can try this one. Yeah, it does work. Shit, what was I doing then? Right, so if you just put
I guess I could drop it in the chat, right?
that's what I'm doing now.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
No worries. They can't click on it, but they can look.
Copy and paste.
If they see how easy it is, it's literally youtube.com / at Lady Law 5791. So that's easy. Let me just double check that link does work. Yeah, so that's all you need to do. Go to YouTube channel and just put.
Yay, Mad World. Thanks,
There.
Steve.
Does it come up? Did mine come up then? Did you see my name come up then?
Where?
As in when I subscribed?
I didn't see your name show up,
Oh, you saw Mad was not mine. Shit.
That's because I saw it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I now
Okay.
have 4 subscribers, so
Yeah. Okay.
process
Fine.
of
Okay.
elimination.
I'll get that out of there. Got it. Yeah. So Amy's going to subscribe as well.
Dylan, we have the same color walls. And look how bare these walls are.
Same here. Look at mine.
Sorry,
Do you know what I mean?
guys. And look at
So I did.
the extension cord going across the carpet.
Oh, I didn't even notice it. To be fair.
Well,
So
you know,
I'm a man though. I don't notice stuff like that. So I was thinking, right? What do I do about my walls? 'Cause is it a big picture, or is it like I saw on Amazon, right? These canvas things, so I could put the innocent and less whatever on there. And I
yeah.
thought, was that too tacky? I don't know.
What room is this? Your living room?
This is my man cave, yeah.
I think you need to have like Dylan live from the couch.
Something like that. Yeah, maybe I could do
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
I just need something there to. Also, because I got a big sofa, it's like people are like, what are you sofa for? But I can't sit on those seats that you're on.
Listen, you notice that my leg is up like this. I
Yeah.
sit in a chair almost identical to this at work all day, and I've had 2 back surgeries and I've had a hip replacement. So sitting in the chair all day, I was dying on my way home, but I was like, oh, I can't stand Dylan up because I've done that
Oh,
before. So I felt bad. Like I
oh shit.
can't do it. So
Thank you.
yeah, I was sitting here and I was like, oh, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. So that's why I'm sitting completely unprofessionally.
The most important thing you need to do is get what you're sitting on. Because I did my first week ever streaming. I sat on that exact chair, similar to yours.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. My
Yeah.
ass, my
Yes.
fucking back.
Yes.
Oh my god, I was sore. I just
My
couldn't do it.
neck, my back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your crack and your bloody everything. Honestly,
Yeah.
so now the sofa is good. So I have suffered from. They think I've got early arthritis on my hip as well. So
Oof.
I suffer from it a little bit as well. So I got pillows all around me, everything. You just have to get comfortable because it's a long day. Do you know what I mean?
Protect your back, people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a whole story I could tell you on that. Like,
I mean, look, it's after midnight and everything like
oh
that. It's like
yeah. He's like, listen, I don't want to hear about your backstory.
no, look, shagging, your shagging stories. We don't want to know yet. Mad Will's still up. She's got the
It's
kids.
way less fun, man.
Yeah, I can
A
imagine.
way
Hang
less
on.
fun story.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm only teasing. Mad will subscribe. Shelley
Thanks.
has subscribed. Shelley's awesome as well.
I
Shelley's
love
another
that
one
for me.
yeah, she's another one that found me. Now these people, right? Oi, you people, right? Just because she's fucking great, right? Don't forget about me, right? Otherwise, we're gonna have words here.
You're
I'll lose
unforgettable.
everyone. I'm gonna have subscribed. Kraus Spies subscribed as
I
well.
love that. Thank you. Now I'm gonna have to put some content out. Like,
yeah, you do. It's
yikes.
about what are you using? Are you going to be using StreamYard or you be using the other one?
I've got StreamYard going, but I also downloaded Streamlabs, but I tested out the StreamYard. So, but I'm gonna have apparently I'm gonna have to subscribe to it to do the fancy stuff. Who did your back?
Subscribed.
Who did your design?
I got a designer, a guy online for me.
Oh, you know some people.
No, I don't. I put out that I wanted some designers.
Oh, okay.
And I had about 3 or 4 different people. Thanks, Kim, for subscribing to her as well.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, so I had one designer do the concept. Well, let me go into it. This concept. Where is it here? That one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So one did that, and then this particular designer did the logo and background for me. So I love it. So
how did you come up with your name? The name of your channel?
So I was going to do alternate Jura. And actually Mad World came up with like the 13th Jura or something like that.
Oh, that was Mad World?
That was mad when they saw me like, oh, do 13th Juror or something. And
But then didn't.
luckily I didn't,
Okay.
because obviously someone else took it.
Yeah.
So, and also I don't like the number 13. So that's
Yeah.
the only reason I didn't do it. Otherwise I would have. And then I did the alternate juror, and unfortunately
It was
someone
already
had it.
taken. Yeah.
And nothing to do with trials, just they had it for something totally for sport. I was like, what the? So then I just went alternate corner. I was on a walk as well. Do you know what? I'm in my head, the alternate corner. I was gonna have like a lounge, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sofa, and that's the idea. It
Yeah.
hasn't quite worked out yet, but
Listen, it takes a little
concepts are.
time. Yeah. I mean, look, you're lucky I have this set up, to be honest.
Oh, but you sound good. You look, it does look good. Do you know what I mean? So,
I think I need to like trim down the camera a little bit, but
well, it depends what you want behind you and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
So,
Well,
so in my early days, I had the same as you. My door and everything was open, and
mm-hmm.
I was like, it annoyed me. So I was like, no. I've changed this place so many times just to get it right. Because I could just imagine when my nieces or somebody running through that door, and I was like, no, I don't want them on camera. So, um,
Well,
that's why I
so
changed it.
this was my daughter's room, and my daughter moved out probably 6 months ago or so. Um, and my son moved in here. He like took over my desk, and it's in that corner over there. And he's got, the whole gaming setup and all the things, right? $4,000 computer that I'm not allowed to touch. So, um, this is really the only place I could put my new desk that's not facing his
That
stuff.
way.
You know what
So
I
you
mean?
stop face turning and facing the wall.
If so my desk has like a back built onto it with like
Ah,
shelves. So, I mean, it would be like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll
yeah.
see. We'll figure it out.
Hey, listen, I've had about 2 or 3 tables already. I'm just got a cheap little table now. I don't. Yeah. Here we go.
Oh,
Here we go, lady
I
Law.
was looking at Crime Spies, like the OSB or maybe OBS. I looked at that too, but and then what are you reading, Dylan? I'm trying to catch up.
Lefty. Three people.
Oh, look who
Oh,
look
three
who
people got
decides to
canned.
show up.
Oh, sorry, Lefty.
Oh,
Sorry to hear that, man.
oh,
So
peace out,
I hope
Lefty.
everything's all right for you, buddy. Yeah.
As long as you weren't one of them,
Yeah.
you'll be all right. Walk it off.
Yeah. Hopefully. I love Lefty.
Lefty, bless his
Like a
heart.
teddy bear. Like a teddy bear.
I think we bonded over our stress of our jobs. It's like,
Yeah. No, I know. But I'm lost in the chat. I haven't
oh,
kept
look
up.
at. So I can do.
Not that lucky. He's a cheeky fucker, Lefty, isn't he? We're like, oh, hope everything's okay. You haven't lost your job. No,
Lefty's
he's
like, I was
unlucky.
hoping for unemployment. What? Fire me,
Uh,
please.
chop chop. Lefty will be fine. Lefty's gonna be fine. He's been here for 20 odd years. So, what are you seeing? What are you looking at? What are you nosing about, Lady Law?
What am I looking at? Oh, I was reading like Crime Spies talking about StreamYard, like the width of the camera and stuff. I think maybe I have to subscribe and like pay for it.
Yeah.
And when I was setting this up last night, I just was like, let me see what happens. But I mean, I'm sure like that's coming.
Have you tried Streamlabs then? Streamlabs is cheaper, isn't it?
I didn't. I just set this up and then last night and like checked the camera and everything. And then I was tired and done. So
You got
yeah.
plenty of time anyway. But your brother does that, doesn't he?
Do what?
Your brother does not Streamlab.
Streamlab. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I bought a microphone, but then my son told me that he had this microphone. So I'm going to test the other microphone next time and see which one sounds better.
You sound great. Like, how do I sound?
You're good. Yeah.
Oh, I can guarantee you're 100% better than mine. Why have I got headphones on? Why have I got headphones on? I don't need headphones.
I don't know. Why do I have mine
Oh
on?
shit, I do. Because I
Because
can't
I was going to
hear
say,
you. Come on.
just unplug it.
Yeah, I can hear
There
you
you
now.
go.
Say something.
So can everyone else in your house now.
No,
Oh,
but
I
no one's
think I
around.
can hear me through your speakers now, though. I think that's the
Right.
problem. That's why we do this.
We learn, live and learn.
Yeah.
So people think that we're testing your stuff out, but we're testing mine out as well. Hey, you as well, Lady Law.
Oh, I was like, who? What? Me?
Yeah, uh, mixer.
Uh-huh.
You're going to use a mixer, aren't you?
I'm going to get a Stream Deck for sure. I want the sound effects and all that.
Yeah,
Listen,
fine.
have you guys ever watched The Lead Attorney?
No.
Oh, you got to check The Lead Attorney out. I love him. Like, he's got the playboard. It's like the basketball buzzer, all that stuff. Yeah, he's great.
Fine. I need one, right? But I don't know what I'm buying, so I need some advice on it.
Yeah,
So
well, that's why I didn't buy one. I'm still trying to figure out which one's best. But
fine. Yeah, no, fine.
Amy,
Everyone's got one though. So Amy, have you been catching by the park? What's it called? The shooting officer.
have I caught it or Amy? Did you say
No,
Amy? Oh,
you.
I was listening to some of it, but here's my problem when I listen in the background at work. Like if I'm focusing on something or then a phone call comes, like I'm listening to it, but
Yeah,
I'm not processing it
yeah,
completely.
yeah.
So give me a quick rundown.
No, as far before I give you a quick rundown, you missed it all there because Amy is our resident expert.
Oh,
She's in chat all the time, just giving us every detail. It's honestly
Amy has the
it,
tea.
so after the shooting, Amy was one of the first groups that went in there and
Wait,
did
what?
she went in there afterwards and had to do an evaluation and all this stuff.
Whoa. Hold on, like really? Like Amy was on
Yeah,
on
part of a group. I don't know what you call the groups. I don't know what you call it, but yeah,
like first
she's
responder?
no, not one of them. So she was one of those. Hopefully, she types up what she did, but no, not one of them. She wasn't one of those, but she's someone after the fact that went in and like was like, right, this is what we need to change now, type of thing. So,
Oh, okay.
so I hope she types it up here. I don't remember everything. Do you know what I mean? But
Oh,
um,
I do have a comment for Amy about the I see that she has back issues too. Um the this is a whole nother topic that I want to cover at some point. The kind of the perception that anybody that's in pain is just seeking drugs. I'd love to talk about big pharma on another stream.
yeah, that's
You're
fine.
like, I don't care about big pharma. Well,
No, it's not. I don't care about it. It's just more like,
it's the
is that
opioid epidemic.
is that Fauci?
No. Well,
I don't know.
maybe.
I don't know anything about any of that stuff.
Well, then
So
it would be a perfect opportunity to learn.
you probably would. You're right. I'm just going to look at my stocks now as well. Now you said that. So I used to have Johnson and Johnson stocks.
Oh,
No, but I sold them. Thank fuck just before it went
yeah.
down.
How about that?
But
Oh, Amy was
Tesla,
on the impact team.
yeah, there we are. Impact Team. That's it. So they were one of the first groups that went in. As in, not on the day, but afterwards.
I want to hear
Um,
about that. We should have
because
Amy on the stream.
she's told us all these things and
No,
everything. Yeah,
I want to hear it. I want to ask questions. I have questions, Amy.
yeah, we'll have to sort that out. We could sort that out. Um,
Yeah.
there we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like kids really are just sitting ducks. And I don't know how anybody else feels about this. Like the conversation with like arming teachers. I know it's not the best answer, but I would 100% have preferred my kids to be in a classroom with a teacher who is armed than for them to be in a room with no way out with a teacher who isn't. Like, I mean, it might be a bad take, but
No, I don't think many people disagree with you. I think in my stream, especially, I think there's pretty much everyone would agree with you. I think, except for probably me, Madwell, Lou, because
now
we're not used to it.
my teacher, my mom is a teacher, and I taught 7th through 12th grade in between my former medical and in law, but I don't think I want my mom, who is like 70 something, necessarily handling a weapon. But, like what else? What are you going to do? You're never going to get rid of all the guns. It's not going to happen,
But right, so that reminds me of the case that we're watching then, because that's a good point you just made there. So I think that what they've done is scapegoated this guy. Basically, they've absolutely nailed him to a cross and went, right, you're going to take all the blame for this. So all they've done, right, for today and yesterday, was bring all the victims up and show all the injuries and all that sympathy vote and stuff. I
Yeah.
hated it. I hated it.
Yeah.
This guy, right, is expected to go in and kill everybody, kill this guy, protect everyone, not knowing which building it's in and nothing, on his own. Like,
I remember when it first came out, when it first happened, I remember seeing video of it, and the media was kind of spinning it and portraying it as he was just, he sat out there for 5 minutes while kids were getting, shot up and didn't do anything about it. But I don't think I ever went back and watched anything on it. But I heard bits and pieces today of the testimony, and I believe officers are trained. You go in with backup. There's protocols, whatever. I don't know what it was because I missed parts of that testimony. But I don't. What would you have done?
This is it. I'm not kidding. You can't. Well, like
he was armed, right? He had a weapon.
He had one small pistol. Like,
yeah.
Is that literally
taking a gun against? I mean, you got to hope that you're going in the right door and that you're going to have the right shot because, he had an AR-15. So,
and this is what.
On the flip side, I don't know that I could have stood outside and not tried to find the shooter, knowing that kids were in there. So I don't know. I'm going to have to listen a little bit more, I think.
Listen a bit more. My theory on it is so they had the captain in today from SWAT, and he was saying every room they cleared took 2 minutes, whatever. And then the redirect, she's like, yeah, but that's it. If you heard the shooter, what would you do? And he's like, well, we'd run straight. We'd leave all the dead people. We'd just run towards it.
You run past them.
Yeah, and then she was like, yeah. So if you were on your own, what would you do? And he's like, I would just run straight towards the danger with his rifle or something. And they asked, why do you take a rifle? Because I wouldn't want to a small gun.
A pew.
Yeah, like the officer has.
Yeah.
But I was like,
not to interrupt, but before I forget, because I have ADD, the Tennessee school shooting, you notice in the video, if you go back and watch it, they ran past, there was a little girl that they blurred out in the body cam footage. They ran right past her towards the shooter. So, I mean, that's how they're trained.
And that's, that I understand. He explained it well, to be fair. I thought he was a great witness. But my point there was, this guy, you should look at him. You'd love him. He was fit as hell. Really good-looking guy. Okay. Oh, honestly.
I'm here for it.
I would even say very good-looking guy. I'm not sure why we're doing that with him. I'd be like, if he said bent over, I'd be like, all right, stick your finger. Do you know what I mean? No, we joke.
How did you had a doctor's appointment today, right? How'd that go?
Yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's just a checkup. I've got to go to the hospital in Tuesday. So,
wait, you're going into the hospital?
I'm just for I got to go see dermatology or whatever it's called.
Oh, okay.
Just for a rush and stuff. But this guy said that he would go in and whatever. but he looked like Rambo. So he genuinely looked like genuinely bald head.
So I mean, you kind of have to consider that too, right? Like, I don't think that the
Yes.
officer, the defendant, doesn't look like he's super fit.
No, 22 years on the job.
Yeah, yeah,
And this captain, he was, like you said, he arrived, grabbed his gun, rifle, in he went. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm sure you would because
yeah,
you're trained. This guy,
yeah,
22 years, has probably been eating donuts and reprimanding people for selling cigarettes. Jimmy, there's a
yeah.
big difference
Just
between
getting
it.
on to kids for
Yeah,
acting like clowns in high
yeah,
school. I mean,
yeah.
yeah,
That's all he's done for 22 years. So I think it's a big difference. So I don't like this case at all. Don't like it at all. Um, I'm shit to look at the chat.
that's why I was, yeah,
You're looking at it.
we're kind of neglecting the chat, Dylan.
Yeah, no, well, I've given up on them because I know they're leaving me. So I'm like
No, they're
done.
not.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Don't
I'm
talk to the
joking.
chat like that, Dylan.
No, I can't. It's my chat, so I'll
It's
fucking
your
do what I
okay. You
want.
know what? It's your chat. Do what you want. I like.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's the Dylan I've been waiting for. Like when you yelled at me when I said don't yell at me, but you kind of yelled at me. I was like, I love that.
Yeah, no,
That makes me
I
happy.
sometimes think people take offense to it, but I know you don't, but sometimes I'm scared that someone will take offense, and I've never been any offense to anybody. Um,
Everybody's
in
too sensitive these days. Like,
they are well, I've lost followers because of it, so in chat, which is unfortunate. Um,
yeah.
but
Listen,
it's unfortunately you are missing the chat when you're working because honestly, I've learned
I
so
yeah,
much.
I try to hop in, but I can't, it's I'm on the struggle bus most of the day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. No,
yeah.
it is no, I fully appreciate it. I know, but that's where most of it is in chat. Do you know what I mean? With Amy dropping her dimes and stuff. It's like,
Oh,
well, and
dropping the dimes.
she is even Kim. Shelley's great as well. Shelley gives us
I was gonna
so much
say
insight.
I've seen some of Shelley's comments before.
Yeah, and Heidi as well, paramedic. She gives loads of medical stuff as well. So there's loads of people, that give us. Luna is normally around here, sneak attacking us. Um, yeah.
Listen, Crime Spies is chuckling about the struggle bus, but that's real. Like, talk about struggle streaming. I like struggle life. I'm life struggling.
Well, so that's why you need to plan. So
I need
what
what?
your plan? When are you starting this
Oh,
channel?
dude, I don't know. Like, listen,
But you need to plan it.
was it you and I that were talking about? Um, we don't like to be like to plan things. I think
I don't
we
plan anything. I don't plan
yeah.
anything.
So here's my problem, right? Like I in the moment that I plan it, I'm feeling it. I'm down for it. And then when I get closer to time, I'm like, I don't feel it right now, but I might 30 minutes later. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like tentative. Like
yeah,
hit me up about an hour before and see how I feel.
yeah.
And that's
I
kind of
no,
crappy,
no,
but it's really how I am. I guess that's kind of flaky.
no.
Sorry.
I'm the same. But when you do this, you're gonna have to be a lot more like on it to do it. Like I hate it, but
I don't want to quit my real life
oh yeah,
adult
no,
job
yeah,
to have to, like
no. But if you do a
you're telling me
trial, I
this is
mean,
more of an adult job than what I have right now.
no. But if you're doing a trial and it starts at 8
Yes.
a.m.
Yeah.
or 7 o'clock your time, then you're stuffed. It
Yeah.
dictates it for you. That's why you've got to pick your trials very carefully because you're stuck. I did Jensen trial for 3 weeks on my own,
Um,
basically.
I couldn't get like I tried to listen to that. I couldn't do it.
No,
Like
I hated
I
it.
I want to do the Courtney Clenny OnlyFans trial.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
might actually like to go to Florida and sit in on that one. I go out there pretty frequently, and I'd actually like to travel out there and sit in on that. What else is coming up?
You got Delphi Murders. You got Sarah Boone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Suitcase Sarah here for
Yeah,
that one. Of course, the Idaho for.
if it happens, yeah.
You don't think it's going
Like
to happen?
Well, no, I think it's be delayed.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's not. I
Uh,
don't think it's coming anytime soon.
and they've said that it's very unlikely there's going to be any streaming. So, and if there is, audio only, which is
Well, if it's anything like the day bills, I mean, that's kind of how they. I can't imagine though. Having to wait a whole day to
I
listen to
don't.
the trial.
Yeah, and even then, audio only.
And just
So
audio, yeah, it's way less fun. You can't. I mean, it's hard. That's the whole point of having a trial, right? Is so that you can look at the witnesses and see their facial expressions and see how they, respond to questioning, and it's kind of a little bit of body language, I guess. But I mean, just hearing it, you don't get the full effect.
it's basically shit, is what we're saying. No, I
Yes, it's
totally agree.
basically shit.
So, it's then what you do, because I was planning on doing the whole Kohlberger series, building up to it. But now I'm just like, well, do you know what I mean? That spoils it a little bit if I
Build
can't
up
do
to the
that.
letdown.
Yeah, exactly. So, what's that? Lily and I may go to the Winona trial.
Well, listen, if
Oh,
Lily and I may go to the. Oh, Winona.
I don't know
Wait,
what that is.
I don't know about this trial. Madeline Kings. I'm going to have to look these up.
Yeah, well, you're American, so you're lucky you can do all these things if you wanted to. So you can go to the courthouse if you want to, and
Yeah,
potentially.
yeah.
But
Sit
it
on
is
those
all
uncomfortable court benches.
I
This
wouldn't want to do.
it's kind of like watching football. Like I love to go to a football game,
Never been,
but
but
then at one point I realized that I am so much warmer and
home.
I can get cheaper snacks and my couch is comfortable. Like, so it's kind of the same as going to like a trial. Like you're going to sit in these uncomfortable seats and be miserable.
Yeah, that's the only downfall. But like, I'd love to go to a football game for the entertainment, say I've been, and then that's it. But I'm the same as you. I'd rather be at home watching all the games,
Yeah. You can
watching whatever
picture
you
in
want.
picture. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would want to go to a game, just experience it, but that's about it then. College. I'd rather go to college games though, to be honest.
Yes, for sure.
Um,
Have you have you kept up with the drama that's going on with old Blandy?
a little bit. So obviously everybody has blocked me, so I don't get the tea anymore unless people
Unless
send me
you
stuff.
Well, I mean, what you don't have your incognito profile?
No.
No?
I don't have burners. I don't have anything. The reason being is because if I see stuff, I will buy it and I will go straight at them. Do you know what I mean? With something, and I'm just like, do you know what? I just want a peaceful life. Um,
There's a subtle art to it, right? So, I mean, sometimes you have to take a break from Twitter because people are exhausting.
yeah,
But you can if you just take a little bite of the apple every time, people will eventually reveal that they're idiots, and you don't even have to go straight for the throat. Just you got to learn to rein it in a little bit.
there is that, but you got to remember though, after Murdoch trial, the shit I got, like I was, I'm after everybody. Do you know what I mean? Because it was like 100 people against me at
I
some
guess I
arguments.
guess I missed some of that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but some of it's my own fault. I went after Blandy, then I big time. So
I
I
had
called him
I
out.
I had some of them come after me too, but it was almost like there would be one or two that would engage, and then other people would see my responses, I guess. And I was never trying to like start a fight. I literally was asking a question. And of course, they're like, "You just want to argue." No, I'm literally asking because there's some flaws in your argument, and there might be some in mine too.
Yeah.
But I mean, just have a conversation or don't, and look like an
Yeah.
asshole.
Well, yeah, I wish that everyone's like that, but most people aren't. Do you know what I mean? So that's my experience. But to be fair, now though, most have blocked me, so I don't get those arguments anymore. So they've all blocked me, honestly.
You know what that's
I've got
called? That's called
well,
bliss.
yeah, it
Bliss.
is. It
Yeah.
is. And that's why I don't have burners. I don't have anything. It's just like, do you know what? People I see now, the people. Obviously, some people do send me stuff. Like I went nuts at Blandy today. What did I say to Blandy? Did you see the post about Blandy today?
I saw something that Bits News shared,
No, not that one.
and then I saw something that he posted about Jim.
No, not that one. Right.
Oh, let's
Where is
see.
it?
I guess there's been a lot.
So, Notorious Shorty Biggs tweeted, right? So this is a statement from Eric Bland saying, the lawyer for the family of Gloria Satterfield, Eric Bland, said Friday before he got before the case with Alex Murdoch, said Friday that Murdoch is in so much trouble that he might be better off dead
Oh,
himself.
I did see that. That's
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah, so all that, you could read that again. So I went back and was like, what the actual fuck is this from Eric Bland? This can't be real. If it is, then anyone defending his comments, please unfollow me. What a piece of shit to say such a disgusting thing. And then, you know what? Some people unfollowed me. So I was like, that worked. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the trash takes
Fantastic.
itself out.
Yeah,
Outstanding.
if you like it. So I can't get hold of him at all. Because I do think he's a piece of shit. I did get hold of him on Facebook.
Oh, you
On a live,
did?
yeah. Well, there's a live stream, and afterwards I asked so many questions, through so much abuse at him. Not abuse, but loads of questions. Well, abusive, some of them. I got a top fan badge. I'm top fan. I couldn't believe it. You are now a top fan of
Oh
Richter and Bland. I was
no.
like, what? Delete?
No.
No. But I was,
I didn't want to be.
no. I just like to question about, like, where's the money? Like, it's all this. What I hate about him, right? You've started me off now. Is the fact that he keeps saying he's doing everything pro bono. I'm like,
Oh,
well done,
listen.
well done.
No, he's not.
Exactly.
No, he's not.
I'm trying to tell everyone, like, he's not a criminal
Listen.
attorney.
Any press is good press.
Yeah.
Your name is out there nationally. You're gonna, I mean, now people know that he's, this has this PI firm. Other PI firms from other states are gonna see. And listen, that you refer and you get a referral fee. Like, so it becomes this big network that you can profit off of.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, while he may not have taken any attorney's fees, he's made money.
Yeah. On this one, on the criminal case, because he can't. When it comes to the civil case, who's going to represent the Smith family then? Oh well, we'll do it. Richter and Bland will do it.
Well, but like, if you're an attorney, like, you can he could take the case. Now, he's going to have to freshen up on criminal law, but I mean, I'm sure he's fully capable of attempting to do it.
You won't do it, but
it'd be fun.
You get
he should
someone
do
else
it
on board. Yeah, well, I wish he could. I'd bury him then. But with, as you said, the media, the attention, everything. Do you know what I mean? I've been banging on about this from day one, and as soon as I hit the nail on the head with it, blocks everywhere.
Yeah.
I got blocked everywhere. I was
Well,
called the idiot.
I think that, of course, Mandy Matney was the first, like, literally one or two questions in, and they were just like general questions, and it was like, block. I was like, damn, Gina. Okay. So then, like, Liz kept me around for a hot second, but then, she blocked me. Eric I'm still following him. He hasn't blocked me yet. I try to be respectful when I engage. I don't agree with a lot of the ways that he carries on, and the throwing mud at Jim all the time, and oh, they're doing this and this, and I'm like, you've literally been doing it. Like, everybody's having a fit about Jim and Sarah doing this podcast.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, unless they're afraid that it's going to take away some of, their cup of podcast, whatever.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what it's called. But I had to make a statement about it, because people started tweeting me about it because you know how I've gone against Eric Bland, been like he's a media whore, he does this, he does. So I was like, look, I'm very confident that Jim is not going to turn into a media whore. But if he
Yeah.
does, no, and I said to him, if he does, then I'll be the first one on his ass about it. But I don't see Jim doing it.
But also, who cares if he does? You know, like
Yeah,
listen, if he's been doing law for decades and he's tired because being a lawyer is hard, let him live his life. It's not anybody's business. Like,
no,
just let him live.
I think it's the problem I've got is because I've gone so hard against Eric, being like, you know, stop being a media whore, be a lawyer first, you prick, blah blah blah, all that.
Well, so or choose, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
go hard in one or the other, or go halfway in both. I don't care.
yeah.
But I think that's the problem probably that we have the most with Eric Bland is like, you're on social media so much and on all these shows and podcasts so much. When are you being a lawyer? What are your other clients like? And I have some respect for Ronnie Richter because I mean he's made a few statements, but he's not out there just spilling his mouth. So
Yeah.
Whatever. Attorneys are going to attorney, I guess, and they
Yeah.
get a little fame. And
Ronnie Richter though blocked me, did he? Can't.
Ronnie Richter did.
Yeah, never spoke to him.
Is he even
Blocked
on
me.
Facebook?
Yeah, no, he's on
Or I
Twitter.
mean, Twitter.
Yeah,
Huh.
he blocked me. Their law firm blocked me.
Damn.
I've never interacted once with it. I know what the line is, right? I'm not going to go after a business or I would never go after Eric Bland's
Yeah,
girlfriend
never
or
go after
wife.
someone's like livelihood or children or any of that.
Nothing. Or
Yeah.
wife or partners, nothing. I would
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
do that. I know that Eric's wife has not blocked me. So I know I go for that. But I'd never, ever in a million years tweet at her, even though I could, but I'm never going to because no, that's separate. That's
Well, I found it interesting. Like I noticed that Tinsley, I haven't seen him tweet too much, but his wife made one or two tweets about stuff, and I was like, oh no, ma'am.
yeah, I don't follow them.
Yeah, well, I don't either. I don't think.
Yeah, I
I
don't even
mean,
know who his wife is.
to be honest, when I first came onto Twitter and like the whole, whatever was going on, I was on Twitter years ago, got sick of Twitter, got off Twitter because it's a talk because it's cesspool. Yeah. So I came back on whenever Nick Rekieta got banned from YouTube. I started my Twitter back up and, was doing my civic duty for, the law pope. And then Murdoch came along not long after that. And it was like everybody, I don't know where I was going with that. See, ADD is real.
I got it as well, don't worry about it. But we timed it, but pretty much the same then, because I'm a similar story to you. I was a lurker for a bit. I was just like, can't be asked with this. And then Murdoch came along, and I was the same. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, well, I think that's probably what happened, right? Like I started seeing tweets, I started engaging. I'm listening to the trial, going, "This is like as soon." Okay, now I don't think that Jim meant to open the door to the financial crimes. Like I think the way that he worded his question arguably opened the door. And I don't think he realized that the way he worded it, that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And after that, it kind of unleashed the shit show. But, there's a reason that we have rules of evidence in the courtroom. And there's a reason why we keep certain evidence out. And it was just like, sure, what else do you want to come in? Yeah. What else do you want to try this guy for during this murder trial?
Yeah.
Such a shit show.
No, that was bad. The thing is, though, you've got the people that are the opposite of me, then I don't want to name her or whatever, but they're like Judge Newman, the best judge in the whole world. I've watched so many trials, not so many trials, but the trials I've watched now, he's one of the, well, not, I'm not going to say he's appalling, but he's down there with one of the worst that I've seen in comparison to everyone else I've seen.
Well, he was
Um,
very. It was very. He didn't give him any answers really. He was like, just try it and see what happens. Which okay, that's kind of how it goes. But I think he had predetermined thoughts. I think anyway. But I wasn't super impressed with him. But I don't think he was a terrible judge. I've seen worse. But
you got to remember, I'm comparing about 8 judges now, so do you know what I mean? That's my limited amount. But I'd
mm-hmm.
say he's probably ranked 6th or 7th, I think, in the judges I've seen so far. Because that was my this is everyone's saying that he's the best of the best. So I was like, okay, that's the best. But then I started watching other trials. I was like, oh my god, these are much better than him. But what I didn't, what?
I was reading Crime Spies. She said that Judge Newman should have recused himself because his son died about a month before the trial started.
Yeah,
I mean, if he thought that it was going to affect his abilities, he should have.
yeah.
But I mean, if he thought he could do the job and be impartial, then
It's but you're right. So the question I have on that then, because you touched upon it, so it annoyed me every time where he was like, "I won't rule on it until you know." But as you've mentioned all this, but that really annoyed me because how do you know what to do as a lawyer
well, you
if
have to
it's
lay
not ruled?
you have to kind of test the boundaries, and you lay the foundation and you try to get it in. It's kind of it's strategy, just like the what trial did we just finish?
Oh, Travis Rudolph.
Yeah. So Travis Rudolph with you know, you noticed like how the attorneys, it's theatrics, right? And that's
Yeah,
what a lot of people on Twitter weren't getting. A lot of trial is literally an aspect
it's
of theatrics. So, I mean, you have to play up certain aspects of things, and you push the boundaries and you try to get things, I'm going to move this chess piece and see what happens. And you just have to be quick on your feet and object and have the right legal argument. A lot of the legal objections aren't even made. There's no objection at all.
yeah, that's funny though, isn't it? Because even I thought the Murdoch trial, they started off both sides actually. They weren't. They just
Mm-hmm.
letting it go a lot, and then also they came to a point where they were starting to object a lot. Then,
Because they
but they
knew
were,
those.
yeah,
Are you talking about in the Murdaugh trial?
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's because they knew we don't want these financial crimes to come in because
Mm-hmm.
his ship will be sunk.
Well, and he was.
And it
So
was. So
it's,
what do we think? What do we think, Dylan? Do we think that Alex Murdaugh did it?
so I think that under the theory of the state that they presented, no, I would have voted not guilty. Do I think he's fully innocent? No,
Yeah, I'm
because
kind of with you.
so if they'd have presented a case where there was 2 shooters, I would have been hard pressed. I think I would have voted guilty. So the sticking point for me, the only sticking point for me was the cleanup,
Yes.
and some of the phones and stuff. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
fine, that 4 minute window for the killing, fine, but he cannot clean all that up, get rid of everything, have a shower, get the car, get her phone,
Well,
Maggie's phone.
and leave zero evidence in the.
Yeah,
I mean, he supposedly put these weapons in the back of his vehicle.
yeah,
Where's the evidence?
yeah,
Where's the blood? Where's the gunpowder residue?
yeah,
Why is there no gunpowder residue on the tarp? Or there was powder residue on the
yeah.
tarp, right? But
Yeah,
it
there
was a
was, yeah.
small amount,
Well,
but no blood.
yeah, it was the amount enough that if you wrapped your gun around it, you know, um, it's just like, yeah. I under the current rules, no, he's not guilty, but I
Yeah,
do think he's involved.
I kind of have a problem. wrapping my head around, as a parent. Just, 1 minute you're talking about, got a bird in his mouth, and the next minute you're blowing your son's head off. I mean, I have a problem getting around that just so you can avoid a emotion hearing. Like,
No. I don't even think he could pull the trigger. I think he probably could for Maggie, but no way can he pull the trigger for Paul.
I don't know. I don't know if he could for Maggie either, though.
Well, no, but I just think if he could, that's probably the only one.
Yeah,
I don't think you'd do that for your own child. Hi, Julio, new person. Julio in the chat. Hello, welcome.
Yeah. What Amy said here. Hi, Julie. What Amy said here about, getting rid of it in a matter of minutes after point blank shooting. Yeah. I mean, I think we narrowed it down to, this is where I wanted to go with the whole chart thing that spun out on Twitter, where I apparently said I wanted to obliterate
I know
the chart. I said the chart, but it got twisted, of course. The timing of it really was bothersome for me. I couldn't make it make sense either, as far as you kill two people, you're able to go and wash up, clean up, leave zero trace evidence behind. And that's a bloody scene. Like, I just don't know how you do it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, he stopped outside of his mom's house. Okay. But where's the evidence where he transported it? Like, what was there, a drop of blood on was it on the steering wheel? And then like the gunpowder residue on the seat belt?
Yeah, something like that. It was so small, so tiny. And because they use guns anyway, so it could be from anything. I mean, anytime.
We should watch at some point the detectives' interviews that they did and critique that. That would be good.
Yeah,
because as I watched that, I was like, this is such shit.
Yeah, so many lies of detectives, unbelievable.
Just like such shit. And I even went back and listened to the like the 911 call, like the full version. And there were things said in there and like the different timings. And I'm like, between that and the chart, I can't. Don't get me started, Dylan.
But at one point, the chart had that he left the house, dropped Maggie's phone down, and went back to the house in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, yeah, no, it's easy. I'm like,
yeah.
What the fuck are you? What drugs are you on?
Well, and it's great. Like, mad props to her for creating that, right? Like, it was great until you get the very far side column that's like, oh, it had to have been this. And people are so gullible that they will just take that as truth. So you have to be careful what you put out there.
So I said to her, you need to make it clear this is not, you're making this out as a truth. This is your opinion. Because, I've made that clear with a line at the top. Who listens to a line? As soon as you put it down, your narrative is what people are going to do. So Sleuthy for Brian Kohlberger, so much respect. Sleuthy. She's just put everything as a timeline. She's
I appreciate that.
No narratives, no nothing, no bullshit.
Well, and you're entitled to speak your opinion on something, 100%. But I think that what my problem with it is that this is literally a life or death situation for an individual. And believe it or not, social media can have an incredible impact on criminal trials and on defendants' rights. So that was my argument with it overall, was that you're putting this information out there and it's great. Like, it's all as it should be timeline-wise. But then you're also putting this narrative out there and you're going and making comments about this and that. And people believe it. And if that's happening, and if that's happening prior to trial, like it is with Brian Kohlberger's case, I mean, speculation's running wild. I mean, how are you going to find an impartial jury
Yeah,
when it spreads like
impossible.
wildfire?
That's why you have a brother of a witness on there. Do you know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the other thing that really pissed me off about the trial is that gang again. I'm not sure if you know Sarah Ford.
I've seen her a couple times.
She's
I
an
haven't
attorney.
interacted with her.
Oh, I call her Sarah Fraud now. So all I did was posted to her, right? Um, she said there's nothing wrong with having a brother on there and stuff. My thing was, in my opinion, I don't believe you should have a brother of a witness on there or any relative of, because Alex's cousin accused himself, but the judge didn't accuse him, he accused himself. So
Mhm.
he could have gone on anyway. So I was like, you shouldn't have any blood relatives anywhere near it. And she
Yep.
came back and told me, well, your opinion doesn't count, only the law counts. So I went back to her, I was like, that's great, but how about you with an attorney change the fucking law then? Because that's such a stupid
Or
law.
get your lawmakers. Like, you vote these people into office.
Yeah,
How are laws made? Um, so on that topic, I believe they have some kind of weird voir dire picking of the jury. Like, it's
yeah,
not like where I'm from. The attorneys don't get to ask as many or any follow-up
no,
questions, like
no
their basic
questions.
questions, right? And so why that's important, like, you need to know more about your jurors, you know.
Yeah, I
you,
know.
you need to know more about them. Like, okay, let me ask another follow-up question. I want to know who's on my jury, and that wasn't happening. Now, in their process, I guess they called that guy back into judge's chambers and they were able to discuss, and he said, yeah, I can be impartial.
Yeah.
And maybe he was. I mean, he seemed pretty, well
No,
versed.
yeah, I did think he was okay, to be fair, but he did say some stuff. I was a bit
Mm-hmm.
like, hang on a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was
But
influenced, obviously, a bit. But
I wonder how much the attorneys asked him about his gun knowledge. I bet they didn't ask him about that in judges'
maybe,
chambers. So, I mean, he seemed pretty well versed on the use of weapons. So, I'm not sure that played out super
no.
well for,
And also, I think he was important because he's an alternate as well. What people forget, he
hmm
was actually an alternate. He
Yeah.
wasn't a juror. So he was the last alternate on. So I get it. The chances were, I think for Dick, the reason he didn't strike him was because this is only going to be like a 2-3 week,
Yes, yes.
trial. Go to 6 weeks.
Well, and
You
okay,
know,
so why does anybody I can't remember why the egg lady was kicked off the jury.
it never came out. It was because she spoke to somebody about it or something. But everyone
Okay.
spoke to people about it. Do you know what I
Sketchy.
mean? So everyone said that she'd announced that Alex Murdoch's not guilty or something like that. So that's a conspiracy out there at the time. But I don't actually know. She won't. She refused to be interviewed and stuff. So
It seems sketchy
yeah,
that
yeah,
she's gone, and then now, oh, look, here's this alternate.
yeah.
You're gonna
And, that,
put him on there.
that's what I'm saying. It's better to change the law so it never happens again.
Hmm
And then no one can doubt it then. But currently, it's people like Sarah Fraud. I love the fact she's got Ford, and they can just put in the fraud. She blocked me straight away then. She was,
I haven't looked at her stuff enough to know
I
too
don't
much
know.
about her.
I don't know much. I know she's in Sydney. She's got a podcast, which they've stopped doing.
Oh, they have.
Um,
How
yeah, they
come?
stopped. Well, it was her and someone else, and they stopped doing
I
it. But
think it was that Mandy
yeah,
Norell, or
yeah, that's it.
may
It
have
is.
butchered her name.
I know who you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think she's doing something else now or something. I don't know what happened, but because I don't follow her, she blocked me straight away. So I was like, all right, fuck you. But she was supposed to be on a channel, right? Oh, you'll know the channel, but I forget what it's called. It's a son and mother doing it. The mother is never on it. So basically, this guy, he has everyone on it. Um,
Okay. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I
yeah,
think I
is
know who you're talking about.
the mother, I don't think the mother does it, but she's always there, as in there's a picture of his mother in the background and stuff. I forget his name, but he's very popular. So it was, I think it was Sarah Azari is going to be on there with Sarah Ford. And I said, oh, well, I wish I could have watched this, but I'm not watching with that fraud, Sarah Ford on there. And fair play, he did comment back and said, you might want to watch because she's pulled out now. I was like, oh, there we are. I will watch that. It's just Sarah. But,
Outstanding.
I just don't respect the toonies that just dismiss somebody that wants to learn and just go, well,
Right.
fuck all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a law. Your opinion doesn't count. I'm like,
Well,
right,
it's,
fair enough.
I mean, that was a missed opportunity on her part to educate
Yeah.
somebody. And that's, 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 I'd like to say that maybe she learned something from it, but
No,
probably not.
no. But what's all the hate was Azari now? And I saw some hate with Azari and Jim doing this podcast.
Everybody's hate. Listen, it's because Sarah speaks her mind,
Yeah.
and there's things that she's posted politically that I'm not sure that we are exactly on the same page. I respect her opinions on stuff. I'm not sure that mine would be the same, but I've not seen her to have any legal takes that have been wrong.
Yeah.
She points out valid concerns, valid issues. I think the hate on it is that, I mean, she has spoken up in support of, a defendant's rights, and she got the target of the wine moms. You know what I mean? She became the target of the wine moms. So I think that's where the hate comes from. That, and, Coffin Dapper, she calls her out all the time, and the same crew that follows, it's the wine moms. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, the ones that have all blocked me. So yeah, I mean,
that's terrible. That's terrible for you.
Oh, I'm gutted. I'm gutted.
Yeah. You should be.
But no, I saw something. The thing is, it's interesting for me on Twitter. I see Sarah Zara and Jim and whoever, and all I see is block. This person's blocked you. This person's blocked. So I don't know who the hell they're arguing with.
Going on.
I can't see anything. Somebody, I don't even know anyway. But I'm just like, I don't even know what's going on. That's why I asked you, what's going on?
Yeah.
I just know she's getting attacked.
Listen.
I noticed you commented on it, and that's about it.
Yeah, and I try to be respectful when I make my comments. People spurg out about the dumbest shit, and so I try to be respectful. And then even when they come in hot back at me, I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing. I think there was somebody on there that followed me that it's spun off of Murdaugh. It was the New York Times something, and they kept changing their name and their picture, and literally went on for hours. And I was like, I'm not giving in. I will not cave. I am a stubborn pain in the ass. I will sit here and continue to just come back at you with something else. And eventually it floated away.
Yeah,
and that's what they do. Yeah. I mean,
I remember that.
Listen, the Murdaugh trials, that I don't think that's going to be over for a long time.
No. What's going to happen then? Because you probably know better than me. What's going to happen? Is there going to be what's the appeal process going to look like? I don't know anything about that.
So appeals take forever. I mean, you had a 6-week trial. So you're talking, I mean, how many thousands of pages of testimony are they going to have to read through? And then they have to draft their appellate brief and submit it. And I mean, I don't know how much you want to know about it. And
I'd love to know more. Yeah, I do, generally.
I mean, so you have cases. First, you have to find the appealable issues, right? So you're going to have to review all that material. You're going to have to try to find some kind of appealable issues. I mean, you're not going to have an argument for ineffective assistance of counsel. I mean, not when that, attorney is also doing your appeal. It wouldn't be a great claim.
Yeah.
I thought about this before. I can't remember what all I came up with as far as, issues for appeal. But I mean, the letting in the financial crimes, that was definitely prejudicial. I'm kind of on the spot. I'd have to go back and look at what all I, went through, but he's not getting out anytime soon. I mean, he's probably not going to get out anyway. He's pleading to all these financial crimes as of right now, from what I think that was the last thing I heard. I might be wrong. Don't take that as
You're
fact.
probably right. No, you're probably right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what all the issues that they'll raise.
No, but
I
it's
think
going
we
to take
did.
years,
I feel like we discussed it on Twitter at one point.
probably.
I can't remember what all happened in the trial, to be honest.
No, neither can I. But I just thought there's no set timeline then, basically, is there?
No. And I mean, like, so you'd need to find like newly discovered evidence. That's something that if something pops up,
Yeah.
you can I mean, other than that, I don't know what else you're going to appeal on.
Because that's the same with Zachariah then, with Zachariah Anderson. I'm not sure how into that trial you were and stuff, but
Well, so I mean, prosecutorial misconduct, maybe, if they can find some. And it seems like they had, I think that case had mistrial before. They had one
yeah.
mistrial, and then it came close multiple times during that trial. So,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they can unearth something that way.
Because I generally don't. I think it's the biggest injustice that I've seen in a trial. And the only one that would have been close to it is Travis Rudolph, if he'd been found guilty. Everything else I've watched, I can sort of reason to it. So, like Murdoch, do I think he was guilty? No, on that. But
Maybe,
yeah, maybe
yeah,
not that.
yeah,
But
but
he
something
might,
else, yeah.
But with Zachariah, I just can't do it. I just don't see it. I don't see how he can carry a body, a carpet, everything over £300.
A blood soaked, so a 300-pound person in
Yeah,
a blood soaked rug
yeah,
with when he's got a bad back,
yeah,
and no one saw him do it.
yeah. I, I'm a big guy. I'm 280 pounds, and I could never carry that much.
How
To
many
lift
stones? How many stones is that?
20,
20 stones.
20 stones. I'm heavy. I'm just over 20 stones now, heaviest I've ever been. But the thing is saying that like I'm a strong guy, farming background, stuff like that. I could never ever lift
No, that's dead weight,
20,
literally.
22 pound or 22 stone basically of
Yeah,
that. That's not kicking, not doing anything. I'm flipping on it.
yeah.
Not happening. Not happening.
Well, I mean, that's lifting more than Zachariah Anderson's body weight.
Double weight. Oh, not quite double, but it'll be quite a bit. Yeah. It's impossible for him to do it. I don't
I
care
mean,
what anyone says.
you would have to like drag it or put the body inside something, I would think. But then how are you going to lift that into your car, into
It's
your van?
impossible. I'm telling you, it's impossible
I didn't
for
catch
one person to do it.
Yeah, I didn't catch all of that trial. Like I missed bits and pieces of it, but I mean, I listened to a majority of it
Yeah.
in the background and stuff. But yeah, I was just the prosecutor in
Oh,
general. I just didn't vibe with, and I think that was part of the issue. Like I said in the Rudolph trial, like I think the jury looks at the way that these attorneys behave and the way that the witnesses respond. And I think, to be honest, I think that it came down more to who the jury believed was being honest on the stand,
hmm
who's more credible. And when you've got witnesses up there that are like, you need to go to the bathroom, you need to take a potty break,
yeah.
the disrespect, jurors don't like that.
No, which I'm glad about.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
because
I mean, listen, this might be another take that people don't agree with, but I've thought about it. You do have a right to defend yourself, and possibly they were running and shooting guns at him. We don't know. I mean, we can't prove it.
No, we can't. Yeah.
I don't know if Travis Rudolph's story was 100% true.
Yeah.
But I 100% don't believe what the prosecution witnesses said. You know what I mean? Like, listen, if you come to my house at midnight with 4 of your homies and one of you has a weapon, at least one,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to probably do something that tells you never to come back too. I mean, it's the true fuck around and find out, right? Like, they literally fucked around and they found out.
And I imagine there's people on that jury that think exactly the same, because
100%.
it probably wasn't about, right, maybe there weren't any guns, but what right have those people got to go to his house at midnight and knock on his door, frighten his mother and brother, and do you know what I
And
mean?
say they just wanted to have a talk. We just wanted to talk to him.
Oh, and it was only a mild knock. Bam, 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 bam,
Yeah.
bam.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting too that they were saying that Travis rejected the phone call.
Yeah.
You know, like, even if he did reject the phone call,
Who cares?
who cares? Like,
Yeah.
talk to him some other time besides midnight with your 4 friends or 3 friends, you know?
It's not the right time to talk. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Exactly. I saw Amy said they managed to find an impartial jury for Casey Anthony, and that was a media circus for several months. Yeah, I think that one was. She had a great attorney. Jose Baez is a great attorney. He did
The name.
he was great in that trial. I mean, have you watched that trial?
No.
That might be a good one for you to watch.
So yeah.
That one, listen, I have a hard time believing Casey Anthony doesn't know more. And people might not agree with that too. I know she's got some supporters now, but that's one that just doesn't sit right with me as a mom. You know, why are you lying from the get-go about where your child is, or not reporting that you haven't seen your child in a while? I mean,
Yeah, I know
I don't know if
nothing about it.
I don't know if I believe all the stuff that they spun out about her dad. I mean, I might be wrong. Things happen. You need to watch that one. That would be a good one for you.
So I'm doing Johnny Depp now every Saturday.
Oh yeah.
Amber Heard.
Oh yeah.
Doing that. So I've got the first day of trial on Depp Heard this Saturday.
Yeah,
then
you're still Team Amber.
at the minute, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
but I'm going into it all honest. Do you mean I'm not listening to anybody? I'm just going what I know.
So do you know anything about the UK trial?
No.
Okay.
I literally don't. I know Johnny Depp is an actor, and he acted in Pirates of the Caribbean. I had no clue who Amber Heard was before this. No clue about anybody. So I'm literally going in blind. I know she shit the bed because people told me, but I have to put that aside.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. So, and that's why I can just go into this and I've been like totally honest. What you'll get from me is an honest take.
And I appreciate that. And that's how I went into it too, right? Like, I mean, I knew who she was, but I think, you know, I just can't wait to see the moment where you go,
yeah,
bloody hell.
Everyone says that. Everyone says that, which I'm sure it will come.
It will.
But, you know,
and listen, I don't. If you've ever been in a relationship with someone who it's just toxic, right? And if you've been, say you're a woman like her, being with a man who kind of belittles you, or you can't do anything right, you know, and it's constantly something, and then you're trying to please them, and you're trying, but it's like this, it's a manipulative type situation. And, you know, the man will kind of say things to make you almost crazy. You get to a point where you're just like, okay. And I think that may have been what happened to her. Maybe she was so insecure and he kind of poked and prodded, and she wanted to be loved, and he couldn't do it for her. Right. And then she just would spin out. but her, I don't want to run it for you, but her, setting up recordings of him whenever he's like slamming cabinets, you'll see that. That's sketchy to me. That seems manipulative, unless there was some type of violence and she at some point had been afraid and she decided, well, I'm just going to start building a case.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
I'm interested to see it,
Yeah, the audio recordings said plenty to me about how that whole dynamic worked.
So I got Spider on doing it with me,
Spider!
and she's so pro death. It's like if I say anything positive about Amber, do you mean? So I love it. And I think that's half the stuff that's by the way. I mean, now I'm just gonna be like, oh, what did Amber do wrong?
Yeah.
She's admitting
She's an angel.
Angel, how was she found guilty?
Yeah.
No, but I will give an honest take on it. But for now, whilst I still am Team Amber, I'm gonna wind Spider up about it. Do you know what I mean?
You
But
should.
after this one, though, I'm gonna do Rittenhouse. So that's the plan.
Yeah. I watched the end portions, I think, of Rittenhouse. I didn't catch all of it either. I'm a hit or miss kind of person. Like one day I'll get to listen, the next day I won't, and then I'm like, well, I already missed it. So
Well, that's fair. And but I'm only gonna do it on the side during when there's time to do it. I'm not gonna actually film, actually record it, watch it like every single day. It's gonna be once.
yeah.
Here and there. I learned my lesson from Mark Jensen. I'm not doing a trial of that ever again. Because that's 3 weeks that you've just lost.
Yeah.
With other people doing live trials, and there was
Yeah.
no one watching yours, so
Well, I hadn't
lesson
even,
learned.
I don't think I saw that you were doing that one, and I don't think I had ever even heard of the guy. You know what I mean? I was like, what's this even about? And then I was just kind of like, I sat there through a little bit of it, and I was like, yeah, no, I can't do it. Sorry. Sorry, Dylan.
I think I was fucking 3 weeks of it. And a lot of it was me on my own.
I would have bailed. No.
No, I was
bailed.
naive at the time, thinking I won't bail because I promised to do it. But now I'm like, "Phew, what's Amy saying? State overcharged when they couldn't prove when, where, or how Katie died. Can you not right? Can you press that message then?
Hold on just a second. I was reading Crime Spies above that.
Oh fuck! I don't know where I am.
Talked about friends, coworkers, but now. Yeah. So the one that, and I'll go to Amy, but the Crime Spies about, what would we do to fix it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess kind of what they're doing in Idaho, you put a gag order in place to try to keep some of the evidence, but then you have people that are just speculating and coming up with stuff. So I don't know what's worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer to it is. And when you have a speedy trial, you have to be careful there because you have to have time to get all of your evidence and get your experts.
Yeah.
State overcharged her when they couldn't prove when, where, how Kaylee died. So let's see who's responsible. The prosecution believe that case, and yes. Yeah, man, I don't know. Like, I just feel like as a parent, if you don't know where your child is, you failed as a parent, so just on that, I'm like, and I can usually see both sides, but I don't know on that one. Like, I don't think I could ever misplace my kid.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, how do you not know where your kid is? And then when the police ask you about it, you give them this random ass story and take them to Disneyland. And like, yeah, I work here, but you really don't. Like, you're just literally lying to the police about everything. What was the point? I don't know. That was a rant. Sorry.
No, that's what it's for. Can you press those messages then?
Can I press it?
Yeah.
Not on stream. Not on StreamYard.
I thought you can hover over and just press show. But you can't. Well, okay, that's interesting.
I don't think I have that permission.
No. Mad World and Spider Girl can. Yeah, you're right. because it only allows you 4 people to do that as well. So it's annoying.
Are you
Um,
so not on YouTube, but on StreamYard, right?
yeah, yeah.
That's what you're
Well,
asking.
yeah. On
I
StreamYard,
can't.
yeah.
Yeah, I can't on either.
No, that's fine. Well, what was the trial I was going to say there? I was just watching that now. More chat to come through. Couldn't watch that one, kids. Oh, what? Oh, the Montgomery one. Did you see the Adam Montgomery one? We talk about kids misplacing them. So he was charged for. Oh, that's the one I was streaming yesterday.
Yeah, and I asked
About
you what was going on, but I don't think I totally caught it.
no, well, he didn't
So
need firearms, but he's also accused of murdering his daughter, Harmony, who was 2 years old. Oh no, not 2 years old. His daughter Harmony. She was missing for 2 years. No one
where
asked
was her?
about it.
Where's her mom?
Uh, whether she's in on it or what.
So like, don't
Uh,
ask, don't tell. Like, where's the
yeah,
grandparents?
I've no idea. But apparently that's the story. Not that I'm 100%, but it's 2 years that she was missing. No one asked about her.
Man, some people just shouldn't be able to have kids, but those are
No.
the ones who usually have like tons. You know, the people who would be great parents struggle, and then you have the mass producers. They like just have like litters of kids and don't raise any of them.
No. Horrible. But no, I'm saying as you came, I couldn't watch kids. Like I know we're watching kids in the officer one, but that's different. We're not seeing it all. I mean,
That's a rough one to listen to, you
yeah,
know,
yeah,
like
yeah,
hearing the kids screaming for help, like
yeah.
that's awful.
I
It's
take
awful,
my
but
I take it off. I don't listen to half of
oh,
it.
you don't.
You know.
Oh,
Well, I've listened to some of it, but I was like, no, I don't really want to listen to it. You know.
yeah, I'm low key. I must be like sick in the head or something because I want to listen
Do
to all the I want to hear what are they putting into evidence. I want to hear
oh
it. I want to know what the
yeah,
impact is going to be. But I'm also one that low key wants to see the evidence photos of these trials.
yeah. I would in anything, but when it's got a kid on it, I'm just a bit like.
Yeah, nobody wants to see shit like that of kids.
I
Like,
think you're built differently though. Your background's in like medical, and now it's as an
yeah, it
attorney.
doesn't have the effect on me that it probably
Yeah,
does on other people. Like,
yeah, it definitely would have on me.
I've been in surgeries where they're hammering away pieces of bone, dead people,
Yeah,
trying to resuscitate them. So, I mean, yeah, I probably lost that part of my soul a long time ago.
yeah, and that's fair. So I think it's different. But what's Amy saying? That's why she was convicted of the neglect charge or the
As
neglect
she
charge.
as she should have been. But I feel like if you neglect your child to the point that they're murdered,
What was she? Was she convicted then?
no, she got off on the murder charge.
Did she go to jail at all then?
She I think got time served if I remember right.
No. Oh, so she's out on the
But
streets. Oh,
I'm
actually, yeah.
oh yeah, she's been on the streets for a hot second, like 10 years or something.
What was the this one I've been thinking of? Oh, there's another one somewhere that's similar, I think. But she's in jail, I think. She was going to do an autobiography and all. Oh, actually, she does do it. She sells stuff. She makes loads of money from jail. I don't remember her name now, though.
Wait,
She
who is
kills
that?
them. She kills someone, and she's making loads of money from jail. T-shirts and
Okay.
she's famous. She's famous, but I don't remember. She had the death penalty, but they didn't convict her on death penalty, just life in prison.
Huh. When you figure
She's
out who it
in.
is, you'll have to let me know so
Yeah,
I can look it
I
up.
will. I don't remember, but it's a high profile case, but it's before my time, before I go into it. So, and Kim, my profile pic is him coming out with his victory. Well, you have to join on Saturday, Kim, um, so we can talk about it. I'm the only one team heard at the minute,
Wait,
so
who is that? Oh,
Kim,
Depp. Yeah, I can't see it.
and then we go
I can't see the
Mom.
picture, but I'm assuming it's Johnny
Oh,
Depp.
Jodie Arias, yeah, Amy got it. Jodie Arias,
Oh, yeah, that bitch was crazy.
that's the one. She's making tons of money. Um, uh, you know,
Have you watched that trial?
No, I only saw the last bits of it. As in, I watched just like a summary of like half an hour, as in all of it.
I remember the days when I guess I would have been classified almost as a wine mom, where I would watch like Dateline and like
Oh yeah.
believe everything that they churned
Yeah,
out.
I was there. I've been there.
And now it's just like I watch stuff like that. And that's where I learned about Jodi Arias. Sorry, didn't connect those dots.
Same here.
And like now I look at things and I'm like, God, I was such a dumbass. Like just
Ah.
trusting what was put out there in the news.
But you do, that's how we start though, isn't it? And
Yeah.
actually, Dateline was the one, or 2020 or something, was the Jodi
Mhm.
Arias for me. So it's like a half-hour documentary that showed it to
48
me.
hours.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I watched all of them.
Oh
But
yeah, me too.
now I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Now I'm streaming it,
I've
So
been duped.
yeah, basically,
Yeah.
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 Right. What else we got here? Nothing there. Jodi. So you got some. So Amy said here something. Mom lives in a different state. Dad had custody somehow. Um,
This is on that trial for Harmony,
oh right, okay, yeah. Oh
I
shit.
think.
Yeah. I think so as well.
Assuming.
Right. Anybody else got any questions?
We've so been like just neglecting the chat.
I know it's bad, isn't it? You're a
You
bad
know what that's
guest as
called?
well. Fuck.
It's called an improper chat.
It is, and I've always wanted to chat there, but I've enjoyed just chatting. Do you know what I mean? And I do try and keep an eye on it, but it is hard.
I can't read and talk and
No, I
think at the
can't do
same
it.
time
That's
and
why.
process information.
This is why I start my streams quarter of an hour early, so that basically to set it all up. So I set YouTube up, set Rumble up, set the channel up. Then I tweet. I can't do it. I just talk to myself and tweet. It all takes me 15 minutes. So then
Listen,
I'm
last night
set up.
when I was setting this up, um, so I was trying to figure out how to get YouTube to stream. Sorry, did y'all hear that? Like when I touched that, do
Yeah,
you hear it?
yeah, I
Sorry,
hear it.
I'm so sorry. And so I was trying to figure it out, and so I was like, okay, let me see how I sound on this, and it felt so awkward.
Tell me about it. I know.
And I was like, I need another human to talk
Yeah.
to.
No, 100%. It's awkward. I never listened back. Never.
But also I did like 4 of them, right? And so like on the 4th one, I finally it was a Murdaugh one. And so I was listening to, and it was Miss Shelley's testimony, right? And I found myself just like sitting there, just making just random comments throughout her testimony, just sarcasm.
Used to it. Yeah. Used to it. Yeah.
And so I worry that when I start doing any kind of live streaming, that my sarcastic nature will take over my legal brain, and I'll just be shit streaming is basically what I'm going to do. I'm just going to shit stream and just talk shit the whole time.
Yeah.
It's way more fun.
Yeah, there's always I've always been like a bit reserved because I don't want to. I know that people are now starting more and more to not like Emily Baker, for instance, because she speaks so much over the testimony.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, oh shit, did you? But I probably went too far.
There's a fine line, right?
Line,
like
yeah.
I enjoy Emily's streams. There are times where I'm like, I'm trying to hear this, Emily. And I think she, she'll kind of back it up every now and then and realizes that she's like, I'm sorry, I'm talking over or whatever. But I mean, yeah, that's primarily like why I followed. I don't know. I think I ended up on Ricada's stream because I was listening to, I think that's when like Rittenhouse was going on. And sometimes he gets too many people in there, and it depends on if they're male or female or whatever. But yeah, sometimes it can be too much. But
no, I agree.
Sometimes the comments are fun. It is fun to just like talk shit, but you have to find that balance.
line. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it depends who you are and what you do and what your stream's like. I could do it now because my stream knows who I am, but if you get bigger, it's a little bit harder. But
Well,
before we get,
imagine how many people she has in her chat too. Can you imagine? Like,
yeah,
she has almost
I
like 1 million followers or something.
yeah,
It's
I couldn't do
insane.
it. Right, we got Dragonfly Lady. Dragonfly Lady, first time viewer. Thank you very much
Hey,
for
Dragonfly
being here.
Lady.
I hope you subscribed and
Oh,
subscribe to Lady Law 579 as well.
Adam Montgomery was found guilty on all weapons charges.
Yes,
Okay.
today, November, he
right.
faced murder charge. Okay, so then he goes, Harmony still has not been found. I believe the prosecution wanted the weapons trial first because it'd be difficult to prove the murder. Oh, okay. It's
Oh,
gonna be difficult to prove it. Okay. Poor baby missing for so long, and not one person stepped up to report her missing. What's wrong with our system when a career criminal is given custody of a 5-year-old? Was
well,
she 5? Was she?
and so then that makes you go, okay, well, who were the alternatives? Like
Yeah,
where was the mom? And parents, as long as they're fit, um, they're going to get custody over the state. I mean, you have to be unfit to not have custody of your kids.
so that poor baby didn't stand a chance. I hope there's justice for Harmony. Same here, justice for Harmony.
Also, same.
I probably won't be watching or streaming it personally, but
Those are rough. I mean,
yeah, I
just
think
little
so.
innocent babies. Like, yeah, that's awful.
By the way, thank you for covering Zach's case. Not a problem, my friend. Thank you for popping in. I hope you liked
Yeah.
it. I'm doing another one tomorrow night with Viva Frey and Solomon.
Oh,
Yeah,
Viva.
I'm doing that. I believe 5:30 Eastern, so 4:30 Central. So drop in, Lady Law, when you're back.
Have you done Vices yet? Have you done Legal
No,
Vices interview
no,
with Solomon? He also
no.
did an interview with
With
Sister.
Zenith. Zenith.
Yes, Cena.
So I think what I'm going to do is probably do them next week then. Hamilton was in rehab. Oh, that's fine.
Okay. So did they take her out of foster care and put her with the dad?
Maybe, yes. Because maybe he cleaned himself up and then was good enough to take
Yeah.
care of her or something. No, so that's why I'm not. I might do a Sunday stream. I'm not sure, and just do legal vices. Because legal vices is a lot with Aussie Overload as well. So they stream cases half in the morning, half in the
Yeah.
afternoon. I mean, so that's quite good as well, I think, between them. So that's how I know him. Started watching a bit of that.
You had Chandler on your stream too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For one, yeah, unfortunately things cropped up and she couldn't continue. But yeah, no, I had her on for a little bit.
I think she's studying for the LSAT.
Yeah, she's studying for the LSAT
Yeah.
now. Yes, yeah. Yes, they took her out of foster care and placed her with her dad. Yeah, poor baby.
Yeah, that's awful. I'll have to read up on that.
Yeah, I've not. I don't know anything about it. I'm glad that I've changed it now to the other one, because I'm enjoying the one we're doing now with the officer shooter and stuff.
See, and here's my problem. Like for me, it's like the ones that have, it's a terrible situation, but I mean, it's such a, you're gonna have so much. This is gonna be bad. When the evidence is gruesome, I guess you would say, like it's always more intriguing. Like you will find that people are far more intrigued by cases like that. It's because our world's a sick place to live, I guess. And I'm a member.
But everyone's different. That's what the beauty of it. Everyone's totally different. Do you know what I mean? So,
well, I'm just like, what kind of trials are you watching where you're not bored out of your mind watching them if there's not some kind of gruesome aspect to it? Like, why else are you watching it?
Yeah, or it's not just about gruesome, but there has to be a something for it. Like, for instance, Gwyneth Paltrow. If that wasn't Gwyneth Paltrow, that was a boring trial.
Bro.
Do you know what I mean? But I watched it all. And I hated it to start, but also it got better and better. And in the end, it was like, yes, I was
Her
team
att-
goodness. I
Her
was loving it.
attorney was so obnoxious.
Oh yeah, he was. But in
Oh
the end,
my God.
I enjoyed him in the end because he was so obnoxious. I just enjoyed him. Do you know what I mean? But at the start, I hated
I was just
him.
like, you're such a whiny. Why are you being such a whiny bitch? Please stop. But I guess it worked for him.
Yeah, he did, and he was
God.
funny by the end. He was funny, honestly. By the end, he was funny. Um, that's that. So I'm sending a message here. Might be because promising. See, I can't do two things at once.
Oh, I'm not judging. I can't either. And instead of filling the space, I just like sit here and stare at you.
Well, it's at least there's something beautiful to stare at, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So agree, poor baby. I just sent you a message actually.
Oh.
Agree, Shelley, poor baby. I know.
You can tell it's starting to get dark outside. The lighting has changed in here.
Well, I mean, do you know what time it's with me? Just look, 2:30 in the
Oh.
morning. Yeah, fucking hell.
When's the last time that you were just staying up awake with a lady friend at 2 in the morning?
Yeah, I'm not sure when that was actually. Fucking long time ago. I can tell you that much now. What else have we got there?
Sorry, I was reading your message,
Yeah,
and
I
I
do
didn't
want to
even.
say.
I didn't hear what you said.
No, it's fine. I do want to do it. I do want to say it in public. That's all.
No, I knew. I knew. You didn't even have to say anything. I was just like,
Yeah.
I could tell.
Yeah. Let's move on. So yeah.
Next.
But no, I am on a genuine question though. I am intrigued because I can't wait. I do need to speak to you offline at some point to see what your plans are. Because as I said, I think you could take the world by storm, but also it's like because some people say there's interlink working as well and stuff like that. So I'm always intrigued to see how people work. I've always done stuff myself because I've just felt either I don't like someone, they piss me off, so I can't be
That
asked. Yeah, or B, it's just like unreliable, whatever. It's just like, well, I can't be asked. And it's just easier.
as I've been before, unreliable.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
no, don't worry. Morgan's just as bad. It's fine. You two, you fucking make me go grey.
But
No, but it
listen,
wasn't.
you should know by now that if you want me to read something that's in Twitter DMs, you're going to need to tweet me
Yeah, and
because
Morgan's the same.
and it's probably because she's had to turn her notifications off. Like I can't be checking I don't have notifications on for anything, not my email. Most of the time, not even my text messages. It's like on vibrate.
Yeah,
But
no, I know she's had a lot of not hassle, but a lot of people messaging her that shouldn't be
yeah,
messaging her. So,
dude.
so that's what I get it. That's what I'm always with her. I message her and then tweet at her, and then she's like, "Oh, okay, I'll answer." No,
Yeah.
that was not a dig at you two
No,
at
I
all.
know.
It's more of a when you do set it up because it is
Mm-hmm.
like right. Are you going to do this with people? I'd love to do a trial with you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
When you
we'll have to do
set
it.
it up, but yeah.
Um, so I'm still trying to figure out what to even name my channel.
Yeah,
I've got a few like ideas brewing, but I have to simmer on it for a little while.
yeah.
And
You no rush.
I like I said, I want to do a lot of I want to bring awareness to people, right? Like education is important. However, I can use my legal knowledge, my worldly knowledge, my geriatric knowledge, whatever. That's kind of what I want to do. And so I'm not even sure 100% what my channel will be, but it will be law. It will be, bringing awareness to addiction and things like that. But yeah, we'll have to pick one and do it.
Definitely, I think that's the only way you do it. I think well, so basically what I'm saying is I've got no one to stream with me because no one wants to stream with me.
Why
So
not?
I don't know.
You have the guilt shakes.
Yeah, no,
I don't
yeah,
get
only
it.
for you. So that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm just going to say it now. I will be doing stuff with you because no one else wants to do anything with me. So
Oh,
you don't have
poor
much. I don't.
Dylan.
I don't give a shit. I don't want to do stuff with them either. So
Yeah, I don't
you know,
fuck those guys.
honestly, I don't give a shit.
They can fuck
I
right
want
off.
to do stuff. I want to do stuff with people I like. So I like you.
Yeah.
So there we are. Right, Dragonfly, follow missing. Oh, that's why. Okay,
Oh,
you
yeah, man,
missing
dude,
children's
I
cases.
couldn't do it.
Start watching Future Trials now. Ah, yeah.
Like anything when you start messing with kids, like I can't.
And yeah, that's how you came across the Zachariah Anderson. Lady Law, are you on Facebook as well?
I don't well, I am on Facebook, but
It's
just my
fine. So
personal. Yeah.
let's not say too much here, right?
I'll have to start a
Yeah,
separate Facebook.
because join the Free Zachariah Anderson group.
I will do
So
that.
What Mad World and Spider did was they just started a page
Yeah.
with their Twitter names, and they follow that, and they joined my group as well, the Alternate Corner. So join that one as well. But
Imagine
mine
that.
is just about promoting stuff. So
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, I mean that's how you do it, right? It's the
yeah, so
grift.
yeah, I tell everyone to not post your personal stuff on. So I did my personal because at the start of the group, but then I have to change my banner, change my profile picture, change it. I mean,
Mhm.
so they can't go to my profile because I made it all private. But still, I don't want people to see, you know. So
Yeah,
obviously, Mad World and all them are friends and stuff, but with
and
me
there's
now. But
psychos out there.
yeah,
Like, and I think
exactly.
Lefty's one of them.
Lefty, you know Lefty for years, so it's fine.
No, I have not.
Oh, have you
I've,
not?
I've not.
I thought you knew him
Listen,
for years.
no, I mean, he thinks we have. Maybe
Here,
he's known
here,
me. Maybe he's known me for years.
well, here he is. We can ask him. So,
Is Lefty in
uh,
the chat?
yeah, he is in the chat. Yeah, Legal Vices is awesome. Yes,
He said, "Don't get me started."
I've learned a lot from watching trials. Good trial. Well, Dragonfly lady, please pop into one of my trials. I stream every day, so pop back in. Well, Kim will tell you. You're friends with Kim. Kim will
Wait,
tell you some of the trials.
sorry, I just saw Lefty said "unbelievable," and that's his song. Have you?
Unbelievable.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
I've mostly learned how. Yes, I agree with you.
God, Lefty's always late to the party,
Always.
allegedly, because he's also like a secret stalker. I think.
Just for you, though. Just for you.
Listen, I call him. I'm like Sarah Simpcast. It's Lefty.
Well, hang on. Improve my chats. I don't know how the fuck to improve
Approve
chats.
my chats. What do you mean?
Yeah, so he said some stuff. I don't
Oh,
even
he's
I
saying bad
don't
words.
I don't even know what to do with Lefty.
It's Lefty. He can't. Don't you remember? Like
Unless I do it off my phone.
Spider's not in here
Yeah,
in
Spider
Mad
and
World.
they're the ones that always do it. I've no idea how to bloody
He
do it.
said, "Unbelievable. I'm out."
Unbelievable. Uh
Peace.
yeah, I don't know how to do it, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Lefty. Don't know how to do it, mate. I'm out. So yeah, but go back
He's not.
Dragonfly.
He's not really out, guys. He says that
No,
a
he's still
lot.
here. He's still here. Dragonfly, please speak to Kim. Come and visit our channel during the days. We're always streaming something. This is Lady Law. She's starting a new channel as well before long. It'll be very interesting. So please follow her as well.
Oh, Dragonfly. Just to respond to her message about she's learned how flawed our justice system really is. Yes, check out the Innocence Project. I mean, people are convicted of crimes and they confess to crimes they didn't commit because otherwise they're screwed. So, listen,
Making a murderer. I always think about that. Make it the Brandon, making a murderer.
making a murder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
murder. Yeah.
Murderer.
That.
I didn't say it
Yeah,
right either.
yeah. I don't know what it is, but I always think of Brandon. No Worries Dragonfly, Kim and all them. They come to my channel all the time. So we're streaming tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern. Uh,
Oh,
if you want to come along.
sorry. I talk out loud. I should probably mute myself. Lefty's
No, don't
having
worry.
an aneurysm at work.
Who? Your auntie?
Huh?
Who said
No.
your auntie?
Lefty.
Oh, Lefty is.
His brain is broken. He's having to do work. Yeah, Stephen Avery, Dragonfly lady. Stephen
Dragonfly.
Avery
You see?
trial. Yeah.
62.
I
I
went
don't know what
to
else is there.
an Innocence Project conference in law school, and
Well, before you say, where did you go to law school?
I'm not telling anybody where I went to law
Okay,
school.
no, fine. Carry on.
I'm not sure I want to be out there
No,
yet.
it's fine. It's fine.
But I will tell you offline a little connection to a case that is going on right now in the public.
Cool.
What was I saying before that? Oh, I went to an Innocence Network conference, and I listened to people who had spent time in jail, who confessed to crimes they didn't commit. Do you remember the girl? I'm drawing a blank right now. Happened in Italy. She was convicted of killing her roommate.
The
No, it was her roommate.
babysitter.
His name was, what was her name? Oh my gosh, I cannot believe I'm drawing a blank. Somebody in chat maybe knows. I want to say that the guy was Kirsch. No, it wasn't Amanda Knox. Thank you, Lefty. Amanda Knox. I got to meet her.
Yeah. Oh, wow, okay.
That was really cool. I got to meet her, listened to her story, took a picture with her. It's just incredible the number of people that are genuinely wrongfully convicted and or plead to something that they didn't do because they know the alternative if they don't. So, I mean, if the options are take 5 years and say that you did this thing, or take 30 years if a jury convicts you, you're going to take the 5 years even though you didn't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's messed up.
So we were talking about exact scenario for Travis Rudolph, saying if he was offered a 5 year or whatever, everyone was like, no, 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 no. I was like, fucking hell, you'd have to consider it, because in Florida, life is life. So
yeah,
do you know what I mean? So
he's what, like 25 or something like that?
20, I think 27 now, I think.
So, I mean, you figure at least if he took a plea, he would at least have some chance of having a life and building a life when he got out. Whereas otherwise, you're screwed. Like, it's terrible.
Especially if it's 5 years or something, you'd look at that and go, well, 5 years or the rest of my life. You know what I mean? That's a tough. I'm not sure what I would choose. Do you know what I mean? So,
and another thing that people should probably think about is like what it's like inside of prison. Everybody wants to throw people in there and shut the door and throw away the key, and it's like you have no idea what it's like.
I can't even imagine. Do you know?
I'd talk more about that, but I'm gonna talk about that on my channel.
Which no, that's
but you can come on and we'll talk about it.
I'm interested in stuff like that. I'd ask you loads of questions about that.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any clue how it works or what they go through in prison. So I'd love to. Well, I'm not saying I'd be on the channel, but I'd love to listen to that anyway. Because
why wouldn't you be on my channel?
I'd be on your channel, no problems.
Okay. I thought we were gonna fight for a second just then.
No, we'll just do a topless one. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there we are, sorted. And Lefty's there. He's like subscribing already. Notify.
He said, "Yo,
yeah." And that's just for me. That is Lefty, your dog.
But only if we can sing the milkshake song.
Obviously, that'll be there. My tits will bounce in.
The Gilfshake song.
The Gilfshake song. Yeah, my tits will bounce for that. No worries. I
have a case we could talk about sometime where someone went to jail wrong. All right, I'm here for it, Lefty.
Yeah.
Yo, let me on your channel.
Those fucking weirdos.
He said, yeah, that won't get you yeeted from YouTube. Listen, we'll do it on Rumble. It'll be fine. Well, hey, we could do the hot tub streams. You order a blow up hot tub. I will order a blow up hot tub. And we'll just go outside our blow up hot tubs and we'll live stream together. And there we go. It's like, I mean, what else could you want?
No, exactly. It sounds like a plan to me. Like, that was for
Oh.
Kim Weeders. But
Lifty's calling us a weirdo.
yeah,
Fuck
he
right
calls
off.
everyone. Zapnier. He always says Zapniers and nerds.
Sup,
And then
nerds?
weirdos. Yeah, then
Yeah.
weirdos.
Yeah.
But you gotta love the teddy bear. He needs to change his name to Teddy Bear or something. Nice
He's
and
a
cuddly.
big old ball of squish, man. Like, he just getting manhandled by a woman.
Oh, he's not happy. He's in work as well, so
Not a teddy bear.
I know.
You can almost hear him say it. Not
I
a
know.
teddy bear.
And he's in work. No, don't. I'm not soft. I'm hard. I know, Lefty.
Also, I already changed my YouTube name to what?
Oh, jeez. Does he know one of your channel names or proposed channel names?
Is he asking me what my proposed channel names?
Speaking of hearing,
What are you talking about, Lefty? Write one sentence. Why are you blowing up the chat?
don't ever make fun of my accent again.
Oh, I could play something. He sent me an audio message one day, and I was like,
I don't even know what it sounds like.
hold on. Lefty, can I play it? Let me see if I still have it.
No.
Come on. I don't even know. How far far back is this? He's sweating right now.
I couldn't imagine with him.
I made the mistake of giving him my cell phone number one day, and I said, don't make me regret this.
Regret it, and you've already regretted it. It's in Twitter. Yeah, fine. It's in Twitter, he says.
It is? No, it's not. Maybe it is. Hold on. Let me look. Why is he telling me if he doesn't want me to play it?
He says play it. It's fine. He said play it.
Kim says play it.
Yeah, and to be fair, he says, yeah, play it.
I don't even remember
fine.
what it is. Hold on.
Yeah, fine. It's in Twitter, he says.
I'm looking.
All I hear is voice.
Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. Oh my gosh.
I'm driving right now, but I went to the Rosemount Police Department yesterday, showed them the screenshot that I had, and they said legally it's not a threat, which I understood, and I was, felt the same way. I just wanted to go there and see if they, if they had any course of action that they could take, just to find out who the person is. So they were going to contact Twitter and see if they can figure out who they are. So, but yeah, that's fucked. I mean, you wish whatever you want upon me. I don't fucking care, but shit talking a kid and then fuck that fucking cunt.
That should be my intro to my channel.
That's fantastic. Do you know what? He sounds like I thought he would sound. I love that accent. I love it.
I knew he was from Chi-Town as soon as I heard the accent.
I was so tempted. No, Lefty, that's great. I love that. I didn't like the topic because obviously,
yeah, it's about the weirdo threatening his kid. The fuck.
No, I didn't like that, but I love the voice though. To be fair.
Yeah. So I was gonna go get some cheese and
Chi-Town. Look at him. He don't think he likes that one.
He said Lamau.
What else have we got? What are you doing tomorrow? Are you gonna join back on with the other mic tomorrow?
Me?
Oh, you're traveling.
I thought you were talking to Lefty.
No, you're traveling. It's fine.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to go see a certain somebody.
Yeah, that's all good. That's good.
That's not Lefty, but Lefty probably already knows because he's my stalker. Freaking weirdo.
I don't sound like that. No, well, I'm gonna stream another one tomorrow night. I'm just getting tired now. I've been streaming since
Yeah, I'm
12:30.
sorry. I've been like just talking your
No, it's
leg off.
fine. It's fine. I've been 14 hours non-stop today.
Well, then it sounds like it's time for you to sing the Gilf Shake outro.
Oh, I'm not doing that tonight.
Oh, you
I'm
have
not
me
in
on
the
the
mood.
stream.
No, I'm not in
I'm
the mood
not in the
tonight.
mood. Get
I'm
in the
not in the mood
mood.
tonight.
Get in
No,
the
I can't.
mood.
I
Get
can't.
in the mood.
You know
Get
that.
in the
Like,
mood. Yeah, there you go. You just gotta give him a
yeah,
little tweaky
I'm
tweak.
playing it. Yeah,
Oh, look, it even sprung up. It got excited.
yeah, that was something else. But yeah, I don't remember the words to be honest with you, so that's why I'm a bit like
My
it's,
Gilf
it's too
Shake
late.
brings all the.
My milkshake brings all the guilt to the yard, and I'm
And
like,
they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right. It's better than yours. Like, oh, you
oh,
left
I
me
thought you
hanging.
were singing it, and I was just
No.
dancing to it.
Yeah.
My milkshake, no,
Yes. Gilf Shake.
my what? My guilt shake brings all the
Yep.
guilt to the yard, and I'm like, she's better than yours.
Damn
No,
right.
damn right, I'm better than yours.
I could teach you.
You could teach you, but take
But I'd
two
have to
something
charge.
charge.
There you
Oh
go.
fuck!
You're going to get it.
I will get it in the end. I will get it. It wasn't my best one because
He said, now I'm definitely going to make you change your number. Bitch, I will block you.
working 18 hours most likely.
Do you
Oh,
see the message underneath that?
now I'm definitely going to make you change your number.
Freaking weirdo.
But I mean, Spider's a weirdo as well. So we got Luna's a weirdo. I love the weirdos.
Do you love the weirdos when they blow up your phone?
No, but I don't
No.
give them my number. Do you know what I mean?
Nope. Yeah, that was stupid of me.
If
Yeah.
if I sound like you
But
guys, I
wait.
wouldn't.
Listen, I legitimately thought about, like, when he asked me for my number, I legitimately thought about sending him like 8675309 to see if he would catch it, because I'm not sure he would have.
Yeah.
But
Well,
man, I wish Lefty would have got on here sooner, because I would have talked trash to him all night.
no, I know. I wasn't so late, and it's only because I was up super early this morning, and I'll probably be up fairly early tomorrow to go stream again
I woke
tomorrow.
up early this morning too, but it's just like, because I'm old, and apparently now it's like I go to bed at 1 and I wake up at 5, and my body's like, meh, that's good enough.
Yeah, I wish
It's
well,
not,
yeah,
but
no. I get normally I get up and I have to get up for pisses or after night as well. So
gotta
getting
get your
older.
prostate checked, man. Oh, you just did that.
Yeah, last year, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
Real cool to do it when I have to type back. But no, and Lefty's going to do a channel as well. So at some point, he said.
Listen, Lefty says he's going to, but I
He won't.
think he's worried about his nervous tics.
Half my chance I haven't shown up, jerk. Don't call me a jerk. Where's Spider? Where's Mad Wolf? That's why I have mods. I genuinely don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I think they might do it on YouTube. I'll buy one on StreamYard.
Use less curse words.
Yeah.
How about that? Have you
You
thought about
jerk.
doing that? You weirdo.
Yeah, we can say whatever we want. Dickhead. You can't do anything about it.
You know what? I like being in the power position. Lefty bloody hell, they timed you out. We can't even see that. I can't see that.
What can't you see?
Kim said, "Lefty bloody hell, they timed you out," but I can't.
No,
even
we didn't
see
time
it.
him out. I could time him out, but I didn't time him out.
I did it to him one time in my brother's stream. Yeah.
Thought he was in timeout. I won't do that to Lefty. I like Lefty.
I thought it was going to be 1 second, but it ended up being like 300 seconds. I didn't have an option. It was just like time him out, so I did it. And it was like Lefty Lulz timed out for 300 seconds, and I was like, oops.
Yes.
But he came back. Like,
Yeah,
It's like
it's
that
weird though,
fly.
isn't it?
You're just like smacking it, you know.
One time he says question mark lols.
I did it one time for 300 seconds and then once for like 1 second. I'm not a liar. You fuck right off. I'm his biggest. He is my brother's biggest simp for sure.
Well, your brother streams.
Yeah.
I generally thought you two knew each other.
It's like, listen, ladies and Dylan,
Yeah.
have you guys ever met somebody that like tries to schmooze in good with your family
Yeah.
and
No,
like,
not really, but yeah.
you know, they're chatting you up and they're really funny and great and all this stuff. But and they're like, oh, here, let me pimp out your brother's stream.
That's Lefty.
And then like he's like, oh, I've got this situation with these online weirdos that are threatening my kid. Can I get your number? Because I got a question. And then you're like, oh God, he's using the kid. Ugh, got me. So I'm like, yeah, don't make me regret it. And then it's like every
Instant
30
regret.
minutes. I'm just kidding. It's not like that.
No,
I mean,
I know he's not like that at all.
it kind of is, but
It's love. It's love.
I'm just giving Lefty a hard time. He's aight.
He's alright, yeah. Well, to be
He's
fair,
aight.
we wouldn't be speaking to him otherwise, would we? Do you know what I mean?
I mean,
He's a good guy.
I don't know, Dylan. Sometimes my my picker's broken. Like, to say it southernly, like I've made some bad choices in my life when it comes to males. So I don't know. Lefty might be a real legit weirdo.
No, I've got to go now. Okay, Lefty, see you later, mate.
Bye,
I'll
love you.
wait 5 seconds. No, no, I know you mean, but you're on the right track now. You got a new man. You got me in stream. You got Lefty. You got,
He said I'm the best
best
choice you ever
choice.
made. You're right.
See,
You're right.
no Lefty.
Night,
No,
Lefty.
you got
He'll text me.
all the good men in your life now.
Yeah, I got you. I've
Yeah,
got Lefty.
yep,
I've got these damn kids. I've
yeah.
got,
The
yeah,
new
I've
guy.
got, well, he's a new old guy. Like, I met him
Wait,
on
tell us
my,
what.
he would love me doing this. I met him in 1997. I'm aging myself on my senior trip. He was there. He's in the military. He was there, just finished basic. He was doing his AIT stuff, whatever. And I was there on senior trip and we met each other just out on the road. Like, me and a group of friends were standing. Lefty's going to say some shit about this. Standing on the corner. We had just left dinner and these 3-4 military guys came up, talked to us, and we were like the outspoken ones of our group. And we just like clicked. And anyway, not to tell too much about myself. That would sound bad.
No,
but
yeah.
nothing happened. Nothing happened that night. We, ended up, I had a kid when I was 16. My oldest son, I had him when I was 16. Me and his dad got married. We were married for like 10 years. Together for like 12, 13, I don't know. So anyway, we met, we kind of clicked, but I'm married and I have a kid, so can't do nothing about that. He ended up getting married. He got divorced about the same time that I got divorced. We started talking again. He lives, like I told you, 19 hours away.
Yeah.
We started talking again, like in 2010, just, online, back and forth, whatever. That's back when like Yahoo Messenger or whatever was still a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
MSN,
MySpace.
yeah.
And then both remarried to other people. And we've kind of kept in touch over the years, just been friends. And then, I don't know, about almost 5 years ago, we're both divorced again. Like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
How you doing? And it just works. Like I don't have to see him every day. Yeah, I don't have to tell him what I'm doing all the time. He lives
Yeah.
his life. I live mine.
Yeah.
Meet in the middle sometimes. Whatever.
He's probably like, oof, to have to see you every day, and
Yes.
it probably works for him as well. So
Yes. Yeah. He's like,
it works for
listen.
both of you. Yeah.
I mean, they were both kind of, we're just tired of putting up with other people's shit. Like, why do I want to? And that's probably a terrible attitude to have. I'll probably be old and like have cats, but I'm allergic to them. So, yeah, like I don't know, it works.
As long as it works, as long as you're happy.
Sometimes you get lonely, and you're like, damn, wish I had somebody to go do something with that wasn't another, chick or some dude that's trying to. Well, I guess, they all try to do that. I mean,
everyone does that. Yeah,
but
100%.
everybody needs a gay friend just for that. As a girl, you need to have a good gay bestie, male bestie. Get Lefty. Ah, thanks, Lefty.
What if you see it, you'll be back on down.
Oh, he'll come back.
You'll go back and listen to this now, just in case.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a good story.
I've got all kinds of stories, Dylan, but you're tired, so.
Well, no, I'm starting to get tired. Yeah, I am. Only because it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm a bit like, oh. But I'd love to do this again.
Yeah.
I know we're doing the Brian Kohlberger one, but do you know what?
Kim said, I'm sorry, hold on. She said, I've been looking for my will for years. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Oh, I've a will.
Will and
is that
Grace.
some? Yeah. Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking of Will and Grace. It was a TV series, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. But I was just saying it would be. I want to do more of these, like just talking shit, like.
They're the best ones, man.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
To be honest, there are some days like I've done so much like just legal nonsense type stuff, solving problems for people. Like, just the chill streams are fun.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll look like less of a hobo next time. Maybe not.
No, you look all right. Don't worry about it. I think you're fine. If that's you as a hobo, I mean, sure.
This is my hobo look.
Sure. Okay. I don't believe that for sure. But I think everyone's enjoyed the stream. We've still got 11 people, which is amazing considering it's like
I've lost all spilling the tea.
I know. I'm loving it. This is one. Lee Law's keeping my stream going.
We get to hear your story next time.
Yeah, well, luckily I don't have much of a story, so it's fine. We have, let me do the streams. How many hours do we make on this one? I forgot how many we did in the first one. 29.40 times 168.
Bye, Kim.
It's Kim going, is she? Bye, Kim. Looking forward.
Thanks for hanging out tonight. We didn't let you, but we're glad you're here.
Yeah. We'll always love you having you, Kim. Thanks very much. I'll see you tomorrow morning, hopefully. Well, yeah, in a few hours for me, but for the rest of the stream, Kim. Bring Dragon with you. So 82 hours this was. How much did I say the other one was? Oh, fuck.
I don't remember.
No, do I? That's a problem now.
I should write things down when you say them.
I think it's about another 40. So I think, I'll just guess. I think I'm about right. Where's the ticker gone? Oh shit, I forgot to put it up today.
Shelly said, just watch DJ rapping. Who's DJ?
No idea. No idea.
Or is she saying she watched a DJ rap?
Oh no, I told it. Sorry, what it is. Sorry, Kim, you're awesome. So what that is, you need to look at it after I've gone. I'm about 160 hours away. It's DJ the Travis's brother.
Okay, he did a rap.
So on live TV.
Oh shit, I'm here for it.
Defense Diaries posted it on Twitter.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Look at it, and they were trying to cut him off and stuff, but he was not being cut off. He just kept going. It's for about a minute and a half. It is
dropping the beats. I love it.
Really funny, really funny. Shelly was you, was it? Yeah, I did mention it earlier on. I forgot about it, but
we should have played it. We should have played it.
I know, but I can't be
I know
asked
you're
to find
tired.
it.
You're
I know.
sleepy time.
And I've got 160 hours left to go. So I'm hoping that by Saturday I'll have smashed it. So, and thanks to you, Lady Law, because you've helped me get to that target
Well, listen,
today.
sometimes you just need somebody to bullshit with.
Yeah, I love it. That's what I mean. This is what I said earlier on, right? I know I'm going back a step here, but I prefer to do my own streams, right? Because you've got to click with someone, you've got to like someone, and not make it. Don't make it hard. You just got to be able to just
I
sit.
like it. Never mind.
What?
You said don't make it hard.
No,
You
but
got to
you don't
click
make.
and not make it hard. That doesn't make sense, Dylan.
Okay, yes, that's not right for streams. Um, but you just make it easy. Do you know what I mean? I won't say hard anymore. Just make it easy, and you don't care. You just talk shit, and it doesn't matter. And you can ask questions. I
Yeah.
can ask questions.
Have fun.
Yeah, but you can't have that with everyone because you've got the stress of normally I have to keep asking questions. Do you know what I mean? As a whole, so that's why I'd rather do stuff on my own until I find people like you that I
Yeah.
can just shoot
You
the
got to
shit with.
find your tribe.
Yeah, and Morgan's the same. You can shoot the shit with Morgan, so I can't wait for you to meet Morgan.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. I'll only stream with people I really like. Go to bed. I will, Shelley. I will. Yeah. With that, I still like my innocence. Innocent unless proven guilty. Thank you to
Innocent
Miss Lady
unless.
Law.
There you
She
go.
caught the mistake that I made. I
Well, I
put
don't know that it's
innocent.
necessarily, a
It was
mistake,
good
but
print.
the wording is better.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty. No, it's innocent
It
unless.
should be unless.
Yeah. So then we got it fixed, and look at the merch in the store as well. Lady Law's got a mug coming away. Hopefully she
Oh
can keep
yeah,
that.
I got an update on the tracking on that. I should have that in the next couple days, I would think.
Happy days. I'll say you're the first one to ever have that one, so
As it
um,
should be.
as it should be. Right, you can stay there for a second. Everyone on the stream though, I'm going to end broadcast. Thank you so much for everything. Lady Law, any last words to everybody?
Yeah, go subscribe to my page and follow me on Twitter.
Yes. Twitter is Lady Law 579 and I'm Dylan12D, and I'll put whatever. We'll be having her more on the channel anyway, guys. She can pop on whenever she wants. So so end broadcast. See you later. Bye bye
Bye.
everyone. See you tomorrow. And this is your